Chapter 17 Inbound. Eldridge and Jaweed accompanied Schweitzer and Ninip all the way to the Globemaster. The ramp was already down, exposing a cavernous interior, Ninip's twisted vision turning the shadows into crawling ghosts bent on murder. The plane grew as they approached, the cargo bay a giant dragon's maw, its horns, the long sloped wings, stretching out into the distance. A soldier waited for them beside the aircraft, what looked like a fighter pilot's helmet tucked under his arm. He passed it to Eldridge, then walked off into the darkness without a word. Eldridge raised it up, approached Schweitzer. "May I?" "What's this?" Schweitzer asked Jaweed through their link. It was easier than doing the heavy lifting of forcing their dead lungs and larynx to work. "It looks like it's made of cardboard." "He wants to know," Jaweed began. "It's not for protection," Eldridge cut him off. "There will be personnel on site who aren't privy to the specifics of this program, and we'd prefer to keep your identity hidden." "You don't care if they know who I am. You care if they know what I am," Schweitzer passed to Jaweed. Eldridge smiled. "You really are extraordinary. Yes, that's right. The lure of the media exposure is too much for many. Do you remember when bin Laden was killed, and the SEAL who shot him wrote an unauthorized tell-all?" Schweitzer remembered. The cold anger it kindled in him alerted Ninip, and the djinn began his usual dig into Schweitzer's memories to bring himself up to speed on the subject. "The Gemini cell operates as well as it does because of strict secrecy. We can't risk that sort of thing here." Eldridge tapped the helmet. "You keep this on the entire time you're there. They can speculate as much as they like, but there's no need to give them evidence." "What if people talk to me?" Jaweed's translation drew another smile from Eldridge. "You can manage monosyllables. Leave the rest to us." Schweitzer nodded and slipped the helmet on. Eldridge reached in and snapped connecting tabs from the helmet's lower edge into the collar of his armor. The visor was tinted one way. Schweitzer could see out easily, but the surface would show only darkness to anyone looking in. Eldridge stood back, hands on his hips, surveying his work. "Does it make me look fat?" Schweitzer sent to Jaweed. Eldridge laughed out loud at that. "It makes you look terrifying, which is the desired effect." He leaned in, slapping a patch against the Velcro surface on Schweitzer's shoulder. Schweitzer looked down, seeing a subdued American flag shrouded in the gloom. "That should at least take the edge off," Eldridge said. "Let's get you to work." Schweitzer was surprised when Jaweed and Eldridge headed up the ramp along with them. "You're coming with me?" This time Jaweed answered. "Of course. You are our most independent subject. We need to be on hand to help you." Eldridge nodded, gesturing to a huge steel cage in the center of the enormous and empty interior. 10 men surrounded it, fire axes held casually over shoulders or head down on the deck plates. "No flamethrowers. They don't want to risk fire while we're in the air." They were decked out in the armor that looked straight out of a documentary on the Middle Ages, thick leather riveted under steel plates. Ninip looked at them eagerly. Schweitzer could feel his sense of recognition. Warriors with hand-to-hand weapons and metal armor? This was the world the djinn knew. "Only 10, the djinn asked. "That is no challenge." Schweitzer agreed. Even if they'd filled the hold with guards, Schweitzer would have given himself and Ninip even odds of taking them apart. Jaweed stiffened as he felt Ninip's mood, nodded to Eldridge, who smiled at Schweitzer. "I'd keep Ninip in check," he said. "The pilots of this aircraft have orders to scuttle it the moment they get word of a struggle back here. There are no parachutes on board. None of us want to die, Jim. But we are every bit as willing to give our lives for our country as you were when you lived. Remember that." Jaweed looked pale, but the Axeman's and Eldridge's faces were utterly committed. Schweitzer projected an image to Ninip of the plane slamming into the earth and exploding into flame, or their shared body vaporizing, the storm of souls opening up to receive them. The djinn growled in frustration but receded. Eldridge gestured to the cage. Now for your own safety. Please. As Schweitzer and Ninip approached the back of the cage, Schweitzer saw a small wooden stool piled high with books. At the top of the stack was a thick volume with a frayed dust jacket showing a group of women in hoop skirts gathered around a piano. "Oh, Ninip," Schweitzer said, "have I got a treat for you." Ninip was howling before Schweitzer had finished the first chapter. The djinn leapt at their shared hands for the third time, trying to force them to drop the book, but Schweitzer managed to hold on, limbs trembling, text remaining firmly in place. "Tedium," the djinn cried. "They are women without money. Their parents should have sold them to the priests. They could have served the fertility goddess. Instead, they bemoan Christmas presents," Schweitzer finished for him. "They want to buy Christmas presents for their mother. Why would anyone want to hear about peasant women? Your people are mad." "This is widely considered one of the great American novels. You should be more respectful." Schweitzer could barely keep the laughter out of his tone. Ninip blinked at him incredulously. "You should take care. I am a lord." "Yeah, you keep saying that." Schweitzer went on reading, Ninip's howling gradually receding as he found his rhythm in the prose. The truth was that he didn't like the book much more than Ninip did, but his mother had forced him to read it before she agreed to let him join the Navy. He still remembered her face over her morning coffee, cigarette dangling from one lip, the cancer slowly consuming her lungs. "You have to read it because I will not have you grow into some pig-headed macho dickhead. That book created the concept we know as the American girl, and every woman you meet has been influenced by it whether she knows it or not." It had been agony, but he loved his mother, and in retrospect, a part of him knew that she was dying. So he read it cover to cover. He remembered Sarah's expression changing when he told her he'd read it, the dawning interest behind her eyes. "Thanks, Mom." "I know you were a king and a god or whatever," Schweitzer said, "but you had a family of your own. Why can't you even begin to wrap your head around this stuff? Didn't you have a wife?" "Several." "Oh, right. Well, what about a favorite?" Ninip quieted at that. When the djinn did speak, his voice was soft. "Yes, there was one." Schweitzer thought of the woman in the braided wig, bending over Ninip as his son fed him the poisoned fig. "What happened to her?" "She would have married my son," the djinn said, "or he would have killed her." Schweitzer paused, searching for something to say. "It doesn't matter," Ninip beat him to the punch. "That is all beyond us now." Schweitzer thought of the djinn's animal bloodlust, tried to square that with the grief he sensed from Ninip now. "You were a man once. What happened to you?" He could feel the presence fixing its eyes on him. "You have no idea how long I drifted in the soul storm. You cannot fathom the weight of all those years. It stripped everything. It is coldness, blackness. It is isolation. It is endless death, without even the shadow of life. There were men in my time who became enamored of the plant of joy," the djinn went on, "smoking the dried pods to the exclusion of all else, choosing delirium and dreams over their wives and children, over their lords and oaths. They became the husks of men, little more than animals." "We call it heroin," Schweitzer said. "Whatever you call it. It steals men's hearts, drives them like cattle." "Blood is the pulse of life," Ninip said. "You do not realize that it drives you with an even greater force than this heroin. In life, you never think on it. It is not until death and the freezing darkness of the void that you realize how much you cherished it." "And that's why you kill? Because you want blood?" "I told you, killing is still life, but it is more than that. Remember what is that story about the steppe count who drinks blood?" "Dracula. You're saying you're a vampire?" "No, not like in that story, but I can understand. When you cannot have a thing, Sometimes you hunger for it anyway. The closeness of it, the taste of it, the feel of its heat. It is a pale reflection of the truth, but a reflection is better than darkness. That's not all, is it? Schweitzer asked. There is vengeance, Ninip said. Vengeance for what? I do not live. Why should they? Schweitzer thought about that for a long time, understanding the answer even as he was horrified by it. You can't kill everyone, Ninip. Not now, the Djinn answered slowly. Not yet. Schweitzer took a break from the book when he finally felt the plane descending, and the axemen began to strip off their armor, stowing it and their weapons in pelican cases to reveal army combat uniforms beneath. A moment later, Schweitzer felt the dull thud and bounce that indicated the plane had landed, heard the roar of the backing engines as it taxied to a stop. Hydraulics hissed as the ramp dropped, bright, hot sun flooding the bay, chasing the shadows into the corners before extinguishing them utterly. Schweitzer felt the heat hit him, could see the soldiers sweating. He smelled the familiar odor of diesel fuel and burning trash. He was in the Middle East, probably at a transit point to refuel before making the final push into Afghanistan. Qatar, probably. Otherwise, Bahrain or Kuwait. Eldridge walked over to the cage and punched a code into a keypad. A soft click, and the door swung open. Out you come now, he said. He led Schweitzer and Ninip up through a passageway that led to the cockpit, but turned off at an open hatch in the fuselage. Schweitzer and Ninip stepped out to see a Black Hawk spinning up on the tarmac. The cabin was empty, save for a single crewman waving them in. Eldridge and Jaweed strapped on rigger's belts and clipped them into the ring on the helo's floor. Schweitzer and Ninip sat on the edge, feet dangling over as before, the inhuman strength in their abdomen keeping their shared body braced more tightly than if they'd been belted in. They flew dark, the pilots relying on their night vision goggles. The ground below was invisible to Eldridge and Jaweed, but Schweitzer's enchanted eyes saw clearly. The ground rushed by them, veiled in shadow. They quickly cleared the airbase's edge, marked by tall, concrete barricade walls and plywood guard towers ringed with barbed wire, and soon found themselves moving over the kind of dense, quickly constructed village that sprang up around any U.S. military installation in a foreign country. It was a hodgepodge of scavenged building materials thrown together around dusty, narrow tracks that could scarcely be called a road. Dogs and livestock prowled the quiet alleys while their owners slept. And then, even that hint of civilization was swallowed by the darkness, and the landscape gave over to broken, arid barrens dotted with tiny growths of scrub plant life. They flew for an hour, with Schweitzer spotting only one person, a tiny figure wrapped in a single bit of dirty cloth, herding a small cluster of scrawny goats with a long stick. The air began to cool as they went on, the ground rising sharply, becoming richer with plant life. Soon the ground dropped off sharply into the ravines and peaks he knew from his time out here. His phantom stomach clenched instinctively, and his memories began to reel back images. Fire coming from all directions. Villagers who smiled at you and then shot at you once your back was turned. The nagging lack of finality, of being able to be sure that you were doing any good, of cutting off the Hydra's head only to have 4 more rear up in its place. Ninip observed the reaction with interest. These are hill people. Here the professional is not enough. Here, you need a king. Schweitzer said nothing as the helo finally began to shed altitude. A tight ring of concrete barricades and piled sandbags hemmed in a postage stamp of a camp against the side of a rock face that looked like it had been ripped off a larger mountain and set there deliberately. Guard towers dotted the peak. Schweitzer's augmented vision made out a mortar position there, with spotters and shooters carefully camouflaged alongside. They were waved in by a ground crew with dimly lit wands, which were extinguished immediately after the helo was in position, leaving the pilots to eyeball the rest of the descent and landing. They were met on the ground by a group of Americans in Pakistani army uniforms, with thick beards and long hair. Schweitzer immediately recognized the steel-eyed confidence, the unflappable acceptance of the strange, the subtle notions, like civilian hiking boots and non-standard drop holsters. Minor augmentations to their Pakistani AK-47s, an ACOG scope, 2 magazines duct-taped together, a wooden buttstock replaced with a plastic folding one. Dogs came with them, Belgian Malinois, with jet-black muzzles, eyes as hard and alert as their owners. Schweitzer couldn't be certain if they were seals, but they were cut from the same cloth, the community of hard operators he'd once called home. A pang of nostalgia dug at him, and Ninip snarled contempt while simultaneously hungrily taking in every detail about the men. "Sir," one of the men said. He might have been an officer or a private, distinguished only by the fact that he was speaking. Rank was hidden and virtually meaningless in this world, as were all the tiny touchstones of uniform and protocol that the rest of the military swore by. These operators were professionals. They didn't need those parameters to do their jobs. Artists, as Schweitzer had been. "As you still are," Ninip said. "As we are together." "So this is him," the man said. Eldridge was unclipping his carabiner, stepping out of the helo cabin. "This is him. Let's get him briefed up." The men's eyes flowed over Schweitzer and Ninip's strange armor, their tinted visor, the modified weapons slung across their shoulders. "Looks like he's kitted up to go right now." "That's because he's ready to go right now," Eldridge replied. "If conditions are favorable to taking the target immediately, we're ready to jump as soon as he's processed the targeting package." The man nodded at Eldridge's words, but his eyes stayed locked on Schweitzer and Ninip's visor, as if his sight could bore through it. One of the Belgians padded silently forward, sniffing at Schweitzer and Ninip's toe. A moment later, its hair stood on end and it backed away, a deep growl sounding in its throat. The other dogs joined it, then set up a chorus of slavering barks, lunging at their leads. Ninip surged in answer, and their shared body trembled as Schweitzer fought him down. When the dogs could not be calmed, their handlers walked them, still barking, into the distance. The man now stared hard at Schweitzer, eyes slits. "You don't talk much, do you?" Eldridge opened his mouth to answer, but Schweitzer did the bellows dance with their dead lungs and throat. "No." The man jerked his head back at the croak, made to say something else, but Eldridge cut him off. "Please, Command wants this target actioned as soon as possible. We can't be delaying that because the chemical treatment in his armor frightens dogs. Let's get moving." The man looked as if he would say more, then reluctantly led the way to a long, low shack that sheltered in a deeper pool of darkness cast by the shadow of the peak. The shack and its interior were as familiar as a favorite chair, cheap plywood under a corrugated steel roof covered in sandbags. It was standard architecture for the kind of longer-term, temporary construction done by the Navy's construction battalions, the Seabees who had built pretty much every structure Schweitzer had ever slept in besides his own home. The smell of the cheap pine mixed with the standard smells of spent fuel, cordite, and alcohol-heavy hand sanitizer to evoke the world he'd known all his professional life. Cheap metal folding chairs ran in regimented rows before a roll-down projection screen. A laptop was hooked up to the projector, suspended from the ceiling, displaying the first of a set of PowerPoint slides. Op Nightshade was written across the top of the screen, the bottom scrolled with all the standard warnings, stating the classification level of the briefing and the dire consequences that would surely befall any who let those secrets slip. "What?" Ninip began. "Secrets," Schweitzer cut him off. "Always secrets." Ninip nodded. Apparently spycraft was as old a trade as warfighting. Jaweed paused at the doorway, his eyes ranging over the dark horizon, his brow creased, and a tenseness visible in his shoulders that made him look like a man expecting a blow. Ninip followed Schweitzer's gaze, slid into control of their shared nose, sniffed the air for Jaweed's scent. It was acrid and metallic, much like the smell of fear, but this was different, heart deep and longing. Eldridge took his elbow, whispered in his ear. Jaweed nodded, his shoulders slowly settling to level, then slumping in what looked like fatigue. He joined Schweitzer and Ninip as the three of them made their way to chairs in the back, took their seats. The smell began to fade, but Schweitzer clung to it, tried to envision it as a trail, much as he had with Sarah's perfume. He receded back into the darkness, envisioned the path stretching out, connecting him to Joweed. Where Sarah's perfume evoked the pink and crimson of the crushed rose petals she used to make her perfume, Joweed's worry was yellow and jagged, the sediment of chemical runoff, an emotional buildup of yellow cake uranium. Schweitzer pushed himself along it, reaching out for Joweed. "What's bugging you?" Joweed stiffened in the chair next to him, turned to look at him, eyes wide. Ninip swarmed up behind him, scrambling up the link to the sorcerer, reaching for him, ravenous. Joweed's eyes narrowed, and Schweitzer felt the man's concentration press inward, pushing back against them both before withdrawing totally as the connection was severed. "The fuck?" Schweitzer whirled on the djinn. Ninip said nothing, only reaching with disappointment for the trail Schweitzer had created. "You fucking ruined it. I didn't know it was two-way. He's only contacted us before." Ninip shrugged, but Schweitzer caught a flash of something from the presence, a child's sheepish, smiling guilt. And something else. A fleeting image from his connection with Joweed. A woman. A girl, really, no older than 17, dark eyes glittering, her long hair peeking out from beneath a dark blue headscarf. She was smiling shyly. A sister? A lost love? He reached deeper, but a man had stepped in front of the screen at the front of the display. He wore muddy blue jeans and a button-down flannel shirt, a ball cap sporting a subdued American flag packed down a tangle of unruly hair, dangling down along a patchy beard. A pistol occupied a hip holster, police style. He'd likely tangle the handle under his body armor if he ever tried to draw it in a fight. His fleshy neck and chin stood out in stark contrast to the hard angles of the men in the Pakistani uniforms. This was no operator. Intel. "Welcome to COP Garcia, sir. I'm Ty." His voice was deep, flat, the hard tones of a man trying hard to sound authoritative. While he lived, Schweitzer had been briefed by dozens of these types. They all talked with the same self-conscious, macho affectation. Ninip picked up on Schweitzer's disdain and sneered. "Lock it up," Schweitzer said. "This is our targeting package, and that's the expert on the target." Ty paused, unsure of how to proceed. This part of the briefing would usually consist of the team making small talk, letting them know how they were settling in, gently griping with their relief, or the base CO. It was the time to ask the new arrivals if they needed anything. But Schweitzer and Ninip had been there for a few minutes. They hadn't asked for rack time, or a bathroom, or something to drink. They'd walked their shared body into the room, sat down, carbine still slung and helmet firmly in place. Eldridge came to his rescue. "Thanks, Ty. I know this is an SOP, but we've been told to light a fire under this. Command wants us in the field right away. Our operator has all the necessaries locked up. He just needs briefed and deployed." "Right," Ty said. "So I just got the cable on you guys a few hours ago." "Secrecy is critical here," Eldridge said. One of the Americans in a Pakistani uniform folded his arms across his chest. "Says no team, just him." "Sorry, you are?" Eldridge asked. "Sergeant Major McIntyre, sir," the man said. "I'm ops here." "Got it," Eldridge said. "No team, just him. We just need eyes from the air and little birds on standby in case any of the bad guys bolt." McIntyre exchanged a look with his teammates, worked his tongue inside his cheek. Schweitzer realized he had a wad of chewing tobacco in there. He hadn't spit once since they'd landed. "Sir, we haven't hit that target for a reason. We don't have an exact count on the compound, but last count we were around." He looked to Ty for help. 50, Ty answered. 50 people overall. More than half of that's MAMs. M.A. Schweitzer cut the djinn off. Military-aged males. People who can fight back. Schweitzer could feel Ninip's grin in their shared darkness. "It's not a capture mission, Sergeant Major," Eldridge said. "Our man is going in to neutralize Nightshade and get out. Should simplify matters." "You're sending one guy in to do that?" McIntyre asked, arching an eyebrow. "There may be a lot of men in there, but he only has to kill one. Yeah, well, McIntyre said, whatever you've got going on here is none of my concern. Eldridge smiled, began to rise, nodding. But McIntyre wasn't finished. What is my concern is your guy getting himself neck-deep in shit and me having to send a fire team in to extract him. We're exposed here. Our hosts, and I use the term loosely, are reluctant at best. Your guy gets pinned down in a burned-out car, and the QRF-1 sent to get him out gets to join him. And all of a sudden, we've got a situation that's not exactly good for bilateral relations. This man is a sergeant major? Ninip asked, double-checking Schweitzer's memories. He does not make decisions for this. He's special ops, Schweitzer said. The rules are different for us. For them. I will never understand the way you fight. You have no order, no honor. Nothing one can call a way. Schweitzer smiled. Welcome to the modern world. Eldridge was standing now, dusting off the seat of his pants, putting his hand on Schweitzer and Ninip's shared elbow. I wouldn't worry about that, Eldridge said. He won't get pinned down, and you won't need to extract him. Can extract him, McIntyre said. I've made my concerns known all the way up to division. I am not risking the lives of my people by putting them on the ground in that compound, nor am I willing to risk our relationship with Pakistan by bombing it. Your boy goes in, he's on his own. Schweitzer felt something stir deep in his soul. Those words might have come directly from Chief Ahmed. Eldridge's smile widened. That's just how he likes it. Chapter 18. Honey, I'm home. Chang had to fight against the instinct to run once he cleared the compound gate and made his way through the rest of the base to his car. The unease had settled in his stomach, curdled into something darker, until he swore he could imagine Ahmed slinking up behind him, eyes slits of rage, teeth bared, a wire garrote in her hands. He fell into an old breathing exercise he'd been taught at SQT. In, count to 4. Out. In, count to 4. Out. Most times it helped almost instantly, but now it only made him short of breath, his vision narrowing and his knees feeling weak. It was the wound. God damn that stupid fucking lung. He comforted himself by watching the foot traffic by the PX as he passed it. Families shopping for groceries, fathers taking their children to pick out toys. All the trappings of a normal world, where nobody substituted pig ashes for those of your cherished friend. He knew it meant nothing, but it helped, and the darkness had receded to the edges of his mind by the time he reached his car. He allowed himself one moment of franticness, whipping open the door and looking over his shoulder. Nobody. A breeze made a crumpled plastic wrapper into a tumbleweed, bouncing along past his foot. A few seagulls cried hopefully above a green metal dumpster. He sighed and flung himself into the driver's seat, his hand dropping down to brush the side of the plastic pelican case he kept beneath it. He fumbled for the catch and opened it, let his hand brush the smooth surface of the .45 caliber 1911 pattern pistol he kept in an operational state, one round in the chamber and ready to go. As soon as his fingers touched the metal, his heart slowed, his breathing coming more easily, some of the sense of dread subsiding. He exhaled and let his hand drift deeper, feeling the screws in the wood grain handle pressing against his palm, the reassuring touch of a mother, a lethal reminder that, come what may, he could handle it. He shook his head and pulled out his phone, dialed before he knew what he was doing, and lifted it to his ear. Soft, echoing chimes went on long enough for him to know that Sarah wasn't answering. Her voicemail was the old Sarah, before Jim's death, her voice confident and a little playful. Hi, I know the automated greeting just wasted a few seconds of your life, so I figured I'd waste a few more. Thanks for having a sense of humor. Chang smiled. Sarah never ceased to amaze him. She gave the world the middle finger and embraced it simultaneously. She lived life entirely on her own terms. Who the hell else could go nose to nose with the mighty James Schweitzer and bring him to heel? God, how he loved her. Hey, he stopped himself before saying, babe, but only just. Hey, Sarah, it's Steve. I talked to Chief, and there's some mix-up. She's looking into it now, and we'll get to the bottom of it. They're all really shocked and sorry. He'd made that last bit up, but he figured it would help her to hear it. Anyway, this is getting long, but I'm coming over. I want to finish our conversation, and not about Jim's ashes this time. We need to talk about us. If you're out, I'll wait. See you in a few. He hung up, put the phone in his pocket, and started the car. As he turned the key, his adrenaline-amped senses screamed at him. You forgot to check the car for bombs. It's going to explode. But the engine hummed into life even as he shook briefly from the dump of adrenaline. Jesus, he said out loud. That sort of thing wasn't uncommon for any warfighter who'd served in combat, but the uneasiness of his encounter with Ahmed and Biggs had exacerbated it. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, shook his head, and got on the road. The tires set up a heartbeat rhythm as he moved over the concrete seams of I-64. The highway passed him over the bridges that dotted the Five Cities area, an improbable collection of minor population centers sprouted haphazardly in a maze of swamps, inlets, and sunken peninsulas. As darkness came on in earnest, he rolled down the window and smelled the salt air, the slight tang of garbage and creosote that spoke of the complicated berms, floodgates, and drainage ditches that made human habitation here possible. They were nasty smells, but they were familiar, and that was a comfort. He didn't bother to turn on the radio, and instead let the night sounds of peeping frogs and the racing wind lull him. He felt almost normal again as he turned off the highway onto the tree-lined local road that would lead him to Sarah's, tapping on his brights to pierce through the thick darkness, made blacker by the tunnel of trees that seemed to shroud the lane, making it a narrow corridor of civilization through a primeval wood. He slowed a bit to take the sharp turns, and also on the off chance that some overeager Portsmouth cop might pull him over. They might have let him go if he were in uniform, but it was unlikely now. The thrumming of the air through the window and the familiar shadows of the neighborhood put the whole situation in context. He needed to be reasonable. Occam's razor. What was the simplest explanation? That Ahmed and Biggs were shocked and embarrassed by the screw-up? That it was an awkward exchange to begin with, given his decision to get out? That he'd gotten a little freaked out for no reason? Or did it make more sense to believe there was a conspiracy at work here? He smiled, hoping the expression would force the dread out of him, but it hung on in the corner of his mind, a sick spike in his gut, so slight that he could almost believe he imagined it. Almost. Fuck it, he said, bending to turn the radio on. He made sure the road was clear before allowing his eyes to flick to the scan button, pressing it in the hopes of finding some Motown in the midst of the ocean of preaching, gospel, and country music that dominated the airwaves in this area. He tapped the button, looked back up the road as clear as before, the reflective paint of the stripes sliding along to his left. He drove for a full minute before he realized that the radio hadn't come on. No music, no static, nothing. He glanced down to see the digital numbers racing past, running up to the top of the FM spectrum before starting again at the bottom, which meant it couldn't find a signal. The fuck? He glanced over his shoulder, but the antenna was intact and extended, nodding in the breeze like a pillar on the verge of toppling over. He punched the radio lightly. Nothing. The sense of dread came roaring back into him, stronger than before, as if it had only waited for the moment to pounce. He slowed down, the feeling mounting to panic before sliding into the calm alertness that always came over him in a crisis. Jim had called it bullet time in deference to some video game, but it seemed that time slowed, his heightened awareness allowing him to note the waving of individual branches, the tiny flicker in his headlights. His peripheral vision expanded until he could feel the darkness at the side of the road clamoring up the berm to either side of the road, as if it resented the light and noise his vehicle made, sought to swallow them to purify the gloom. Chang steered with his knees, his hand instinctively dropping back to the unlocked Pelican case, feeling for the handle of the pistol. His mind clicked from hunch to certainty. Something was wrong. Something was dangerous. It was time to get off the X. And that is when he saw the man. He emerged from the woods, galloping on all fours like a silverback gorilla, head turned toward the headlights, coming level with the bumper before he leapt to his feet with the agility of a circus acrobat. Chang only had time to take in the color of the man's naked body, the gray-white of a beached fish, long after the sun had its way with whatever color had marked its living scales. The man stepped fully in front of the car, mouth opening, issuing a groan that sounded at once pained and angry, and Chang hauled the wheel to his left, crossing the empty oncoming lane and brushing the guardrail, sending a shower of sparks that would have done a metalworker proud. Chang knew better than to pump the brakes, applying gentle pressure until he felt the pedal tap gently against his foot as the anti-lock mechanism engaged. He pulled the wheel back right, but the mud at the top of the berm had his tire now, hauling him by his momentum deeper and deeper into the woods. A gap in the guardrail opened briefly on his left, and the front of his vehicle swung into the empty space, a horse making a break for the hole in the fence. He tried the wheel again, felt the car slide further, then cursed and turned into the slide, the vehicle just missing the next guardrail segment, catching the metal against his right headlight, which exploded in a spray of colored glass. The remaining headlight did its level best to give him a good view of the ground sloping down the berm and the near-solid wall of tree trunks just beyond. Chang abandoned attempts to steer, brought his forearms up to cover his face, locking his elbows against the wheel, jerking himself forward in his seatbelt, forcing the locking mechanism to engage. He closed his eyes. Bang! The thunderclap sounded just below a sound like paper crumpling and an ocean wave breaking at the same time. He felt the air outside rush in, powdered glass spalling across his forearms as the windshield shattered. The seatbelt suddenly dug into his chest and gut, a malevolent constrictor snake that made his wounded chest scream. His head whipped forward and down, a motion that would surely have damaged his neck if he hadn't braced his face against his forearms. There was a smell of gasoline, melted plastic, and the wet night air. The engine died with a cough and a high screech as a rubber belt gave way and spun off its wheel. Then, silence. Chang opened his eyes. The remaining headlight had dimmed, showing the edge of a tree that now neatly bisected the front of his car, the fractured radiator bent around it, liquid spraying up in weaker and weaker pulses, a heart bleeding out its last. Beyond the light was a solid wall of darkness, the slow rise of night sounds already filling the vacuum left by the stilling of the engine. Crickets chirping, frogs calling for mates, beetles foraging for food. The natural world raced in on his moment of weakness, answering the panicked crash with peace and softness. Chang felt the temptation to be lulled by it, to lean back into his seat and give the fog in his mind a moment to clear. But the alertness he'd conjured just before the crash came surging back. A nude man stepped deliberately in front of your car. There was something wrong with the way he looked. He can't be more than a few hundred feet behind you. Get off the X. Go. Bullet time again. Chang's hand dropping down, yanking the handle of the Pelican case as his other hand thumbed the button on his seatbelt. The button depressed halfway, then stopped dead, the tongue stubbornly holding fast. He yanked once, the nylon still tight across his chest, then moved his hand to his pocket, pulling out the knife and flicking it open in one smooth motion, the click sounding loud and alien in the midst of the rising night sounds. A duller knife would have taken some time, but even a lousy seal kept his honed to razor sharpness. He slid the blunt edge along his belly, working the blade behind the seatbelt, and cut it in a single swipe. His weight was already leaning hard to the left, and he rolled out of the car and came up in a crouch in the thick mud at the base of the berm, his back solidly covered by the uneven hardness of the tree trunk behind him. He threw the knife down blade first into the dirt and flipped open the case, pistol and tactical light almost leaping into his grip. And then he was ready. His mind was clear, his situational awareness as good as it would get. Whatever that fucker had hoped to do to him, he was going to have one hell of a fight making it happen. Chang raised the pistol, bracing the backs of his hands against one another, tactical light pointed outward in his left hand, thumb flicking it on. The tension of his hand stabilized his firing platform, his eyes falling naturally onto the gun sights, his finger indexed gently above the trigger guard. All in a single smooth motion, in the space of a few breaths. Silent, expert, professional. Maybe not such a bad seal after all. He didn't waste time with threats, idiot shouts of "who goes there?" That would give away his position. His light flooded the side of the berm, washed up to the road's edge, confirmed that so far no one had followed him to the crash site. Then the light was off, and he was moving, defying anyone homing in on the illumination to locate him. He crab-walked sideways along the tree line, back up to the road, feeling the comforting brush of the tree branches across his shoulders. Not cover, but concealment at least. He slid sideways, up the road toward where the man had appeared. He briefly considered running into the darkness behind him, but knew it was a fool's temptation. The woods went on for miles, a pitch-dark run of ankle-turning mud puddles and tree roots with no sign of human habitation. Whatever was going on here, it wanted to work in the dark of the woods. His best chance was to stick to the road, where the chance existed that a passing state trooper or someone out for a late-night milk run might stumble on the wreck and call for help. After he'd gone at least 30 feet from his last position, he froze, listening. He didn't risk the light again. He strained his ears, sorting out the animal sounds from the distant call of waves breaking on the shoreline, borne on the gentle but rising breeze. The air was a gentle rushing sound, the soft, damp swishing he'd come to know from years in the tidewater. Suddenly, the rushing accelerated, as if the wind strained to accommodate a large object shooting through it. Chang had heard that sound before as he sheltered in place on a blasted hillside in Afghanistan. Indirect fire. A rocket. He got low, crouching almost prone. If it was a rocket, he had no hope of outrunning it. The most he could hope for was for the shrapnel to pass overhead. But it wasn't a rocket. The dark silhouette of a man was outlined against the lighter gray of the starlit sky, hurtling through the air to land with a crunch on the hood of Chang's car, his weight driving it down nearly a foot, crouching deeply and gracefully as a gymnast, arms out to his sides. The man from the road, naked, showing no sign of pain from landing barefooted on the broken roof of a car. He jumped. He jumped across hundreds of feet of road. He'd practically flown. Panic and disbelief swarmed in the pit of Chang's stomach, but his training answered, surging through him and pushing it back down, keeping him suspended in the state of hyper-alertness, of focused calm. Later, his mind told him. You can sort it out later. For now, stop the threat. The man crouched on the roof, then raised his chin, sniffed the air. His head sawed unerringly in Chang's direction, a low growl emanating from his throat, sounding more Rottweiler than human. Scary, sure, but the man made a perfect target, silhouetted against the night sky, spreading long-fingered hands to give Chang a perfect center line for his shot. He dropped his eyes back onto his gun sights and thumbed the button on the light. If that fucker was to die, let him die blind. But the light washed over his target, and Chang's battle bubble popped. The man's corpse-gray skin nearly reflected the light back at him, waxy and hairless as a store mannequin. It was crisscrossed with tiny scars, with yellow-white stitches clinging stubbornly to 3 puckered mounds over his left pectoral. Chang recognized them as gunshot wounds, carelessly sewn closed in the manner of an undertaker preparing a corpse for burial, knowing the rough work would be covered by clothing. The shape of the man's body showed Chang he was male, though his manhood had been cut away. The sight stitched shut with the same sloppy carelessness. Horns sprouted from his head, uneven spikes of bone, piercing the skin of his scalp, matched by a broken mountain range of spines running down his back. What Chang had assumed were long fingers were claws, as if the bones of his hand had sprouted tapered branches, making him a thing of spikes, a human porcupine. Across his chest, marred by the wound scars, was the faded remains of a tattoo, an eagle, wings spread, perched proudly above crossed cannons on a waving American flag. A banner scrolled beneath, duty, honor, country. The man growled again, his jaw unhinging like a snake's, his gray tongue lolling out a foot long, weaving in Chang's direction like a sentient thing. His eye sockets were hollow, gray pits. Whatever meat had resided in those depths was long gone. In its place Twin gold flames flickered, tiny balls of metallic, malevolent fire. The panic surged in Cheng again, an electric jolt up his spine, the tiny muscles along its length seizing in horror, his brain sparking as it tried to wrap around what it was seeing. A flood of words selected and discarded in an instant. Zombie, ghoul, wraith, devil. Cheng's conscious mind reeled. His subconscious mind did what it was trained to do. Devil or not, it had a man's shape, and he knew how to kill men. The target went blurry. The front sight post came into clear focus, and Cheng snapped the trigger back 3 times. The gun kicked, but he held it steady, his solid frame pushing it back into place between each shot, eyes never leaving the jumping sights. The fear and amazement must have been getting to him. The first shot came in low, punching through the top of the man's sternum, just under the hollow of his throat. But the next 2 shots impacted where Cheng had intended, the first holing the man's gray Adam's apple, and the second pushing through his eye socket to explode out the back of his skull, carrying scraps of skin and fragments of bone with it. 45 caliber rounds packed a hell of a punch. The man's head snapped back, and he practically somersaulted off the car's roof, landing with a thud behind it. Cheng wasn't dumb enough to race around the vehicle. Instead, he dropped prone in the mud, lining up for another shot before flashing his light through the undercarriage. The white beam flooded over mud and clumps of grass. No body. Nothing. The whooshing sound again. Cheng looked up just in time to see the man hurtling down toward him. He launched himself back, stumbling to his feet as the man landed, swiping out with one clawed hand, sharp bone tips of his claws singeing through his shirt, tracing shallow, bloody lines across Cheng's chest. This close, Cheng could see the bloodless black entry wounds his rounds had made. The bullet had passed through the empty eye socket without affecting the gold flame that flickered there, dancing hypnotically as the man turned his head to follow Cheng's movements. Cheng's brain had now switched monikers. Thing. Creature. Whatever this was, it wasn't a man. He raised the pistol again, but the thing stepped forward quicker than a cat and brought its forearm down like an iron bar on his wrist. He felt the bones snap, his body barely registering the pain in the rush of adrenaline. The gun went tumbling from his limp hand. And now his training betrayed him. His conscious mind understood that the thing before him didn't respond to the tools in his toolbox. A high-powered round through the eye wouldn't put it down. The only thing to do now was run. But his body wouldn't let him. Years of training had put it on autopilot so that all he could do was stand and watch himself as he stepped into the attack, close as a lover, hooking 2 of his fingers over the thing's sternum, pushing in and pulling down, seeking the nerve cluster that he knew would have no effect because the thing was dead, and pain was nothing more than a distant notion. His knuckles rocked into the entry wound as his fingers sank deeply enough that a living man would have dropped screaming in pain. But of course, the thing showed no reaction, leaning casually aside and forward, the extended jaw clamping over his shoulder, the mouth bone dry. He felt the teeth sink into him, grinding against the bone beneath. No man's teeth were that long, that sharp. It gave a quick jerk of its head, like a hunting cat, and Cheng felt hot blood spray up his neck. His arm went numb. His blood. His arm. Nonetheless, his body was in full control now, the training driving him even as his conscious mind acknowledged the fact that it was useless, that he had lost, that a dead thing could not be killed. He twisted, feeling the flesh of his shoulder tear, ripping clean of its mouth, the agony still a distant thing. He rolled across its shoulder, bringing his elbow down hard against its short ribs, felt the satisfying crack beneath that would have put any living man out of the fight. His face slid along the thing's triceps. It smelled of hospital antiseptic and something spicy that reminded him of the Arab souks he'd been to in Qatar, Yemen, and Oman. The thing lifted its arm, and Cheng saw a dark scrawl down its side. He couldn't read it in the dark, but he knew it was tattooed lettering, blood type and serial number. He had it too. Most operators did. Not just a zombie of one of his own. And then his body did register the pain, and the claws slid up under his ribcage, rising through his lungs, his heart, beyond. He felt the hand follow drilling into the wound, and all his strength suddenly left him. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. His knees buckled, and he sagged in the creature's arms. It held him like a baby, its face hovering over his own, close enough that he should have been able to smell its breath. But it wasn't breathing. The gold flames of its eyes bored into his own, and it croaked something, a few words in a language that sounded like Hebrew, garbled and truncated, wind blown through an ancient chimney. His vision went gray, collapsing into a tunnel that shut out all except those twin burning fires. His mind clung to a single thought, that he had been going somewhere, that this losing fight was all the more a tragedy because it had stopped him from something important that he needed to do. Sarah, he thought as he slid further into the dark, even the light of the golden fires fading. Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry. Chapter 19. Alive. Schweitzer and Ninip went in on foot. The helo set them down around 3 clicks out, on a slope of broken scree that spoke of a rock slide in months past. The larger stones had all been carried off, which let Schweitzer know that there was a settlement nearby. If his memory served him, it was likely to be farther up the slope, back to a harder piece of the mountain, hidden and defensible. Bring up the map again, Schweitzer sent to Joeid. His vision went white as the sorcerer reached out to him, channeling his own vision of the screen in the briefing room. Schweitzer could see Ty out of the corner of Joeid's eye, looking at the sorcerer with something akin to fear. Beyond him, the screen showed a drone's camera image of a large compound. It was built around a low house of at least 3 stories, judging from the tiered balconies. A higher wall ringed the open space beyond it, enclosing 2 smaller buildings and 2 towers. White dots clustered in a corner, goats most likely. A few darker points were likely people. Cars were parked in neat rows just outside one of the gates. The bodies glowed bright white in the thermal imaging lens. 2 of the cars glowed white up front, the heat from their running engines lighting them up for the camera. The building corners glowed in stark relief, so brightly in some spots that Schweitzer could tell where the generators were stored. All save one. A long rectangular building, certainly a single story, was nestled alongside the main building's side, ringed with what Schweitzer guessed was tall fencing. It was pitch black. That's where they're storing the bodies, he said to Ninip. It's refrigerated. He could feel the djinn's impatience, but Ninip was slowly learning the benefit of taking his partner's counsel. Why are they trafficking in corpses? Perhaps they have their own Gemini cell. Eldridge did say there were other sorcerers besides Joeid. Maybe there's another program, more operators like us. Ninip mused as they trudged along a ridge, keeping to the far side and just out of sight. Us against another pairing with an ancient soul of its own. That would be a worthy contest. Yeah, well, hopefully that's not what we're running into here. You hope for strange things. Schweitzer could feel the djinn's hunger rising as they closed on the target. Schweitzer kept their shared ears tuned, the incredible fidelity filtering through a sea of sounds. The wind sighed along the ridge. Insects foraged in the scrub grass. He could hear the high whining of the drone's tiny engine, kilometers above them, the whispered conversation of the men back at the grounded helo. Somewhere to the northeast, a jackrabbit stomped its foot to warn of approaching danger. Schweitzer listened for a moment before deciding that it was at least a kilometer away. Ninip ranged over the map as well, and Schweitzer was surprised to see him struggling with his own impulses, trying to consider the best breach point. We should go in from the back of the main building, the djinn suggested. The wall looks high there. There are no windows that I can see, and it is taller than the towers. It's not taller than the towers, Schweitzer said. You have to get used to looking at this kind of imagery. It's deceptive. You need to count balconies. Anyway, that's an awning. He flashed Ninip a slice of the image, a light gray patch on top of the building's roof, closest to the far wall. If they're at all security conscious, they've got men underneath it. Then we will kill them. Ninip couldn't resist falling back on his old habits. Sure, we can, and wake up the whole damn place in the process. Here's where we go in. He indicated a long stretch of wall farthest away from the towers, just opposite the refrigerated building. Eyeballing it from the top down, he put it at around 30 feet. Easy day. Normally we'd have to blow a hole in the wall, bring the whole place down on us. Now we can just jump over. Ninip was already flashing images of slaughter, the presence quivering with anticipation of the hunt. Schweitzer felt the infectious thrill, the temptation to give the djinn rein, to lose himself in the gory dance. Why bother acting the part of the hard operator when his body wasn't his own anymore? There were only two marriages for him now, either to the feral monster who shared his body, or to the legions of screaming dead in the void beyond. It was a familiar set of choices that any seal was long used to, bad or worse, frying pan or fire. Despair and panic rose in him, stubbornly sticking in spite of his attempt to put them off with the old drill. Tip the hat, do the job. Ninip, lost in his frenzy, didn't bother to try to stop Schweitzer as he reached behind the armor and pulled out the engraved dog tags, looking at the outlines of his family's faces, smiling as if the world were a wonderful place where all you loved wasn't snatched away from you in an instant. The lines seemed clearer still, some of the rust shaken off against their chest. He forced their dead lungs to draw a breath, deep and long, like he had used to. Ninip growled at the sight of the dog tags, began to resist, forcing the arm down. Schweitzer let him, focusing on the breath, the old reflexes, muscles moving, tissue expanding and contracting. He almost felt alive. Which was why this was better, not for the chance at revenge, not for justice, but because it was what Sarah would do. Because it was the best chance to visit his family's grave someday, to see people inhaling and exhaling as he had just done. To hear voices speaking, music playing, to turn pages and stretch limbs. It wasn't life. But it was as close to a second chance as he'd ever get. And if the price of that was that he kept doing the job he loved all his life, with just the one added task of keeping a muzzle on this rabid dog inside him, well, that wasn't so bad. There was still a ways to go before the compound, and Schweitzer found himself wondering about Jaweed's village. Was it close by here? Did it have the same broken landscape? He tried to remember the images of the burning wreckage of Jaweed's home that the sorcerer had shown him when he'd first awakened into his new life. He felt a stirring as the channel opened up between him and Jaweed, as it had when he sat in the COP waiting for Ty to begin the briefing. "You are learning," Jaweed said. "You can reach out to me now." Ninip stirred, began to sniff at the channel linking them, but Schweitzer didn't want to lose this chance to speak to the sorcerer and shoved the djinn sharply back. "I've always been a fast learner. I saw a girl last time, Jaweed. You were thinking about her. Who was she?" Grief filtered through the channel between them, but Jaweed only sighed. "That's lost to me now." Ninip said the same damn thing. "I gave you your answer," the djinn snarled. "Leave the goat herd in peace." "He is right," Jaweed said. "Focus on the op." "Jaweed, we've got another click to cover at least before we reach the compound. And I can hear a rabbit taking a dump in the next valley over. Nobody is going to catch me with my pants down." "There is no sense in looking over our shoulders," Jaweed said, sounding angry now. "The past is the past." "You still sound just like Ninip. What is with you guys? You were both human beings. Hell, you still are." "I am not," the djinn groused. "Do not compare me to that pathetic lot." "But you were," Schweitzer said. "What the hell happened to him, Jaweed? Is this what magic does to you? Turned you into dried-up, bitter douchebag? Because I don't see that happening to me." "The void, the soul storm, is magic," Jaweed said. "It is the wellspring, the source. I brought Ninip back just after you died. While your soul was still tied to your body, when Ninip came back, so did you." "So?" "So the void is a cauldron of magic. You soak in it. It goes into you, changes you. It makes the soul of a man something else. The longer you soak, the more you change. And when I bring the soul back, the magic comes with it. Schweitzer thought of the horns, the claws, the burning silver of their eyes. How long exactly was Ninip soaking in the soul storm? Before you brought him back? Schweitzer asked. A long time, the djinn said. A very long time, Jawid agreed. The longest of any djinn I have ever known. And what is the root of our strength? Ninip said. Would it happen to me? Schweitzer asked. If I soaked in the void long enough? It is happening to you, Jawid replied. You are steeping in the magic as we speak. It comes to you through the djinn. I am your cauldron now, Ninip said. Schweitzer thought of Ninip's talk of an addiction to slaughter that was stronger than pure heroin. You've got the wrong guy, Schweitzer said. You two can chuck your humanity in the trash all you want. I am James Schweitzer, and that is never going to change. You will learn, Ninip said, and Jawid sighed and closed the channel between them. As the ridge finally gave way to arid plain, Schweitzer dropped them into a low crawl, pushing back against Ninip's desire to run toward the compound. He shifted their vision into the infrared, seeing the faint heat outlines of a trio of jackals prowling about a click out, the tiniest wavering lightness indicating the compound in the distance. Eyes on, he sent to Jawid. Approaching from the northeast, entry on target at Point Bravo. Roger, Jawid sent back. The military radio jargon sounded silly coming from him, with his beard and robes. A moment later, he came back with, Overhead reports no pickets in your zone of approach. I already knew that, Schweitzer thought, but didn't send as they rose to a crouch and began to make their way more quickly toward the wall. The jackals lifted their heads, sniffed the air in his direction, bolted the opposite way. Ninip swung the carbine onto their back and forced them down on all fours, loping along like an ape. It was faster than the duck walk, so Schweitzer didn't bother trying to wrest control back. A moment later, Jawid came back, his voice wooden, repeating words someone was saying to him. Adjust your approach to the east. Enter at Point Delta. Schweitzer pictured the map. Delta marked the back of the building, what Ninip had wanted. There's an awning up there, Schweitzer said. That approach is covered. Negative. You're misreading the imagery. That's your approach. Fuck that, not doing it. Command has called Point Delta as the app. I heard you the first time, I'm not doing it, fire me. Being dead had its upside. Ninip moved them across the intervening distance, allowed Schweitzer to slow them back into the crouch, then finally rose from it, steady stepping to the base of the wall, carbine at the low ready. He could see the heat signatures in the nearest tower, but the man wasn't looking his way, or if he was, Schweitzer and Ninip were lost in the thick shadows that swarmed the plain. They crouched and sprang, watched the wall lengthen then shrink as they crested it, landing in a light crouch that barely hinted at their impact. Their peripheral vision caught the man in the nearer tower. The enemy had tied a shemagh around his face to keep the blowing dust out, and the light-colored baggy tunic and trousers reflected the starlight, obviating Schweitzer's need for infrared vision. An enormous anti-material rifle was slung across his chest, a high-end nightscope perched on its Picatinny rail. Expensive stuff, and 100% American manufacture. Schweitzer filed the information away, sighted and fired. The carbine emitted only a dry click, and the man gave a single short gasp as the back of his head came off, arcing out over the tower before clearing the wall and falling to the ground. The rest of him dropped, disappearing behind the tower's low railing. Schweitzer and Ninip crouched, listening to see if the shot had been heard, the casualty seen. The only sound seemed peaceful enough, a muttered conversation between a man and a woman, a low horsepower motor running steadily, goats in the courtyard crowding together for warmth. He was beginning to believe that all was clear when Ninip asserted himself, forcing control of their limbs and leaping out over the tower railing, claws extending. "No, you fucking idiot!" he shouted at the djinn. The ground was already rushing up at them. He glanced about wildly, trying to assess the layout. Heat signatures flashed by far too quickly for him to fix any one of them. And then, solidity under their feet, crunching, then soft, liquid spraying around him, a high, inhuman wail sounding up between his legs. They'd landed on a goat. Ninip was even now driving a fist down into its skull, cutting the wail short. The rest of the goats were scattering in all directions, bleeding madly. Ninip snapped their teeth at one of them, breaking through the chin strap and knocking the helmet askew. Schweitzer raised one shared hand to rip it off and cast it aside while Ninip took control of the other, lashing out and slashing through one goat's hindquarters, spraying blood and sending the animal screaming, dragging its limp hindquarters along the ground. "Congratulations, you've maimed a goat," Schweitzer said. But the djinn was senseless in his search for slaughter, and Schweitzer found himself yanking back on him to keep them from racing after the nearest animal, whose voice was joining the terrific noise that now echoed through the courtyard. The first shot caught them in the back of their right shoulder, coming in from a high angle that told him the shooter was in the other tower. There was the weird sensation of the liquid against their skin suddenly going brick hard, and then they were rolling face down through the dust as the force of the high-powered round bowled them over. Ninip howled and spun them back to their feet, the heat signature of the shooter flaring in Schweitzer's vision. He swung the carbine back around and raised it to fire. But before he could draw a bead, Ninip crouched them deeply and leapt so high and long that Schweitzer briefly thought the djinn's magic had enabled them to fly. For a moment, Schweitzer thought they would fall short by inches, slam face first into the tower's side. But then he felt their shared fingertips catch on the railing's lip, gain purchase, haul them up until their boots came down on solid footing. Their enemy was backpedaling to the far railing, his rifle hanging between his legs, barrel tangling in his baggy pantaloons. Ninip grinned, reached out with one shared finger, the bone spike entering the man's eye, pushing through. Schweitzer could feel the brief resistance of the back of his skull before it gave way, and the man went suddenly limp. A rag hung on the clothesline of their claw. The djinn whipped their shared hand to the side, and the man flew from the tower, landing with a dull thud among the panicked goats below. Shouts from the main building now. Ninip answered them with a shout of his own, deep and primal, their jaw unhinging, horns and spines sprouting, the thick tongue lolling out. The monster in full form. "Enemy in contact, shots fired," Schweitzer passed along to Jaweed. "We're dynamic." "Roger," Jaweed replied. "Do not engage any targets but Nightshade." Ninip was already making them leap, clearing the tower's edge, angling for the nearest balcony of the main building. Schweitzer knew they were going to miss it before they'd gone a quarter of the distance, watched the wall rise up as they fell, figures rushing to the balcony's edge, pointing, aiming weapons. He looked down just in time to see the long building beneath them, dark and cold, the low thrumming of a refrigeration unit sounding from the roof. The flimsy surface gave way as soon as they slammed into it, thin metal parting to drop them onto the concrete pad below. The concrete held, the slight spring indicating the rubber pad beneath it that would protect the building against the cracking and shifting of the dry ground below. Expensive work, requiring skilled labor. Ninip sniffed the air, smelled no life, snarled. Schweitzer looked around the room, a nasty familiarity dawning in him at the sight of the stainless steel racks, the puddled shadows, the chemical smell of embalming fluid. The space was roughly the same size as the shipping container he'd seen the night before his death. Only 3 bodies lay still and silent, gray skin in a field of rough scars where mortal wounds had been stitched closed. 2 were male, 1 female, all with the Kushite features that told Schweitzer they were likely Pakistanis or Waziristani locals. And then Ninip's lust for blood rolled through him like a tide, launching them backward and around until they crashed through the door and back out into the courtyard. 2 men rushed toward them, firing rifles from the hip, undisciplined bursts of panicked fire that were in no danger of hitting their target. Ninip's bloodlust became so intense that it blotted out Schweitzer's vision, an orgasm in every dead nerve in his body, sweeping him under as the Jinn took control of their shared body and rushed the enemy, decapitating one with a sweep of their claws and pinning the other to the ground through his knee, eliciting a shriek of agony that reverberated through the inner space the Jinn and Schweitzer shared. Schweitzer and Ninip floated on the sound. Delicious music. Schweitzer struggled to free himself, come back to his senses, but the bloodlust was so intense that he lost the boundary between his own consciousness and the desire to kill, to drink in the screams of the dying, to taste the coppery tang of their blood. "It steals men's hearts, drives them like cattle," Ninip had said. "Blood is the pulse of life. You do not realize that it drives you with an even greater force than this heroin." Ninip lunged, pushing Schweitzer to the edge of their shared space, and this time he didn't fight, couldn't, staggering and drunk, heedless of the void beyond. Ninip pressed their opponent to the ground, twisting the claws in his knee, slowly tearing his leg in half. The man cried out now, words that Schweitzer couldn't begin to try to understand, as his entire being vibrated to the intoxicating screams. Ninip moved their hand to grab the man's face, turning it toward them, staring into their enemy's eyes and reveling in the terror written there. And then the Jinn leaned their shared head forward, jaw stretching wide, and the screaming stopped with a snap. Light flickered from a small square window in the side of the building. Light, dark light. Figures moving in front of an incandescent bulb, more screaming, high and distant, women, maybe children. Ninip lifted their head to look up at it. Schweitzer could feel the rent meat of the man's throat sliding down their chest, red threads drooling from the corners of their mouth. He fought to keep from shivering with pleasure, tried to drag himself a millimeter back toward his humanity. Ninip barked something and set off running. Schweitzer felt a hiss of air as a round streaked past their ear, the fluid sheer solid as another grazed their thigh, and then Ninip was making them jump again, stretching their hands out over their head, their legs behind, a diver moving in reverse, up into the sky. Ninip turned them gracefully, the momentum carrying their body through the window. He tucked their chin, rolling across the floor, popping up into a crouch, spinning the forgotten carbine in its sling out of the way of their hands. The screaming of the goats had been nothing. The tight quarters of the Spartan room reflected high-pitched terror at them, their amplified hearing sorting through the sounds, pinning down individual voices. For a moment, Schweitzer was reminded of the chaos waiting for him in the storm of souls. The thought was sobering, granting him a fraction more sense of self. He pushed deeper into the shared space, grounding himself to resist the Jinn, and realized he would have to stop him right now. The room held 3 women, none of them over 20, and at least twice as many young children, now dashing behind the skirts of their mothers or sisters or cousins. The girls' faces were tear-stained, eyes wide with terror. Schweitzer had seen scenes like this on every op he'd run in this area. The scum whose actions merited a visit from the SEALs always bedded down with women and children, knowing that it was a better defense against American forces than any hardened bunker. Ninip coiled to spring. Schweitzer tried to shrug off some of his torpidity, forcing himself into control of their shared limbs. He didn't stand a chance. The Jinn's blood was up, the thrill of the hunt singeing through him, while Schweitzer was still drunk on the heady sensation of violence and endless power. The Jinn launched them forward, breaking through what little resistance Schweitzer offered as easily as a fist through paper. The girl before them stumbled backward, reaching out to yank on a cheap table, moving it into their path. They tripped over it, claws slicing through air, bare inches from the girl's nose. The rest of the children scattered. The girl backed away, alone, until she hit the wall hard enough for her head to rebound, her eyes huge and red-rimmed, cheeks wet. Schweitzer could smell the salt tang of her tears. It was intoxicating. He could feel phantom saliva in their dry mouth. Ninip paused to revel in her helpless terror. Schweitzer feebly yanked against the Jinn, akin to hauling on a mountain in his drunken state. He watched in open horror as Ninip slowly lifted their shared clawed hand, reached for the girl's neck. and suddenly, she was dancing, red flowers blooming across her chest, spraying across the wall. Schweitzer felt their armor go hard as rounds tore into it, staggering them a few steps forward until they pinned the girl against the wall, looking into her eyes, the terror gone from them now, staring sightlessly into the distance as her death rattle sounded. Ninip made them toss her corpse aside, whirl to face the new threat. One of the boys, Schweitzer guessed he was about 9, stood holding a smoking assault rifle. It was a cheap Chinese knockoff of the old Russian favorite, long, curving magazine straining the boy's scrawny arm. The sling trailed at his feet. He was awkward, gangly, all scabs and sharp angles, the kind of boy that Patrick would have become if he'd lived. The thought should have made Schweitzer angry, vengeful, but it didn't. It wouldn't bring his son back. Nothing would. The sadness was sobering. He shook himself and leapt after Ninip, trying anew to drag the djinn aside. The boy ignored them. His eyes were locked over their shoulder, on the result of his attempt to shoot Schweitzer and Ninip in the back. The body of his sister, or his mother, slid down the wall, leaving a sheet of trailing gore as she went. "Kur!" the boy sobbed, dropping the gun as if it had turned into a poisonous snake. "Kur!" Ninip made them lunge. Schweitzer's rage galvanized. He leapt at the djinn with everything he had, hauling the presence back from control of their body, stopping them cold. The djinn raged and pushed, but their shared form only shook. He battered against Schweitzer, trying to break free, then suddenly stilled, silent. The silence troubled Schweitzer more than the insensate rage. It meant the djinn was thinking. Schweitzer reached out to try to read those thoughts as the djinn turned on him, not battering him out of their shared body this time, but assaulting his senses with imagery of slaughter. It was a pastiche of horror, a flood of still images ranging across time. Here was a man Ninip had tied to a wagon frame, his executioner working with a curved skinning knife, slowly and deliberately. Here was a woman buried up to her chest, her head slowly deforming into a red slurry beneath a growing mound of stones. The visuals were accompanied by a flood of smells, the sweet scent of corruption, the fetid stink of an open stomach, and under it all, the now familiar metal tang of blood. His earlier inebriation had been nothing. Schweitzer's senses exploded in response, every wisp and tendril of soul vibrating in rapture. He drowned, swooned. Gone were all thoughts of right and wrong, of Patrick and lost youth, of anything other than the paradise he wanted to last forever. In that moment, Ninip could have killed the world. The djinn could have gored Sarah and Patrick, and Schweitzer would only have looked on in stupor. He thought no more of restraining Ninip than he did of planting turnips. Ninip grinned. Ninip turned. And Ninip cut the boy in half. The horror blossomed in Schweitzer, the sudden realization of what had happened, of what he'd allowed to happen. The child was no threat. Each life he took in the past had been part of operational contingency, the eggs broken to make the omelet that kept his family alive. But his family was gone, and each life he took carried him further from himself, pushing him by inches to the edge of the slim territory that tethered him to the living world. In the darkness they shared, Ninip faced him and smiled and gave a final push. Schweitzer tumbled. The edge of himself slipped and passed. The cold and screaming gripped him. And then he was drifting, watching his own body fall away, seeing himself from above, standing over the child's corpse, turning to pursue the others. Ninip rose, alone in Schweitzer's skin, reaching a clawed hand behind his armor, pulling out the engraved dog tags that were the last of Schweitzer's wife and child. Even through the growing distance, Schweitzer could see the surface was completely marred with rust, the etched lines that sketched the image of his family now filled in and covered up. With a quick jerk of his hand, Ninip snapped the chain and tossed them aside. And then Schweitzer was tumbling, drowning, in screams, tangled in the hordes of shrieking dead, spinning end over end into the pooling dark. Chapter 20. Run. Sarah exited the movie theater in a daze. For an hour and a half, she'd bundled Patrick against her chest. All her life, she'd hated mothers who brought their young children to the theater. How the hell had she become one of those people? But it hadn't mattered. Patrick had sat silently, gazing at the seat back in front of him for a solid hour. Steve's departure had left her alone with a churning stomach and a dreadful certainty. It was as if the attack on her family had split her in two. There were twin Sarah Schweitzers living side by side now, sharing a body. One of them was the Sarah she knew, the one everybody knew. This Sarah was as focused as a scalpel, wary of the institutions to which she belonged, ordering the world around her. This was the Sarah who had been brave enough to pursue a career as an artist, good enough to be successful at it, strong enough to keep with it in the face of patronization masked as concern for her welfare. The tone-deaf questions. "But what will you do for money, dear? You know, during the day?" That Sarah eschewed the metaphysical, rejected religion, superstition. She didn't have time for it, didn't need it. But the other Sarah, the new Sarah, had one foot firmly rooted in the weird land of shifting shadows that haunted her dreams since she'd first woken in the hospital. This new Sarah's gut spoke to her, not in the language of hunches, but in clairvoyant certainty. This new Sarah knew things, was sure she knew things, without ever seeing them. This new Sarah kept the old Sarah awake long into the night, pinned her wrist behind her back, and whispered in her ear. "Your husband is alive." This new Sarah said, "Here is the path that leads to him." "Your son is dying. If you do not figure out a way to reach him, you will lose him forever." And now, ever since Steve had walked out the door, "The only friend you have left is gone. You will never see him again." This new Sarah was a stranger to her, and as with all strangers, she wasn't sure if she could trust her. She still allowed herself a moment to sift through the strange sense of dread, of certainty. There was no way she could know that Steve was gone, truly gone, in the way that Jim was, but she was. It was as real to her as the night sky, the solidity of the parking lot under her shoes. Bullshit, she'd call him, set it right, put this new Sarah in her place. She reached into her pocket and brought out her cell phone. The screen displayed a missed call and voicemail. Steve. The feeling of certainty swamped her again. She shook it away. Of course it's him. Who else calls you these days? She punched through the selection screens to replay her voicemail, conscious of her fingers fumbling across the virtual keyboard, forcing her to type her passcode 3 times before she got it right. Steve's voice was tinny, hesitant. He told her there'd been a mix-up, that Jim's unit was going to look into whatever caused the mistake. A routine visit, an old shipmate asking for a favor from his colleagues. So why did he sound so frightened? "Anyway," he said, "this is getting long, but I'm coming over. I want to finish our conversation, and not about Jim's ashes this time. We need to talk about us. If you're out, I'll wait. See you in a few." The message had come about an hour ago, while she was sitting in the theater, trying to pretend her son was interested in what was unfolding on the screen. Steve would be outside her apartment now, waiting in the dark. She swallowed, equal parts relief and apprehension. She was glad to know he was okay, that this strange new Sarah didn't have complete control of her life, but neither was she ready for yet another tense heart-to-heart about where he stood in her life. She didn't have the energy. She opened the car door, began arraying the Gordian knot of child seat straps over Patrick's chest and hips. He was already nodding off to sleep, sucking contentedly on the side of his hand. He used to make getting him tied into the car seat a challenge that made her wish she had double the arms. She'd have been grateful for that problem now. But just as there was a new Sarah, there was a new Patrick as well. Sullen, silent, withdrawn. She held the phone to her ear as she started the car, vaguely conscious that this was against the law in Virginia, thumbing the redial. Steve's phone went directly to voicemail without ringing. His old gravelly voice. Steve Chang before the wound and the death of his best friend had cracked his spine. "Chang, speak." "Steve, it's Sarah. Look, I don't have the energy for another fight right now. If you want to talk sanely and quietly, then fine. But if you're looking to get laid or have some kind of crying marathon, then it's going to have to wait. You also have to take no for an answer, okay? See you in a few. He was probably playing games on his phone or dealing with the intermittent signal that came along with living outside a major city. She navigated the winding road through the woods back to her apartment, shadows coiling around the tree trunks, pressing as close as they could before the blades of her headlights cut them away. The darkness shifted as it folded over and under the light beams, shifting until the woods around her seemed alive with movement, all of it malevolent, all of it aimed at her. She risked a quick glance over her shoulder. Patrick was pale and still in his car seat, his lips blue in the gloom. She faced forward, her stomach clenching. Don't be stupid, he's fine. This is just the other Sarah fucking with you. Don't let her win. But she knew she'd lost even as the thought crossed her mind. She put gentle pressure on the brake, slowing the car to a stop on the shoulder, then turned. You okay, baby? Patrick didn't answer. His head had slumped forward. The shadows outside the car ate up the space left by her headlights, until black smoke seemed to waft over the windows. Baby? She didn't like the shrill panic in her voice, couldn't stop it. She undid her seatbelt, reached back, lifted her son's chin, gently rocked his shoulders. Baby, come on! Wake up! He screamed then, kicked feebly at her hands, bawled. Awake all right. He'd been sleeping peacefully and was now scared into consciousness by his panicked mother. Nice going. She cursed herself and crawled into the back seat, gently rocking him until his crying subsided. Mommy scared me, he said over and over. I know, baby, I'm sorry. Mommy just got scared, that's all. Everything's okay. But everything was not okay, and Patrick knew that as well as anyone. She swallowed the ball of dread as she slid back into the driver's seat and started the car. She had to get out of here. She had to find another place to start over. She didn't know what she was doing waiting here, in the same old place around the same old people. There was nothing in Little Creek but memories and what few contacts she'd made in the tiny sliver of an art world that clung on tenaciously in Norfolk. She'd talked to Jim before about the possibility of Austin or Asheville or even New York City. She'd panicked and stewed and grieved long enough. Look at what it was doing to her, she'd tell Steve tonight. Saying the words to someone else would help make them real. This thought was definitely first Sarah, the one she wanted in charge. It comforted her as she turned the last corner and pulled into the dark parking lot outside her apartment door. She watched the headlights wash over the vinyl siding, clouds of bugs racing for the false moonlight. She waited for them to illuminate Steve, shoulders leaning against her door jamb, face set in a welcome smile. Nothing. She parked, busied herself with unstrapping Patrick, her mind only half on the task, the other half busy with the sweep of the parking lot, looking for Steve's beetle green sedan, gray-blue under what little moonlight penetrated the clouds. Again, nothing. His car wasn't here. First Sarah was simply disappointed, but second Sarah seized her opportunity, choking her with a combination of a surreal sense of drifting outside herself, along with a dreadful certainty that something awful had happened, was about to happen. Why? Were you looking forward to seeing him after all? Was it just because you didn't want to be alone? Patrick buried his face against her shoulder as she hoisted him on her hip and carried him inside. He'd said he'd be there, and he'd wait for her. That meant he'd be there. She'd never known Steve to not do a thing he'd said he would. Maybe he'd just gotten fed up with waiting. Maybe he got a call and had to take care of something else. She dug in her pocket for her cell phone, looked at the screen. No voicemail. Steve would never have left without leaving a voicemail. First and second Sarah agreed with a suddenness that churned her stomach. Something was wrong. She kept it together as she unlocked the door, fighting the urge to rush inside and lock it behind her. She kept a smile on her face as she gave Patrick his bath, read him his story, his favorite picture book about a pig who wanted to be kosher. Patrick asked no questions, only staring at the ceiling, his hand firmly planted in his mouth. When she finally tucked him in and gently kissed his forehead, he stirred, kissing her back and throwing his arms briefly around her neck. She stifled a sob of relief. Mommy? Yes, sweetie? Can Daddy come give me a kiss? It was the first time he'd spoken of Jim since his silent reaction to the news of his death. No, sweetheart, not tonight. She cursed herself for being unable to make the words definitive, for leaving the door open to the possibility of Daddy's coming later. But he might come later, Second Sarah said, because he's still alive and you know it, just as you know Steve is dead. Patrick only rolled onto his side, wadding the blanket into a ball in front of him. Sarah returned to the living room and slid open the counter drawer below the spot where the can of Jim's ashes had once stood. A thick folder lay inside, untouched since she'd first put it there. He'd given it to her a week after their honeymoon. I don't want to scare you or make a big deal about this, he'd said, his eyes taking on a darkly serious cast. But you know what I do is dangerous. Everything you need is here. If I go missing, if I get zapped, put it somewhere where you won't ever see it, but always know where it is. So she had. She'd labeled it with red magic marker. You will never need to open this. And of course, during one of Jim's deployments, when she was stuck on a project, she had, just to see what was inside. Nothing surprising. Power of attorney, a will, account numbers, phone numbers, everything she'd need to make the unthinkable run smoothly. She sorted through the papers, ignoring the irony that she was opening them now, after weeks of failing to deal with Jim's passing, after doing everything but applying for death benefits, transferring funds, making sure that the Navy gave her her due. The paper was right where she remembered, third from the top. A phone number circled, with Jim's crabbed handwriting below. Call if you can't find me. Above the number were the words, Special Warfare Development Group, OOD. She looked at the green ghost light of the digital clock over the microwave. 9 p.m. Nobody would be able to help her now. But hadn't Jim said that his people never slept? Second Sarah would not be denied. She lifted the phone and dialed the number, listened to the faint ringing. 1, 3, 5. Weren't these people supposed to be alert at all hours? What the hell was... Watch, Ahmed. Ahmed's voice was stony, hard. Hey, Chief. Sarah paused, unsure of what to say next. Miss Schweitzer, it's great to hear from you. We've been worried about you. Ahmed sounded distracted. An engine was throbbing in the background, boots tramping. Yeah, well, I just haven't been fit to talk to anyone. I understand, ma'am. I don't think I'd want to talk to anyone either. Right. She lost her words again, stammered. Ma'am, is everything all right? Did you want me to send the chaplain, or did you need... Where's Steve? Ma'am? Steve Chang, where is he? He's not answering his phone. There was a long pause. The engine coughed and died. Someone cursed. He didn't tell you, ma'am? He told me he'd meet me at my apartment. He didn't. That's not like him. Well, he can't, ma'am. He's deployed. He's... what? Petty Officer Chang is responding to a contingency. I figured he'd have let you know, but maybe there was something in the spin-up that precluded that. That doesn't make any sense. He didn't say anything before that would... Ma'am, you've been in this community long enough to know that sometimes things pop off awfully quickly. I'm sure he'll get in touch as soon as he's able. Now, why don't you let me get a chaplain? I don't need a fucking chaplain. Another pause. Sarah, I understand you're stressed right now. Tell you what, there's a Starbucks on post. Can I meet you there? We can talk. No Chief Ahmed, just us girls. The thought of a just girls conversation with the hard-as-nails chief actually brought a smile to Sarah's face, despite her fear and frustration. No, thanks. Just, if you hear from him, just tell him I'd like to know that he's okay. Get a message to me. Of course, ma'am. He's fine, I'm sure. You just sit tight. Call me at this number if you need anything. I'm on watch all night. Okay, thanks. She hung up the phone and doubled over, the fear becoming a spike twisting in her gut, because she knew it was all wrong. She wasn't one of the old hat Navy wives Women who'd spent decades trailing their husbands from station to station until they practically wore the uniform themselves. But she'd been with Jim long enough to know a thing or two. First, she'd never heard of a chief getting stuck on watch. It was a duty reserved for junior personnel. Second, Jim had left suddenly before, but never so suddenly that there'd been no word. There'd always been a short phone call, a cryptic text message, or email. Never this. And lastly, something in Ahmed's tone that she'd never heard before. And those words, "You just sit tight." Second Sarah swam to the surface, blooming into a shimmering warning in the back of her mind, finishing the sentence. "You just sit tight. We're coming to get you." She raced to the bedroom and snatched up a blanket, threw it over her shoulder before going to retrieve Patrick. He nestled against her shoulder, made a questioning sound in sleepy tones. "We're going to see Aunt Peg. Won't that be fun?" But Patrick was silent, chasing the quiet corner of sleep that shut out the world. She left him to it as she raced out of the house, not bothering to lock the door, getting into her car, buckling him in, and heading out for the highway as fast as she dared. The sodium lights of the parking lot receded, taking the shadows with them, leaving all washed in gray. The clouds had pulled back from the sky, and the stars lit everything desert bright, laying down miles between her and what she only now realized she'd considered home. Chapter 21. Redemption. Schweitzer watched his body shrink in the distance, the cold of the void giving way to numbness, the chorus of screaming sliding through the range from buzz to silence in the space of a few moments. There was peace in it, of no longer having the fight to hold on to himself. The room, the women and children were all gone. He floated in the darkness, looking down on his animated corpse. He'd never seen himself from this angle before. Broad back and strong shoulders straining the STF armor, arms swinging deliberately. "Enjoy it, buddy." He knew the djinn could not hear him. "Use it in good health." Ninip didn't answer, and he noticed that he felt a pang of loneliness at the realization. The djinn might have been a monster, but it was impossible to share such tight quarters and not grow connected. He spun into the storm of souls, his view of himself tumbling away, replaced with something white and narrow, shutter flashing by. It was followed by another flash of white, then another. A torso? A leg? They spun past so quickly he couldn't focus on any single one. It was a film shown in stop motion, the frames moving just quickly enough to keep him from locking on to any single image. A face, oddly familiar, eyes deep and haunted. A hip. Another arm. The images taunted him, flashes of possibility, a promise of an end to isolation, of other people with whom to connect, if he could only slow down enough to see them. He could feel the magic all around him, a current like jackrabbits, but 1,000 times more intense. He could feel the force of it bathing him, pushing through him. Was this what had turned Ninip's human soul into a djinn? And if Schweitzer tarried here long enough, would he become the same? "It is the wellspring," Jaweed had said. "The source." He felt a tugging, a faint but definite current drawing him backward, slowly and unceasingly deeper into the storm. He kicked against it, rolling himself over, catching a glimpse of his body again, this time shrouded by the whirling bodies of the other souls in the chaos around him. He kicked again, felt himself move forward slightly, the current putting on strength like a living thing, petulantly refusing to let him go. The storm seemed to turn on its side, his body spinning like a fighter jet doing a barrel roll. His body receded to an oblong black dot, covered and uncovered, and covered again. His bearings flew away as he tumbled, the current becoming more and more insistent. Why was he still fighting? What was there to swim for? A place in another fight? That bare room full of blood and the screams of children? The other bodies folded over him, and the first tendrils of shuddering exhaustion began to make themselves known. This was simply a different horror than what he'd just known. There was no reason to resist it. The thing was done. No, the thing was not done. He kicked harder against the current, straining back toward his body. He cast his mind out toward the world fading in the distance. There was something there, something he had to do. The bodies whirled around him. The current spun him. The screams buzzed in his ears, addling his brain. He couldn't focus. He drifted deeper, battered more incessantly by the other souls whirling past him, through him. At last, even the black speck that was his body vanished, and he turned away, spinning deeper into the morass. A knee coursed past, followed by an earlobe torn where some jewelry had been savaged out. A disembodied hand, long fingernails cracked and blackened. A throat, the hint of an Adam's apple bobbing. A face, something stuck over one eyelid, the back of a knee. Schweitzer spun, trying to turn back to the face, to find it in the spinning throng. Something had been stuck to its eye, something that wasn't part of its body. He didn't know much about the rules that govern this haunted expanse, but he hadn't seen anything that wasn't a body part in all the time he'd looked on it. The souls lost here carried nothing but their bodies, no jewelry, no clothing. He grasped, swam, clawed his way through the throng. The screaming intensified, as if the storm sought to drown out his thoughts. The sounds began to push deeper, until they crystallized as the shreds of thoughts filling his own mind, threatening to pull him away from himself. I'm sorry. Why did I do that? So stupid. Oh, Father, think kindly of me. That yellow bastard. I can't believe he got the drop on me. Schweitzer gritted his teeth, trying to hold to his own consciousness, to pick it out from all the others. The spinning mass of limbs stretched out in all directions now, endless. He'd probably imagined that spot over that eye. Even if he hadn't, he'd never find it. He rolled over onto his back. Was it his back? All sense of direction was lost to him now. And there it was again. It was clear to him now, a tiny spot of crimson in the midst of the whirling chaos. Set against the semi-opaque pallor of the whirling dead, it glowed like a star. It moved counter to the invisible currents that crossed and recrossed, whipping the souls along. Where the dead cascaded and eddied, this thing slowly swayed, gently falling, a late spring leaf finally succumbing to the rigors of autumn. A rose petal. And there, cutting through the sound and the tumult, a gentle scent. Slight but unmistakable. The soft rose water that meant wife and love and home. The voices pressed into his mind. The invisible wind and current dragged his spirit, but nothing assailed his smell. The trail was stark, definite. It could be followed. He knew it led somewhere important, back to a thing he'd left undone. He tried to focus. He'd been good at focusing once, before the legion of voices had crowded into his mind, passing themselves through him, drowning out his own thoughts. But the smell was enough. He didn't remember what it was for anymore, but it was different, something other than the chaos around him. He latched onto it, kicked off. The current bit hungrily into him, the tugging now shifting into something akin to pain, as if it were a thinking force, angry at the thought of losing him. He clung to the smell, a rope now, a lifeline, drove himself along it, inch by agonizing inch. The storm continued unchanged, the bodies and faces flashing before him, his mind full of the regrets and shock of last moments spanning centuries. And then the chaos thinned, the screaming receded, and he could think again. There, far distant, was that speck he knew was his body, growing steadily. The smell had gone, but he no longer needed it. He had the bit in his teeth now, each moment bringing him closer to himself, the memories of who he was. Sarah and Patrick and Peter and Chief, and his first kiss and his first day of school, and on and on and on. All the hard-won skill from Coronado, how to focus, how to fight. With a final shout, he broke free, threw himself down the intervening distance, rocketed across the void, scrabbling along the edges of himself, feeling the djinn's presence filling the space beyond. Ninip was drunk on carnage, bent on slaughter, and unready for Schweitzer's bullying himself back inside, stretching himself into a small pocket of the darkness, spreading out, pushing against the djinn, racing up to their shared eyes, looking through them once again. What felt like eons had been a fraction of a second. Their shared bodies still stood over the split remains of the boy, the assault rifle at his side, tendrils of gray smoke still curling up from the barrel. The screams of the void were once again replaced by the screams of the women and children, racing out through the open door, Ninip even now turning to go after them. Schweitzer instantly felt the drunkenness, the addictive high of the jinn's feral hunger. But the chill of the void was still in him, the echo of the shrieking soul still ringing in his ears, the smell of Sarah's perfume still a hint in his memory. He still felt the magic tingling in the fibers of his soul. One of the girls bolted the wrong way, racing away from the door, toward the open window. Ninip twitched out a clawed hand to intercept her, and Schweitzer hauled it back, pinning their arm flat against their side. The jinn noticed him now, screamed, pushed against him, but Schweitzer was dug in. Ninip abandoned his efforts and turned back to the girl as she ran to the window and threw herself out. Schweitzer let Ninip have rein then, knowing the jinn would follow. But not before he forced them to reach out a hand and retrieve the dog tags from where they lay on one of the few remaining dry spots on the floor. He thrust them back behind the armor's breastplate, felt them slide down his chest to lodge behind the tight fit of his web belt. It would have to do. They dove through the window, the girl already falling, arms waving madly, eyes closed. She hit the ground a moment before them, her shattering bones audible through the slim envelope of flesh around them. They landed beside her in a deep crouch. Ninip saw her dead, looked up for other prey. A bullet sang through the air, kicked up a pocket of dirt beside them, and the jinn was off. Bullets meant living people, and the predator's high the jinn sought. The gate to the compound was open, a small knot of men running through it. 4 in the middle were clustered tightly around another figure, herding him along. Schweitzer had seen those tactics from dedicated protective security details throughout his career. Hardened men, willing to give their lives to protect their charge. Nightshade. Eyes on target, Schweitzer sent to Jaweed. Engaging. Then Ninip had them up and running. One of the figures detached himself from the column, steady and calm. He stopped, raised his weapon, and took careful aim. The round caught Schweitzer and Ninip in the throat, striking just an inch above the collar of the armor. Schweitzer felt the round punch through the hollow of their throat, through the dead remains of their esophagus and larynx, piercing the vertebrae beyond. It was an incredible shot, one Schweitzer would have been proud of. In a world that made sense, Schweitzer would go down, and the shooter's skill, training, and dedication would have been rewarded. But Eldridge had said it best. The world was changing. Schweitzer and Ninip reached the shooter in 3 strides and bit his head off. 2 rounds thudded into their armor, both center mass, knocking them back a couple of paces, the fluid cells going hard and heavy from the impact. They needed to lower their profile. Schweitzer shot Ninip an image of a loping gait to the target, and Ninip obliged, all too happy to revert to his preferred means of getting to the fight. Ninip galloped them forward on their haunches and knuckles, snarling now, imitating Schweitzer's bellows dance when he tried to speak. The battle cry went out internally first, as Ninip channeled it up their shared windpipe. Alalai! Ashtar! But the punctured larynx let the air out before the sounds could be shaped, so Ninip's words twisted into wheezing barks, a coughing shout. Then they were through the compound's gate, out among the neat rows of parked cars, starlight dappling dented hoods, piles of spare tires and junked parts piled on clumps of tough grass that defied the dry soil. The group splintered. Schweitzer knew immediately that this was rehearsed. This was not a mad scramble. It was a scripted retreat, the wings of the escort flanking out to put them in enfilade, the high-value target pushing on while his PSD dropped back one by one to delay the pursuit. Schweitzer flashed the images to Ninip, showing him the tactics classes he'd learned in SQT, the shoot-house scenarios where mistakes like this got a team wiped out in less than a minute. But the djinn had the bit in his teeth. He charged them on, lunging for the first of the escorts, while Schweitzer stretched their peripheral vision, trying to track all the contacts at once. 2 of them were digging in the open day of a golf cart to his right, pulling a tarp aside, Schweitzer didn't like the look of that, but Ninip was already on, the line of sight broken, and Schweitzer was forced to look forward again as they snatched up a man who fired uselessly over his shoulder and brought him down on their knee with enough force to snap his spine. Ninip had them toss the body aside as Nightshade threw open the door of a jeep and dove inside. And then the world exploded. He'd been blown up before, and not far from here, knocked off the top of an MRAP on one of the few godforsaken lanes of broken stone in this part of the world, laid smoothly enough to be called a road. He'd tumbled through the air, end over end, his ears ringing, his vision gone white, the stars exploding in his eyes, and his head too thick and too bright to allow him to get his situational awareness back. If not for his teammates, he would have died. Schweitzer flew now, but there was no ringing, no stars. His vision was clear. Their right side was burning, the armor coated with gasoline from the car struck by the explosive round. Spalling glass and metal fragments had punched through the liquid cells too fast for them to react, peppering their legs, hand, the side of their head. Were he living, the agony alone would have sent him spiraling into shock, followed closely by death. But as it was, Schweitzer rolled them into the momentum of the blast, letting their body glide through the air, landing roughly on their stomach, the shock spreading out across their body. Some ribs snapped. He could feel cracks in their cervical vertebrae where they'd been weakened by the bullet, but that wouldn't impair their functionality. The rest of the bones, the ones they needed to keep moving, held. Ninip had them up again in an instant. The escort was good. Schweitzer could see the shooter kneeling alongside the golf cart, keeping his eyes on the sights of the RPG, his companion already fitting another rocket in place. Schweitzer knew they couldn't cover the distance in time, that their body, even charged by magic, would be shattered by the explosive charge, the copper lining inverting, melting into a metal carrot that would be propelled through them at over a click a second, the hypersonic speed alone grinding him to powder. He pressed them down, trying to force their shared body flat on the ground, knowing it would be futile, that they'd be incinerated regardless. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd fought his way back into his body from the void, only to enjoy his body for a few brief moments before losing it again. Ninip saved them. The djinn resisted Schweitzer's efforts with a sudden ferocity, his contempt at the thought of crawling on his belly, breaking through Schweitzer's defenses, smacking him aside. The djinn seized control of their arms and grabbed the back bumper of the jeep as the engine roared into life and the tires began to spin, scattering dust as they sought traction on the dry ground. Ninip slammed their chest up against the vehicle, adjusted their grip, and torqued their waist. Schweitzer caught the RPG man out of his peripheral vision, lowering the weapon, unwilling to risk hitting his master, crab-stepping sideways to get a clear shot. From his other eye, Schweitzer saw Nightshade lean out of the driver's side window, waving a pistol. Ninip locked their back muscles and heaved as the tires finally found purchase and dug in. Schweitzer felt their shared shoulders and back, the dead muscle snapping tight across the bone. His old corpse began to tremble, and he felt certain that they would snap their spine in two and be left sprawled in the dust while the jeep sped away. But the tires spun, clicked to a stop, spun again. Schweitzer felt the jeep's weight shift. Nightshade screamed. Even with the magic, they didn't have the strength to throw the car through the air. It tumbled along its axis, rolling and bouncing, tires still spinning ineffectually, reaching for a surface continuously snatched away. The man had enough time to drop the RPG and scream before the car landed on him, knocking his companion sprawling, crushing him flat. Ninip leapt the remaining distance, vaulting over the smoking wreck of the jeep, ignoring the dead RPG man, landing on his stunned companion, driving their shared knee into the man's stomach, with such force that the wall of the abdominals gave way, his spine crunching against their patella. The man was unconscious, cheating Ninip of his sport, and the djinn snarled, rising, looking for the next victim. No one. The compound was suddenly and eerily silent. The wind still. Even the normal night sounds of animals and insects faint and distant. Ninip sniffed the air, straining their augmented ears for a tremor that would indicate more human prey. Schweitzer used the distraction to seize control, turning them back to the jeep. "Target down," Schweitzer sent to Jaweed. "Jackpot Nightshade." "Well done. Make sure he is dead, then get out of there." The jeep lay on its side, the windows shattered, one wheel still spinning slowly. Schweitzer could smell the pungent odor of gasoline, was painfully conscious of the nearness of the still smoldering patches left by the last RPG blast. But he let Ninip clamber them up the jeep's side, sticking their shared head into the driver's side opening, reaching into... Nightshade was alive. The man sagged in his seatbelt, head lolling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were opening, unseeing, his breathing coming in hitching gasps. Schweitzer saw a long, jagged shard of glass emerging from his forearm. The fluttering eyes turned, took in Schweitzer and Ninip, widened. Nightshade began to moan, trying to shrink away, held fast by the nylon of the seatbelt. Ninip grinned, flexed their clawed hand, and cocked it back. Schweitzer raced forward, grabbed the limb, forced it down. Ninip pushed back, first half-heartedly, then with sudden violence when he didn't break through. He began to pulse images to Schweitzer again, the same carnage joy that had drowned him when Ninip had slaughtered the boy. But Schweitzer's head was clearer now. The chill of the void was still with him, the trail he'd followed home still lingering. He felt the hunger, responded to it, but with distance now. An itch he could bear not to scratch, knowing it would speed the healing. Schweitzer hung on, and the arm didn't move. "We take him in." "Those are not our orders. We were sent here to destroy him." "He's alive. That's intel. Orders change." "Intel?" Ninip raged. "We are not spies. We are a god of war." And Schweitzer paused because he knew Ninip was right. He didn't care about intel. Neither did Eldridge. Whatever intel the Gemini cell had on Nightshade had already convinced them to take him out, just as it had convinced them to send Schweitzer and Ninip after Jackrabbit. Schweitzer and Ninip hadn't been sent in to gather information. They'd been sent in to wreak havoc. They could do the damage of an army, leaving no blood of their own to analyze, no helicopter wreckage or tire tracks to study, no risk of blowing the op and getting captured, appearing later to babble on the evening news. An army come and gone in a puff of smoke, leaving carnage in its wake, a void of questions answered by the ferment of the human mind. Rumors and wild speculation, talk of ghosts or aliens or secret weapons. The fog of war, panicked, dread-addled thinking that made sure the truth was never known. Schweitzer didn't want intel. What Schweitzer wanted dearly and desperately was to cling to what was left of himself. What tiny fragments were free of the djinn and the magic and the Gemini cell. His life was shattered into shards so tiny they could be confused for grains of sand, but the grains were all he had left. Here was one called decency, and another called standing up for people weaker than you, and another called integrity. Here was the grain of dogged persistence that had seen him through buds and SQT. There was the grain of shutting up, listening, and not offering solutions when Sarah just needed to talk. Here was the grain of patience when Patrick stepped on his balls and put his fingers up his nose. And there, jumbled up with them, was the grain of not killing the defenseless. Not when it wouldn't compromise the mission. Not when it wasn't necessary. It wasn't about intel. It was about identity. It was about survival. And whatever it was about, it funneled through Schweitzer, filling him with urgency and determination, pouring what he had into that right arm, keeping it still, then slowly forcing it down. The djinn screamed and pushed, and Schweitzer ignored him, the shouts fading to a buzz, much as they had in the Storm of Souls. He shouldered the djinn aside, expanded his room in their shared darkness, and Ninip went quiet, struggling weakly against him as he reached out with their shared hand, sliced their claws along the nylon strap of the seatbelt, cutting through it, catching Nightshade as he fell into the recesses of the Jeep, lifting him out and slinging him over a shoulder. The man kicked weakly, then his eyes fluttered shut, and his head lolled along Schweitzer and Ninip's back. If not for the faint and uneven rhythm of his breathing, Schweitzer would have thought Nightshade was dead. "I have the target," he sent to Jaweed. "Proceeding to exfil point." "Target is actioned?" Jaweed sent back. "Confirm." "Negative," Schweitzer responded, Ninip's rage suddenly cool and silent. "I'm bringing him in." Chapter 22. Exfil. Schweitzer and Ninip walked the rest of the way to the extraction point. Jaweed projected himself into Schweitzer's mind, trying to share the view through his eyes. Ninip snatched weakly at the sorcerer, and Schweitzer pushed him the rest of the way out. "What the hell are you doing?" "We can't see your tracker." Schweitzer touched the back of his neck and felt something crunching just beneath the surface. He sliced a small flap with the tip of his claw, felt the small cylinder there mostly melted, crisped wiring peeking out from the cracked, ruggedized plastic. "Got a little cooked back there. It's dead." "Where are you?" Jaweed asked. "On my way, inbound." "Stop," Jaweed said, his voice taking on the wooden tone that told him he was translating someone else's words. "You may be followed." Schweitzer thought of the trail of human wreckage Ninip had left on their way to Nightshade. "Nobody is following anyone. Tell the bird to sit tight." He did a quick check of their body as he walked, feeling for breaks in the bones, tears in the muscle, but the structure seemed whole. There was no danger of their failing to make the long walk home or to take care of any opposition they might meet along the way. Nightshade flopped on their shoulder like a bundle of rope. Schweitzer again dialed down through the spectrum of sounds until he caught the small, ragged sound of Nightshade's breathing. Ninip coiled in a corner of their shared internal space, sullen, silent, much as he had been after Schweitzer had intervened to save the guard outside his cell. "The fuck's your problem?" Schweitzer asked him. "Didn't get your fill of killing back there?" "You bring that bag of rags back home like a bride stolen from the enemy camp," the djinn said. "Will you have us bugger him next?" After Schweitzer had saved the guard back in the States, the djinn's voice had sounded weaker, smaller, a faint vibrato echoing to him through a tunnel's length. The same effect was back, but twice as pronounced. Schweitzer reached out, pushed against the djinn experimentally. Ninip gave way, fluttering madly as Schweitzer moved him toward the edge of their body, the void nipping at him. The djinn was a moth in a jar, gossamer wings flapping in panic, powerless to affect the shell around him. "What's the matter there, big guy? You spent?" Schweitzer gave another experimental push, and the djinn yielded before him, an incoherent growl rising from him, faint and tinny. Schweitzer reached inward again, feeling their muscles. Their shared limbs felt heavier. Much of the magical strength he'd taken for granted leached from them. The battered bones ground together along the fissures, the tears in their flesh ripping wider as motion and chafing pulled at them. With Ninip's diminishment, their power ebbed. Perhaps the djinn was spent. Perhaps the killing had sated him, and Ninip had no energy left to hang on to his position inside Schweitzer's corpse. But that didn't make sense. Ninip had been stronger after they'd taken Jackrabbit, and had killed no one when they saved the guard. He'd slumped, sulking, while Schweitzer had pulled the dog tags from inside their armor and... Schweitzer almost dropped Nightshade as he thrust their hand behind the breastplate of their armor, still slick from where the fluid had leaked out of the punctured cells. He could feel Ninip stir, but it was a cringing motion, the djinn making no move to stop him as he reached their hand down, fumbling for the dog tags, panicking at first when he could not find them, then finally extracting them from just above their useless prick, pulling them out and holding them in front of their face. The lines were as clear as the day they had first been etched. Sarah smiled at him, the love and joy shining in her eyes, visible in the lift of her cheeks. Patrick was open-mouthed, babbling some nonsense stream that meant, "I am happy and I love you." There was no oxidation at work here, only magic. Eldridge's words returned to him, the solemn respect in his voice after he'd seen what had taken Schweitzer through the glass of his cell and spilling out into the corridor beyond. "You did a good thing, Jim." Schweitzer glanced over at Nightshade, marked for death but still breathing. A good thing indeed. Do not, Ninip said. The push wasn't experimental this time. Schweitzer gave the djinn a sharp shove, pressing him steadily toward the edge of the space they shared. Do not, Ninip shrieked. Why the hell not? You did it to me. It's what you were after all along. You want the whole thing, don't you? I float in the void while you walk around in what's left of my skin. Game's changed, asshole. Time to vacate. He redoubled his efforts, pushing Ninip to the brink, where the djinn dug in fast. Schweitzer could feel him holding on, as if his limbs splayed out over a doorframe, his body dangling over the space beyond. The djinn didn't have much strength, but he was ancient and steeped in magic. He could hold. Get out, Schweitzer shouted. Go twist in the storm, you fucking devil. You will go with me, Ninip said. It is my being that animates your body, my magic that makes us run and fight and leap as 10 men. Without me, you drop, and this shell rots. Without me, there is only the storm. You may hate me, but you need me. You need me if you want to go on. Schweitzer felt the djinn's magical current washing through them, had felt it engaged to keep the muscles in their back from tearing as they rolled the jeep. He'd felt it when they ran and jumped the wall. He'd felt it when his vision and hearing shifted spectrums. He felt it now, ebbing faster, weakness flooding them as Ninip's hold on their shared body slipped with each shove Schweitzer gave him. Schweitzer paused. Ninip crept forward, moving into the shred of space that Schweitzer gave up when he'd ceased to push. He sounded relieved. You are the body. I am the magic that keeps it moving. You need me. Schweitzer had full control of the body now. He moved an arm, opening and closing the hand, wiggling the fingers before closing them again into a tight fist. The djinn made no move to stop him, couldn't have if he tried. Schweitzer tuned their hearing, moving past Nightshade's breathing and out over the hard-scrabble plain to where the sounds of animals were beginning to return again. Everything still worked, for now. But that didn't mean that it would continue to once Ninip was gone. Joeed, Schweitzer reached out for the sorcerer. His voice was stronger now, his sense of the pathway that linked them more acute. He had fumbled for it before, but it came clearer now, a road as vivid and sharp as the one that had led him out of the soul storm before. Joeed, I am here. The sorcerer sounded shocked. Schweitzer could feel his surprise funneling down the channel that connected them. Do I need Ninip? What? Do I need him? Without him, what happens to me? The djinn began babbling, reaching out to the channel to Joeed, but Schweitzer slapped him down, sending him sprawling back into his corner. Do I need him? What happens if it's just me in here? Silence. Schweitzer could feel Joeed still in contact, but the sorcerer didn't answer. He was thinking, maybe conferring with Eldridge, the others in the command center. At last he came back, his voice wooden. You die, he said. The great death. The last one. Schweitzer turned back to Ninip. You will never avenge your family, the djinn said. You will be quit of this world forever. It's almost worth it, Schweitzer said, pushing against the djinn again, eliciting a squeal of terrified rage. Almost. He kept the djinn there, a part of him pressed against him, keeping him hemmed into a tiny sliver of the darkness they shared. He trotted the rest of the way back to the helo, reveling in the feeling of control, Nightshade gently bumping against his back. His body was weaker, but it responded solely to him, much as it had in life. The spray of stars glowed overhead. The crunch of his boots on the hardpack sounded in his ears. The wind played over his gray skin. It's a beautiful night, he sent to Joeed. He could feel the sorcerer's surprise and confusion. What? I said it's a beautiful night. Are you outside right now? Can you see it? Yes, Joeed answered after a long pause. There are many stars. You're alive, Joeed, Schweitzer sent. Don't underestimate what that's worth. You look up at those stars, and you remember that. He looked up at the stars himself as he went. It was a taste of the world as he had known it, without Ninip's poison filter hovering halfway over the experience. He had all of the sensation he wanted, without the pain or fatigue, his body reporting the injuries he'd sustained from the round through his throat, the RPG blast that had tossed him like a toy, but all of it vented, filtered, powerless to affect him. It was the world without pain, and it was glorious. The djinn was still a splinter in his mind, hanging on the edge of his experience, a reminder of death and hell. It kept Schweitzer from truly thrilling in the world about him, a loose tether, but one he could still feel. Small price to pay for second chances. Schweitzer shifted his grip, trying to ease the bouncing of his shoulder against Nightshade's broken bones. He wasn't certain what it was that gave him command over Ninip, but he knew it was tied to who he was. The more he asserted his own self in thought and action, the more he became himself in the physical world. Or was it selflessness? He'd saved 2 lives. Each one had brought the djinn low, had made him the master of their shared form. "Is that how it works?" he asked the djinn. "You take lives to rule, and I save them? Is it just 2 sides of a coin? It can't be that easy." The djinn only slouched in the slice of their shared space that remained to him. Schweitzer could see the presence, sullen, an outline in his mind, drooping chin, arms hugged around a narrow torso, eyes shut tight. "I do not know how it works," Ninip said, and the agony in his voice spoke of honesty. "We fight for the body. It is true, but we can find balance. We will. You will teach me your footman's ways, your professional war. I will teach you valor and nobility, our place at the head of all things. Together, we will make a mighty work, and—" "There is no mighty work together," Schweitzer cut him off. "There is you making with the magic, and me letting you stay for as long as you do. There's you fucking with me, and me punting you into the soul storm for your trouble." "We are joined," the djinn said. "There is no life without me. If you push me out, you follow. The sorcerer himself has told you." Schweitzer leaned close, letting his presence hover over the djinns, filling up all but a fraction of the darkness they shared. "Try me," he said. "See if I'm bluffing. I'm fucking begging you." Ninip looked at him now, eyes yellow slits in the darkness that flashed as he dipped his spiritual head. Schweitzer turned his focus back to the outside world. He changed his grip to cradle Nightshade, head lolling against his wrist, the rest of the way back to the helo. He watched the bearded face, skin lined from hard use, cracking at the corners of the mouth. He wondered what he'd done to merit a visit from the monster that was Schweitzer and Ninip. Why was he smuggling those bodies? Had it been like Jackrabbit? Was it a deal gone sour? A recalcitrant who'd refused to play ball? What was his real name? In life, Schweitzer's job had never been to ask questions. He was a moving weapon. The Navy pointed him at a problem and pulled the trigger. But he felt his single-minded command of his limbs for the first time since he died, looked at Nightshade's face, looking almost as if the man slept, and realized that he had to ask the questions now. The alternative crouched in the darkness beside him, reduced but present, alert and ready for his moment. More, he had to have answers that mattered, had to weigh them himself. He sniffed the rosewater in the air, stronger than ever, and thought of Sarah. The whole world told you who to be, Schweitzer thought. Wife, mother, homemaker. You gave them the finger, took what you wanted, and made something better than they'd ever imagined. He had to be like Sarah, whose artistry had shaped his own. Death had only raised the bar. He had to be better. He saw the pickets long before they saw him. They lay on their bellies, covered by dried bushes, heaps of rubble and tumbleweeds masking the barrels of their .50 caliber long guns. Their spotters crouched beside them, eyes fixed to their field glasses, motionless as stones. Schweitzer could hear the buzzing of the drone miles above him. Perhaps it had his position now, was relaying it to the spotters. Perhaps it was still searching for him, pinging his tracker uselessly. The helo was a lump behind them, rotors folded and covered with camouflage netting. He could sense Jaweed now, the spicy musk of his magic rising as Schweitzer approached. Schweitzer wondered if the pickets would fire on him, decided that his utter lack of stealth would put them as much at ease as men that vigilant ever were. "We see you," Jaweed sent when Schweitzer was practically on top of them. Had his own faculties been so weak in life? Could an enemy have gotten so close to him without being spotted? He remembered the lopsided fight on the tanker, Chang going down, his breathing as rough and shallow as nightshades. Maybe he had gotten so used to fighting as a dead man, he'd forgotten what it had been to fight as a live one. "You see me? I thought I told you to look at the stars," Schweitzer sent back to him. He felt the pickets' fear as the men rose, guns at the low ready, and advanced to him, postures so alert he thought they might fire their weapons if he so much as sneezed. He didn't envy them, their uncertainty, their hyperconscious mortality. It was a thing about life he would never miss. He stepped out of the shadows. The starlight washed over his bare face, and the men froze. Horror and the resulting tangled decision plain in the trembling muzzles of their weapons. His helmet, he remembered with a start. It was gone. "Jaweed," Schweitzer sent. "You might want to call off your dogs before they punch more holes in me." Ninip made a weak flail toward attacking them, easily slapped aside. For a moment, Schweitzer saw himself as they must see him, stepping out from the shadows and laid plain in the starlight, ragged wound of a throat, horror of a face, contorted and stretched into a mockery of their own. Black pits, balls of silver flame in their depths. Even hard operators were human. This wasn't a sight they'd been trained to process. They were taught as he had been, that it was better to be judged by 12 than carried by 8. When in doubt, shoot. Schweitzer lifted Nightshade's body toward them, a peace offering. The gun muzzles rose. McIntyre jogged out of the darkness behind them. Stand down, stand down." He stopped short at the sight of Schweitzer's face. Jesus fucking Christ. Schweitzer tried to answer him, even a monosyllabic word of assurance, but his larynx was flayed now, and the wind whistled hollow from his throat, the sound of a tea kettle on low boil. He knelt inside, laying Nightshade down as gently as he could, standing as Jaweed and Eldridge joined them among with 3 more Americans in Pakistani uniforms. He watched Eldridge's expression harden as he took in the horror on the operators' faces, pointed an emphatic finger at the man lying in the dirt. "Why the hell is this man alive?" McIntyre asked, indicating Nightshade. "That is a very good question," Eldridge added, looking meaningfully at Jaweed. "Tell Eldridge my throat is shot out. I can't talk." Jaweed only pointed. "Can't talk, eh?" Eldridge asked. "Okay." He turned to McIntyre. "Sergeant Major, I'm afraid you've just become privy to a special access program that is going to require some additional discretion on the part of your people." McIntyre shook his head with the resigned disgust that Schweitzer had seen on Ahmed every time she shut out a contingency, focusing on the core tasks needed to get a job done. "I figured. That doesn't change the fact that your man was supposed to push a button on this bitch. Instead, he is lying in front of me engaging in a repugnant behavior that looks suspiciously like breathing." Eldridge smiled, turned to Schweitzer. "The Sergeant Major would like to know why you elected to capture the target you were sent to kill." "Tell him I got him intel," Schweitzer sent to Jaweed. "Intelligence," the sorcerer said, his eyes never leaving Schweitzer, his face taut with shock. "This fucker isn't going to talk," McIntyre gestured at Nightshade. "And we already know anything he tell us. We needed him put down." "So put him down then," Schweitzer sent to Jaweed. "He says then you should shoot him," the sorcerer translated. McIntyre looked at Schweitzer, his eyes appraising now. "You are one ugly motherfucker." Schweitzer reached down and grabbed the soft webbing between the liquid cells that covered his crotch, squeezed. Eldridge laughed, and McIntyre threw up his hands. "This is your problem, Eldridge," he said, heading back to the helo. "You handle it." Eldridge stepped close, traced his fingers along the ragged edge of the hole in Schweitzer's neck. "This is going to take some work to patch up. Don't think we'll be able to get your speech back either, not all the way." "That's fine," Schweitzer sent to Jaweed. "It's not like any of you are particularly stimulating conversationalists." Jaweed translated, and Eldridge laughed again. You're amazing, Jim. In all my time on this program, I have never seen one of our operators so human. What were the rest of them like? Eldridge responded to Schweitzer, answering Jaweed's question. The rest of them were... The more recently deceased side of the pairing was weaker. The Jinn had more control. All SEALs? Not all, but all of them pipe hitters like you. A few of them only lasted minutes before the Jinn won out. Schweitzer turned to Ninip. You hear that, buddy? This time, the good guys win. Jaweed translated and Schweitzer waved his hands. You're talking to Ninip, Eldridge nodded. I know. How's he handling all this? He's unhappy, but we seem to have reached an understanding. Eldridge stepped back, apparently satisfied with his inspection of Schweitzer's wound. So it's you who wins out. That's never happened before. What do I win? Eldridge paused, shrugged. You get to go on. That's something, isn't it? It's not a whole lot. Who is this guy? Why did you send me to kill him? We didn't send you. We sent a new entity that is a combination of you and Ninip, and the Jinn was the only part who did his job. Not good enough. And what if I don't tell you? Maybe I'll fucking kill you. Maybe I'll head back to the FOB and kill everyone in it. Ninip would like that. Indeed, the Jinn stirred at the words. Jaweed's eyes widened at that. He took a step backward, the fear scent thickening. Eldridge only snorted. You're not going to do that, Jim. How the hell do you know? The question was genuine. Schweitzer's curiosity piqued by the fact that Eldridge was absolutely right. Because you broke into a hallway and faced down a flamethrower to save a complete stranger. Because you spared this scumbag even when you'd been expressly ordered to kill him. Because you're a killing machine who wants to read books and visit his family's grave. Because you're a good guy, Jim. And somehow that makes you different. Somehow that makes you stronger. It may make you the most powerful asset this program has ever produced. I have to get you back to the U.S. yesterday. We're out of here just as soon as I make sure this particular band of brothers understands the importance of keeping their fucking mouths shut. Why? You're something new, Eldridge said. I have to understand why. Chapter 23. On the Lam. The miles disappeared beneath spinning tires. The landscape grew steadily more rural as Sarah angled northwest, her GPS instructed to avoid highways at all costs. She flicked her eyes to it as much as she dared, alternating glances between the tiny screen, the road, and the rearview mirror, with its view of Patrick sleeping fitfully in the back seat. She used to love driving, letting her subconscious navigate the roads, the gentle vibration of the motor massaging her, her conscious mind free to think and plan, to draw sketches in her brain that she would later commit to paper. Now she focused entirely on the task at hand, ensuring she wasn't followed, that where she was headed wasn't obvious. Jim had taught her the basics of counter-surveillance, how to make and shake tails, more as a fun exercise than because of any real need, and now she was grateful. She kept to 5 miles over the speed limit, generally meandering toward her goal, doubling back from time to time. The trick was to obscure her route without seeming like she was obscuring her route. Jim had told her that it was a balancing act that you could never know if you had gotten right. She stopped once to refill her tank, being sure to pay with cash. She always kept a $100 bill scotch-taped to the back of her library card for emergencies. Jim had teased her about it, saying it was a waste of money, but again, she was glad of it now. That money should see her to pegs. Just barely, but enough. She picked up her cell phone to call her sister, then dropped it onto the seat beside her. A moment later, she picked it up and turned it off, set it down. A moment after that, she picked it up again, pulled the battery out, stuffed it all in the glove compartment. She didn't know if she could be tracked by her phone, but it stood to reason that she could. Better not risk it. Peg would be surprised, but pleased to see her. You're being paranoid, she thought. You have no reason to believe you're being targeted. But she thought of Ahmed's cool tone, of her insistence that they meet. Her gut churned with terror, her blood racing as if the cells themselves were crying out in warning. They had killed Steve. They were going to kill her too. She knew it in her bones. Just like she knew Jim was alive. The certainty shook her, as concrete as the metal frame of the car around her, as the pressure of the dark sky. Jim was alive. He was alive. And he was searching for her. My God, I am going crazy. Fine. If she was crazy, then she was crazy. It was her they wanted. Patrick was too little to say anything to anyone and be believed. She would leave him with Peg, and then she had no idea. Get a tent, a pack, flee into the forests of West Virginia. Live on trail mix until she figured everything out. It was a terrible idea, but she didn't have any others just now. She glanced in the rear view at Patrick again, saw the glowing bands from the lights along the highway striping his pale cheeks. Rage surged in her. They won't hurt him. I won't let them. She recalled the canvas-cutting knife twisting in her hands as she plunged it into the man's throat, the stubby wooden handle suddenly slick with his blood. She would get a gun. Jim had taken her shooting, ensured she knew her way around the full range of options, short and long, shotguns and carbines, and high-caliber pistols. They might be SEALs, killers of long experience with the force of authority and technology that could make a man into something more. But she was a mother protecting her son. She would take at least one of them with her. The night stretched on, and she calmed, the rhythm of the road giving her some small measure of peace. And with it came the first gentle touches of fatigue. The dividing line striped her vision, forming a blinking, hypnotic pattern that lulled and distracted. After another hour, she found her eyelids growing heavy. She needed to stop. She needed to sleep, if only for a few hours. She couldn't use a hotel. They would need ID, a credit card. They would be suspicious of a cash payment. Hadn't Homeland Security instituted some kind of requirement? She was too tired to remember. They'd have to sleep in the car. Patrick was passed out, snug in his car seat. It was for her to make do. Pull over in the middle of the woods? Risky. She needed a semi-populated space, a small town where the one cop was asleep, but where she'd have recourse if some lunatic happened upon her. She turned off the road and headed to where the lines thickened a bit on her GPS map. After another 15 minutes, she found what she was looking for, a wider road, mostly gravel and broken asphalt, winding through a section of sparse trees, narrow trunks showing the land had been logged just a few years back. She could make out 2 farmhouses in the distance, dark and silent, abandoned for all she knew. Still, the evidence of human habitation comforted her. She stopped the motor, killed the lights, and cracked the window ever so slightly. She pushed the seat all the way back, looking up through the sunroof at the stars, so intensely clear this far from any light pollution. Jim, I'm here. She pushed her thoughts out up to them. I'm here and I need you. She pictured the thought as a tossed piece of paper caught in a wind, tumbling as it blew, pushed along by the breath of those stars, across the long miles until it reached him. The certainty gripped her again, so strong that her chest tightened, and her breath came in hitching sobs. He had heard her. He was alive, and he was coming. I'm crazy, I've lost my mind, and I'll never get it back. But it was a comforting madness, and she took refuge in it as she let the chorus of chirping insects and peeping frogs lull her into a shallow and restless sleep. Sarah sank into a kind of wary half-life. She was aware of her closed eyelids, of the deeper and slower rhythm of her breathing. Her muscles were relaxed, but her senses wouldn't rest. Her hearing reported the night sounds, pattering of tiny feet on the unpaved road around her car as opossums and raccoons investigated, drawn by the unfamiliar smells. Her other senses worked as well. She could smell the pungent odor of gasoline, the rich, wet decay of the woods around her. She could feel the firm pressure of the car seat against her back and shoulders. Jim had described it before, explained that on some of the more grueling ops, he literally learned to sleep while standing up, even while walking. She'd never understood until now aware of the weird dichotomy of her body simultaneously at rest and prepared for danger. Which was why she noticed as the pattering of animal feet silenced, was replaced by a steady, heavier crunch. Footsteps. Sarah resisted the impulse to bolt upright. She glanced down. She'd put the keys in the well beside the driver's seat, closed the cover. She'd have to move, make noise to open it. She cursed herself for not having the foresight to leave them in the ignition. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Stop it, that won't help. She satisfied herself with reaching one hand beside the seat, getting a firm grip on her steering wheel lock. It was a heavy and unwieldy club, but it was all she had. Easy. You don't go there unless you have to. If you can get out of this with a simple excuse, so much the better. Maybe whoever it is will go away. But they didn't go away. The crunching drew closer, finally stopped just outside her window. She heard a click. Light flooded in. No sense in staying still now. She flung her arm over her eyes, giving a moan that she hoped sounded groggy, tensing her grip on the club. The light moved away. Sorry, ma'am. A man's voice. Older, kindly. She relaxed a fraction. What you doing on the road here? Her eyes were already readjusting to the darkness, and she made out a man's face, jowly and long, with a neatly trimmed beard. Something dark and peaked covered his head, a baseball cap, she guessed. Patrick began to stir, moan. Sorry, she said, opening the door and pushing it outward, hoping to force him to move away from the vehicle. It worked. He took 3 steps backward as she got out, relieved to find he was stooped and weak-looking, of a height with her. If it came to it, she was confident she could take him without too much trouble. His right hand held the flashlight. His left was empty. She relaxed a bit more. Sorry, she said again. I was planning to drive straight through to my friend's place. Tired kinda snuck up on me. Was just planning to take a cat nap and drive on. He nodded, said nothing. Patrick began to blink, started crying. She unbuckled his straps and gathered him into her arms, swaying gently. What are you doing up so late? She asked. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the farmhouse up the hill behind him. My place, he said. You should know better than to sleep in a car on a road out here with your boy in the back. Ain't right. A needle of guilt pricked her, followed by anger. Who is this old fucker to tell me how to raise my child? She fought it down. He wasn't wrong. She said nothing, bouncing Patrick, telling him it was okay. He cried harder, shoving his face into her shoulder. Thirsty, he said. You got much farther to go? The man asked. She sighed. Yeah, I'm afraid I do. Well, he said, come on up to the house. We can give your boy a glass of milk and maybe a cup of coffee for you. Slaughter the fatted calf? She could see his cheeks crinkle into a smile. She could have been a serial killer, a thief on the run for all he knew. She was continually amazed at how the sight of a woman with a child disarmed men. It was at once honoring and insulting, and right now, damned convenient. That's kind of you, but you don't have to do that. I'm sure we can make it to a hotel. Nearest hotel's more than 30 miles out, and it's a flop house you wouldn't want to have your boy in. Come on. He gestured up the hill toward the house, lighted now around the doorway. Who else is up there? Sarah asked, cursed herself inwardly for the question. It showed suspicion, but the words had escaped before she'd had a chance to check them. For now, just the wife and me. But we're expecting company tomorrow. Church group, if you feel like sticking around. She smiled in the dark. Not really all that religious. We don't judge. He shrugged and turned for the house without waiting to see if she had followed. She didn't. Patrick had begun to quiet, strained to turn fully to see the old man, eyes wide with fascination. The man turned, noticing she hadn't followed, saw Patrick's interest, the smile returning, warming his creased face. Well, hello there, young fella, he said. You want a cup of juice? He pointed out a finger, slowly and careful not to touch. Patrick smiled back, said nothing. Cat got your tongue? The man asked. Patrick only smiled and looked, before turning and plunging his face into Sarah's shoulder. Sorry, she said. He's a bit of a flirt. The truth was that he hadn't done something like that in a long time, and the sight of him interacting normally made her weak with relief. "Come on," the man said. "Name's Drew. I'm not a freak or a killer or a thief. Just a nice guy with a habit of taking in strays. No harm will come to you." Patrick turned to look at him again, and Sarah nodded. "Okay, thanks so much. It's very kind of you." "Christian thing to do," Drew said. "Martha's the missus. She'll spoil your boy, I warn you." "I'm sure he'll love it," Sarah said, walking behind him, up the wide track that led to the house, front door wide, soft light, warm and inviting. She shifted Patrick into the crook of one arm, allowed her right hand to drop to her pocket, fingering the knife nestled there, clip arm keeping it up toward the opening, ready to pull at a moment's notice. It was a gravity knife, technically illegal, though Sarah doubted any cop had made an arrest for it in the history of the ordinance. Jim had taught her how to use it, and she'd gotten into the habit of practicing during idle hours watching TV. Pull, flick, feel the snap and lock of the blade into place. After a while, it had become second nature. She'd never beaten Jim's time, his hand a blur, knife quivering in a tree trunk before she'd even seen him release for the throw. But she could clear the blade in a respectable 3 seconds. She patted the knife, the cold metal reassuring her as she followed Drew's bobbing shoulders. She knew she wouldn't need it, but it was nice to know it was there. Chapter 24. Rockstar. Schweitzer began to flex his newfound muscles before they'd even boarded the plane home. Jaweed attached himself to Eldridge's side and kept an open channel at all times now, facilitating a steady stream of questions and answers that Schweitzer knew Eldridge was mining in a desperate effort to understand what made Schweitzer tick. "When we get back," Eldridge was seated across from Schweitzer in a metal folding chair in COP Garcia's ready room, waiting for the weather to clear so that a helo could return them to the air base for the flight home. "I'm going to need you to work with a psych doc. Get a baseline profile. It'll be nice. Therapeutic." "Who was Nightshade? Why did you send me after him?" "Are we going to go through this every time we run you now, Jim? Are you going to be my first operational prima donna?" "You want to know what makes me work? This is part of it. You promised me the next op would point toward my family. What was with the corpses?" Eldridge frowned, arms folded across his chest. "This is highly irregular." "Bowels are irregular. This is singular. I'm one of a kind. I'm pretty sure my contract with the Navy expired when that bullet tore up my brain. New contract now. This is a negotiation, and a full stake is my price." "I know you're not going to hurt anyone. Why would I tell you anything?" "Maybe I'll go for a walk down Pennsylvania Avenue naked at high noon." "We'd torch you." "Maybe I'll save you the trouble. Push Ninip all the way out and join him. Leave you to run your program with whatever second-rate goods you were working with before I came along." Eldridge chuckled. "Jesus, you're like a picky rock star. You want me to make sure you have a bowl of only green M&Ms in your trailer?" "I want you to bring me into the decision-making process. I get a say in where, when, and how I deploy. We start with Nightshade, and we start right now." "What if you don't like the answer?" "That's a risk you have to take. Ninip's not my only partner now. You hold the trump card in the end. You can push the button on the burn room. Start fresh." "If you let me." "You said it, not me." "We never learned Nightshade's name. We always knew him as Abu Naima. You know these guys always take nom de guerre." Schweitzer nodded. He did indeed. It was a pattern they'd learned back in the War on Terror, and had kept it up even when that dark period slid smoothly into an epic of insurgent crime. "He was a supplier. He kept us in corpses. The program requires more bodies than we can get, in-house." "You mean grave robbing your own?" Eldridge raised his hands. "You guys are pretty hard to kill, you know. A lot of times conventional units get a hold of the corpse before we can retrieve it. We don't dig up graves, Jim. We got lucky with you." "Can't you just requisition bodies?" There are exactly 2 people who know of the Gemini cell's existence, Jim. It's funded out of a classified line item. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but I think Congress thinks the money is going to the CIA. There aren't a whole lot of people we can ask for help, and anyway, you know we need specific bodies for this, or souls, rather. We can't use window washers. Hell, we can't even use Olympic athletes. You think hard operators in the prime of their life drop dead every day? With their bodies in pristine condition? With no families demanding an open casket? It's a rare commodity. So what did Abu Naima give you? Hell if I know. Dead operators. Russian Spetsnaz, mostly. A couple of Polish GROM, plenty of Pakistani SSG. He even scared up a Japanese SST corpse once. I have no idea how, and I didn't ask. Was he affiliated with the body farm? Tangentially. I think he played both sides of the fence, ancillary supplier to them. We knew about it, tolerated it because it doubled as intel we could use to intercept their shipments. Shipments where? To whom? Well, that's the thing we were trying to find out, and the reason you were brought in. Because he stopped supplying you. Eldridge nodded. But kept supplying the body farm. We offered him a chance to give up his sources to tell us where the bodies were going. When he refused, we found them on our own. And he was no use to you anymore. Eldridge sighed, shook his head. Yes, but that's not why he had to go. The negotiations fell apart recently, Jim. We decided to solve that problem before he figured it was safer and more profitable to sell out his dealings with us to the body farm. Schweitzer's anger was so hot and sudden that it nearly broke Ninip loose from his enclave and brought him surging back into control of their body. He sat silent while he struggled to contain the djinn. After a moment, he succeeded. Is that how my identity got leaked? Is that how I got killed? How my family got fucking killed? Eldridge raised his hands again, as if his palms could ward off Schweitzer if he decided to cross the distance between them. We don't know how that happened, Jim. You have my word. That's what we're trying to find out. You asked me to put you on ops that would lead to your murderers. I have done that. Abu Naima was the first step. So question him. What will he tell us? These guys are pros. They don't give details to a third-rate supplier like Nightshade. He's a grave robber with mud under his fingernails. These guys know how to compartment information. We have to go slowly. We have to be patient. You know that. Ninip growled, and Schweitzer realized that some of the djinn's haste had rubbed off on him. He'd lost focus. So the body farm is, well, farming bodies. Yes, Eldridge looked uncomfortable. I always thought it was a term for sex trafficking, child slaves, that sort of thing. It is, partly. Why? Why the hell are they doing this? Why do narco-terrorists ply their trade, Jim? Why does Al-Qaeda farm poppies for heroin? Why does the United States sell fighter jets to Israel? Money, power, and the ability to project ideology beyond one's own immediate circle. It doesn't matter. What matters is that they play ball and don't threaten the security of this nation we're both sworn to defend. So where are the corpses going if they're not coming to the Gemini cell? Eldridge tugged awkwardly at the corner of his mustache. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? There's another sorcerer, isn't there? Not an American. Or at least one not under American control. Eldridge spread his hands. Are you surprised? Jackrabbit was the first of many. This cell has been operating against rogue magic use for years now. And the cases only get thicker, more numerous, tougher. This is a tide, Jim. It's building, and I don't know where it stops. It makes sense that it wouldn't be confined to this country. Yes, there's another sorcerer, and he or she is doing something with these dead. We need to find out who and what, and most importantly, who pulls their strings. I'd almost be relieved to find out it was a state actor, even an enemy, but there's no guarantee of that. We found Jaweed by sheer luck. What if there's a Chinese triad or a Greek terrorist group building operators like you? That's some serious shit right there. Depends on what they use them for. Maybe they'll liberate oppressed villages from corrupt party bosses. Eldridge gave him a look. You've read Homer, I assume. I was a SEAL. You don't get far in our line of work without knowing about Achilles. The blade itself incites to deeds of violence. Meaning? If you have it, eventually you're going to use it, just because you can. Otherwise, you eat yourself alive, and weapons are built to do one thing. Schweitzer remembered Ninip's sympathetic tones, catching him off guard, maudlin over the thought of his brother. Let the branches do as the root commands, the Jinn had said. You are a warrior. Fight. The anger returned as Schweitzer realized what the sympathy had masked. He turned inward to where the Jinn cowered. You little fucker. You thought you could trick me into being a fucking animal like you. Was that it? I was giving you strength. It is what battle brothers do, Ninip whined. We're not we're not anything. Right now, you're a fucking battery, you clever little shit. Jim! Eldridge's brow furrowed with concern. Sorry, just having a chat with my partner here. He gave me the same line of shit. What line? About being a weapon. I was never a tool. I was an artist. I was also a husband and a father. I was a friend. That fancy carbine you gave me doesn't do a whole lot without someone behind the trigger. That's a weapon, Eldridge. I'm a man. I'd say that's debatable now, but you don't need me to show you a mirror. You're something new, Jim. What exactly we're still trying to determine. Anyway, do you have your answers? Will you play ball? This leads to the people who killed me, who killed my family. It does. Eventually, it's what we have for now. That's got to be enough. Fine, I'm in. But first, I want to see their graves. Your family. That's right. Jesus, Jim, I can't just put a hat and an overcoat on you and send you. You're forgetting this is a partnership. You can sit here and bluster, or you can meet my baseline demands. You either show me my family's graves, or we have nothing to talk about. It'll take time, Jim. I'll have to clear it with some people. I'll also have to figure out where they're buried. She has a sister, Peg. Lives out in the Shenandoah Valley. She'll know. Okay. Give me some time. Light a fire under it, Eldridge. I thought we were partners, Jim. This isn't how you treat a partner. It is when you're sick of their shit. Eldridge put his head in his hands. I'm not so certain that this newest development in our program is altogether positive. In all the other cases, what happened? The Jinn won out? Eldridge sighed, nodded. That's right. Either the original soul bound to the corpse was destroyed, or completely overwhelmed by the bound Jinn. Either way, we lost contact with them. You mean they wouldn't talk to Jaweed anymore? That's right. They were forced out. Eldridge's face lighted. He looked up, the exasperation vanishing. You're sure? It's a constant sumo match in here. Or, it was. I was forced out earlier. I found my way back. How? Eldridge had produced a small notepad and was scribbling on it frantically. Sarah. Eldridge froze. What do you mean? I followed her in. It's like there's a link, a path. I keep having this crazy notion that she's alive, like a phantom limb. You know it's cut off, but you can still feel it? Jaweed's translation faltered here, as he attempted to cobble the words together using his more limited command of English. And this is why you want to see their graves, because you think your family is alive. I know they're not. I want to see their graves because I want to see their graves. They're my family. I should be able to kneel there and cry. Ninip's contempt was tiny, insignificant, but Schweitzer felt it nonetheless. You can't cry, Jim. You have no moisture in your body. You have no eyes. No tear ducts. I can mourn. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. He felt the urge to touch the engraved dog tags, but stopped himself with an effort. There was no need to play his whole hand just yet. Eldridge already suspected that good deeds made the difference between him and the other operators in the cell. though Schweitzer thought it had more to do with simply asserting his own personality. Maybe he was a good man. Maybe the deep sable of Ninip's shadow merely made him seem good by comparison. Schweitzer remembered a night with Sarah before Patrick was born, finishing an op down south and flying back to MacDill Air Force Base in Florida. He took leave there. Sarah flew down to meet him, and they lay in the darkness on the post beach, feet tangled together in the sand, her head on his chest as he gazed up at the wheeling stars. "Why do you call them bad guys?" she'd asked. "Because they're bad." He hadn't been paying attention, otherwise he'd have recognized the tone of her voice that meant it was a serious question. "Do you really believe that?" "Sure, sometimes." "No, it doesn't matter. We have to think that." "Why?" He felt her head shift, knew she was looking at him now. "Because you can't do the job if you're thinking about their mothers or their kids. You'll choke up, you'll get yourself killed. You get your teammates killed." "I don't believe in bad guys." "Huh?" "I don't think there's such a thing as evil. Some people are crazy, others are terrified, others are stupid or too proud to reverse what they know is a bad course. Nobody's evil. Not in the mustache-twirling way." "It doesn't matter." "It does matter." "No, sweetheart, it doesn't. The scalpel isn't the hand that moves it. You can't be both the hand and the blade, Sarah. That's how you get junta. I don't worry about the nature of evil. There are no good guys or bad guys. There's only alive or dead, mission objectives accomplished or failed." But he couldn't be the scalpel anymore. That shining instrument had been sucked from his side, spinning away into the maelstrom of the screaming lost, the price of his return. Now he had to know. Now he had to think. He pictured Ninip, stripped from all he'd known, tumbling in a freezing, shrieking hell, until the screaming became his own, until loneliness and boredom and terror congealed into something he could never get out, until the man he'd been was scattered dust, tiny fragments that only archaeologists could identify as something more than mud. That wasn't evil. That was tragedy. And it changed nothing. He turned back to Joeed, sent another thought to relay to Eldridge. "What happened to the other operators?" "I told you we destroyed them." "Destroyed them? We're a precious asset. Why would you destroy them?" "They were little more than rabid dogs, Jim. They couldn't be communicated with, couldn't be controlled. The first few times it happened, there were incidents. Lives were lost. We had one break out just a week before you came into the cell. We had no option." "You burned them?" "Most of the time. Once we had to cut one up until there weren't any parts left large enough to hurt anyone. Crude, but effective." "That won't happen with me." "I know. And if we can figure out why you've won out over the Jinn, we can duplicate it. Then it won't happen to any of them." But Eldridge had missed Schweitzer's meaning. Schweitzer thought of correcting him, then decided to let it stand. Ninip made a few half-hearted attempts to expand his presence, but Schweitzer found it all too easy to kick him back into place. He still felt the weakness, the thrumming of his strength muted, his senses still stronger than they had been in life, but nowhere near the powerful gradation he'd known when the Jinn's strength was at its height. Smells ran together now. Sounds tumbled over one another. At night, when the corridor lights went down and his cold storage cell drifted into darkness, he could still see as if it were day, but heat signatures no longer registered. It was a small price to pay, but he wondered at the cost when he was run on his next op. Schweitzer pushed, made demands. "We're partners," he sent through Joeed. "That means I don't live in a cell." "Jesus, Jim," Eldridge said. "I'm not the only person involved with this program. I have superiors. I have to answer to them." In the end, they'd compromised. Eldridge's boss had permitted Schweitzer a large cell, still refrigerated, walls still dotted landscapes of burn and freeze nozzles, but several floors up. The walls were painted blue, and there was the crisped remains of a chair railing. "This was our first attempt at a containment unit," Eldridge said. "It's as low security as it gets." The door looked plenty formidable to Schweitzer, but he imagined the sky a few floors closer, felt it as an almost physical lifting of pressure. A slice of his humanity that much closer. Stupid. Another phantom limb. But it would do until he could push Eldridge for more. Slow was smooth. Smooth was fast. As low security as it gets is me not in a cell. I can't just let you wander around here, Jim. You'll scare people. This is my problem. Why? Because if you scare enough people, it could become a problem for me. Help me to help you, Jim. We'll get there. We need to get there soon. I'll stay in here. But you want to meet me to run your test or answer your questions, you're going to do it in another room. Jesus, Jim, you're really starting to chap my ass. Life's rough all over. I want to go for a walk. Eldridge hung his head. It's a good thing my hair is already gray. It's white. You look like Mark Twain. Yeah, I get that a lot. Where do you want to go? We can start with the command center. Eldridge finally shrugged, sighed, and led him back down. It wasn't anything that Schweitzer hadn't seen 100 times before. A busy watch floor, one 20-foot wall covered with monitors, horseshoe-shaped long desks extending outward like ripples on a pond, busy analysts seated at terminals, ceasing all work to gawk at the monster in their midst. The command center was suddenly still. Schweitzer could feel the shock, could smell the sudden sour tang of fear in the air. Ninip roused, pushing experimentally, the fluttering remains of his hunger stirred by the presence of so much weak and vulnerable flesh. Eldridge folded his arms across his chest. Jaweed stood beside him, looking around worriedly. "This what you wanted, Jim?" Eldridge asked. Schweitzer nodded, tried to think of a way to reassure the analyst that he was no threat. He decided to clasp his hands beside his back as he strolled down the main central aisle. He realized after a few feet that he looked like a dictator general inspecting troops and sighed inwardly. He was a monster. Any posture would be lipstick on a pig. "Tell them it's all right. I'm not going to hurt anyone," he sent to Jaweed. The sorcerer did as he was bid, but the tension in their shoulders didn't ease. The high smell of fear didn't abate. Schweitzer turned to his right, walked to the analyst there. She leapt out of her swivel-back chair, making a small noise and nearly upsetting the monitor in front of her. "Sorry," she squeaked. Schweitzer could feel Ninip, pushing harder now, his hunger starting to fog the edges of Schweitzer's senses. He turned inward and smacked the djinn down. "No fucking way," he said to Ninip. "Don't even think about it." "Why? What good are these people to you?" the djinn asked. Schweitzer ignored him, channeled his thoughts to Jaweed instead. "Ask her what she's working on." Schweitzer bent to examine the screen. It looked like a personnel roster, overlaid against a wide map, zoomed in too far for him to recognize the locale. 3 gold-colored triangles flashed on it. They were labeled G41, G18, and G22. In the upper right corner of the screen, 6 more gold triangles sat unblinking in 2 orderly rows of 3. Beside them was a single silver one, S1. The analyst looked at Eldridge, and the older man nodded once. She turned back to Schweitzer, biting down on her words to keep the tremor out of her voice. "That's you," she said. "S1?" She nodded. "What are the G-series?" "Those are all the others," she said. She looked young, hair cut unfashionably short, Coke bottle glasses, pale and soft. Not someone who worked out often or ever. She reminded him of the code breakers and math dorks who'd helped crunch the numbers that built their targeting decks back in his living days. Ninip pushed again, back down at a twitch from Schweitzer. "Who are the others?" Schweitzer asked. "Operators like you," she said. "Only not like you. These are the ones who are still under control." "Some control," Eldridge answered this time. "Enough for us to use them in less delicate situations than the ones we've run you on." "So the S is for silver?" He thought of his eyes. The analyst looked askance at Eldridge again. "S is for singular, Jim," Eldridge answered. "You're the first we've ever had where the original soul, The one belonging to the corpse, one out. I want to meet one of the others. The analyst's fear stink grew stronger. You wouldn't like them, Jim, Eldridge said. They're not as personable as you are. I said we can control them, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. Still want to meet one. Eldridge shrugged. Won't kill anyone, I think. Sure. Schweitzer turned back to the analyst. What's your name? The analyst's fear stink became cloying once Jaweed had translated the question. What? He wants to know your name, Jaweed said again. Why do you care what this thing is called? Ninip sneered. Schweitzer ignored him, tried to look into the analyst's eyes. They kept roving, darting from Eldridge to him and back, finally alighting on the far corner of the room. Schweitzer turned and followed her gaze. 6 men lounged against one of the desks closer to the wall of screens, machetes casually dangling from lanyards around their wrists. Behind them, 2 men stood by with what Schweitzer could only describe as halberds. It was to be expected. He couldn't be offended by precautions. People who knew nothing about war thought it hinged on risks, brave and singular acts of heroism. That was how Ninip thought. Schweitzer knew better. You won by doing it by the numbers. You won by hedging. He turned away from Eldridge's hedge and back to the analyst. There was probably a manual that specified the number of men and the number and type of armaments required depending on what room he was in. That was simply how the military did business. Your name, he asked again. Gerald, she said. Your name is Gerald? We don't use real names here, Jim, Eldridge answered. All the females have male names, and all the males have female names. So Eldridge isn't your real name? I stay with the program, Jim. These lucky fellows might rotate out someday. Best to keep things as compartmentalized as possible. He turned back to Gerald. Well, Gerald, I'm Jim. He extended a hand, keeping a watchful inner eye on Ninip, sensing the djinn's desire to extend his claws. It's nice to meet you. Gerald stared at his hand. The fear stink spiked, slowly abated. She didn't move. I won't hurt you, Schweitzer sent, but she had already reached out and taken his hand in hers, her thumb sliding gently over his palm. She forgot to pump it in her fear, and they stood in awkward silence for a moment, holding hands, all eyes in the command center on them. It's nice to meet you, Jim, she said. You really are an amazing man. Such a pleasure to work with you. But the words barely registered. Schweitzer was lost in the sight of her skin touching his, healthy pink clasped to dead gray. He could feel the gentle pulse of her blood through her palm, not with Ninip's predatory hunger, but simply as a warm thing, vital and close. Her hand was sweaty. The moisture formed a gentle seal between their skins. He glanced up to find she was smiling. Schweitzer realized with a start that this was the first time he had touched a person other than Eldridge, other than to kill them, since he had died. Thank you, Gerald, he sent to Jaweed. I look forward to working together. He felt her grip slacken, the gentle tug as she tried to draw her hand back. He kept a hold of it, even though the fear stink rose and she began to tug harder, even though he had to push back harder against Ninip, surging in response to the nearness of blood. Not because he wanted to hurt her, not because the bloodlust surged in him as well, though it did, but because he was touching a living person, another living person, not running, not screaming, not shooting or fighting, holding her hand. What good are these people to you? Ninip had just asked him. He looked down at the hand, tugging more frantically now, and he knew. Chapter 25. Job Offer. The corridor was only wide enough to admit a single man at a time. Schweitzer could see alternating burn and freeze nozzles at regular intervals projecting from the walls, ceiling, and floor. Every 20 feet, a thick slot retreated into darkness, from which he assumed thick steel doors could drop to seal off the corridor by segments. It felt like a cattle chute. He could feel the heaviness of the packed earth above him, the thickness of the metal on all sides. "To the end, Jim," Eldridge said. "Stop outside the door." "I thought you said you had control over them." "The ones we have the best control of are out working. You can't meet them. This is the one you can meet." "You can't use this one?" "I keep holding out hope, but I don't think so." "Then why keep him, her, it?" "It was a him," Eldridge said. "Air Force PJ was up for a posthumous Medal of Honor. Missed it by an inch." "So, why not destroy him?" "I said I was holding out hope," Eldridge said. "He's still one of our own. He has good days and bad. Sometimes I think he's getting the upper hand." "Over his jinn? What's his called? Is it another ant?" Jaweed cut him off this time, saying something briefly to Eldridge before turning inward to Schweitzer. "He does not speak." Schweitzer's senses were still amplified enough to sense Eldridge nodding behind him. "I said he has good days, Jim. You have great days. On his best day, he can't manage speech. Whatever is in there with him, it's not interested in the finer points of conversation. On the good days, it wants to kill what we pointed at. On the bad days, it wants to kill everything." "So what are you hoping will happen?" "I don't know. But I'm convinced that whatever it is, you're the key to it. I want him to be like you, Jim. I want them all to be like you." "How are they different?" "You'll see." Eldridge pointed down the corridor. "He's an animal. More monster than man. We need operators who can think, who can reason. Who can be relied upon to obey." "A thinking creature is far less reliable than an animal," Eldridge said. He put his hand on Schweitzer's shoulder. "This is a partnership now, remember? I'm not some cartoon villain, Jim. There's more administrator in me than secret agent. I am genuinely sorry about what happened to you, about what happened to your family. But the truth is that there are forces at work here that we don't entirely understand, and you are the only way I know to keep them at bay. I am terrified of the thought of creatures like the one you're about to meet being the only thing that stands between this country I love so much and creatures like Jackrabbit and Nightshade. Please believe that." And Schweitzer found that there was no guile in Eldridge's eyes, and that he did believe him, in spite of everything. He remembered Sarah's face, her cheeks hot with anger, during their last argument on the night the body farm had shattered his home and life and family. "Why do you do it, Jim? What do you get out of it? I mean, apart from the adrenaline rush?" she'd asked. "I'm good at it," he'd replied. "Really, really good at it. It's like you with the painting. You touch it, it's amazing. You don't even have to try. I know you do, and damn hard, but that just makes a good thing better." If he wasn't a SEAL, and he wasn't a husband and father, then he didn't know what he was. "So yes," Eldridge said, "I want them all to be like you. Every operator in the program." It was something that was not a SEAL or a husband or a father. It was something that was not Ninip. They were silent for the rest of the walk until the hallway ended at a thick steel door painted in diagonal stripes alternating red and yellow. Schweitzer could smell the Composition B explosive lining the edges, the ammonia stink of the nitroamine so strong that Ninip was roused. There was a lot of explosive all around him, probably enough to bring the entire room and corridor down around them. The burn nozzles, the control points, the pounds of explosive, layer upon layer, with the SEALs called defense in depth. Whatever was behind that door, the Gemini cell sure as hell wanted to be able to snuff it out in a hurry. Schweitzer could feel the current again, the weird sense of standing in a tunnel of flowing liquid. The magic. There was magic behind that door. Ninip was awake now, pacing his tiny corner of their shared space, looking for his chance to break out. Schweitzer ignored him, lost in the sense of the current washing over him. "Ready?" Eldridge asked. "What was his name?" "What?" "His name. I want to know what he was called when he was alive. He's not going to answer to it, Jim. Doesn't matter. Eldridge sighed, and Schweitzer could feel him shrugging. Cameron. His friends call him Cam. Schweitzer nodded, kept an eye on Ninip, and faced the door. Ready. A slot in the door slid aside with a bang. It was only wide enough for a tray to pass through, and Schweitzer could smell the explosive packed around it with such strength that he tried to filter it out. After a moment, he gave up. Ninip's diminishment had robbed him of many capabilities, this among them. He leaned forward and pressed his eye to the slot. His view was distorted by a cinder block thickness of transparent palladium. Beyond was a tiny room, scarcely more than a large closet. It was completely white and so clean that the angles where the walls met the floor melted into one another, joining the thick, transparent pane in giving a weird, distorted impression of a window into the interior of some round ball. The only break in the otherwise uniform expanse of white were the ubiquitous burn and freeze nozzles, interspersed with metal boxes that Schweitzer guessed contained more Comp B or Semtex or something else that could turn whatever was in the room to dust with the touch of a button. There was nothing else. Schweitzer pressed closer to the slot, turning his head sideways to better see the room's hidden corners. He could feel Ninip looking through with him, trembling with excitement. He instinctively tried to switch to heat vision, and Ninip tried to press forward to assist. But Schweitzer pushed him back again. There was no way it would be worth it to let the djinn reassert himself just to see around a corner. I can't see anyone, Schweitzer sent to Joweed, heard the sorcerer translate to Eldridge behind him. He's there, trust me, Eldridge said. He likes to... The heavy door reverberated as something huge and dark slammed into it. Schweitzer's augmented reflexes sent him leaping back, knocking Eldridge into Joweed. He heard them cry out, but it was as faint as Ninip's voice, receding in the spectrum of sounds as his hearing shifted to focus on the space in front of him, scanning for threats. The djinn was pushing again, and Schweitzer noticed his claws were out, his jaw hanging lower, tongue lolling, fangs lengthening. It wasn't much of a struggle to rein Ninip back in, but that didn't mean it was effortless, and Schweitzer froze as he turned his attention toward forcing Ninip back into the sliver of space he'd marked out for him. By the end of that moment, the thing that hit the door had begun battering at it. Schweitzer could hear the shriek of something sharp being dragged along the metal between each blow. Ninip was trembling. The djinn flashed thought after thought to Schweitzer, a tangled, semi-coherent string of images, excitement over meeting another like him, the thrill of an even contest, Schweitzer opening the door, Schweitzer tearing it off its hinges. Schweitzer pushed the djinn away and turned his focus back to the door. It thumped, rattled. I don't think it's going to hold, he sent to Joweed. It will hold. He will come in a moment, the sorcerer came back. And if he doesn't, you're going to incinerate us all? If he doesn't, we will freeze him solid. We have done it before. He will thaw. But true to Joweed's words, the battering was already slowing, possibly as the man inside the body wrestled with the djinn, got the upper hand, or as the djinn gave up the effort as futile. The bangs against the door came less frequently, and finally stopped altogether, and the thing in the room moved away from the slot and into view. There was little left of the man he once was. Rough, raised purple ridges covered in baseball stitching showed where both arms and a leg had been severed and reattached. Metal reinforcing cables protruded from the flesh, snaked along a few inches, and disappeared below the skin again. Another Frankenstein line of stitching formed a neat X over his stomach. He loped, squatting deep on his haunches, strong thighs supporting him. His hands were raised above his head, long claws extending almost to his shoulders, fanning out like an umbrella stripped of its fabric. His teeth were comically long, slicing through his lip, which hung in ribbons between them. His jaw nearly touched his navel, gray tongue spread out on the floor like a carpet runner. Tattoos covered him. Death had grayed his dark skin, but it was still difficult to make out the black lines of the ink. Schweitzer could see an Air Force logo on his thigh, a scrolling banner on the opposite leg wrapped around, but Schweitzer could make out the words, reveres honor. A tattoo on his arm was the brightest and easiest to make out, the background marred by the stitching and cabling that held the arm in place. A beautiful woman was done in the likeness of a Benin noble, heavy iron circlets covering her long neck and graceful wrists. A pectoral covered her breasts. Her dreadlocked hair was piled in a tall iron crown. Her arms cradled two children, their faces done in such realistic detail that Schweitzer knew the tattoo artist had taken them from life. 3 names were written below: Malika, Colin, Winnie, his family, the man this monster had once been. Cam's tattered body crouched at the back of his cell, face turned intently toward the door, every muscle tense to spring. His eyes were gone. In the black pools of the sockets burned 2 marble-sized flames, bright gold. No, there were threads of silver in the fire, like the gouts of blue that entered the flames from a propane tank teetering on the edge of empty. What's that? Jaweed didn't need him to explain. That is the man he once was, losing to the jinn he soon will be. He heard Jaweed repeating the conversation to Eldridge, a low buzz in the background, insects at play. That's what's happening to me? No, Jim, Eldridge answered. That's what should be happening to you. Jinn are thousands of years old. That much time beyond life makes them incredibly strong. This is another reason why we pair them with hard operators. They are the few people with the mettle to hang on to some shred of themselves in the face of such power. I'm more than a shred. Much more. I want to understand why. Schweitzer lifted an arm, pointed at Cam's face, which weaved to track his finger like a cat tracking a mouse. What happens when his eyes turn all gold? Then he is gone, Jim. Then what little Cam is left will be lost. And you can still use him? In extreme circumstances, maybe. In most cases, they have to be destroyed. Why? They're animals, Jim. If you have a dog you know is capable of writing poetry, but all it does is bite you, you don't wait around for it to spit out a sonnet. You put it down. Schweitzer returned to his cell, sat in the corner of his cell. Eldridge observed him through the transparent metal pane after the door had shut. Jaweed leaned against the corridor wall behind him. So you've met Cam. What do you think? Eldridge asked. I told you no questions while I'm in here. Oblige me, Jim. I think I've been meeting my part of the bargain. That's true. Okay, one question. And not about Cam. I'm still processing. Okay. Eldridge paused, thinking. Why do you sit? He finally asked. Huh? You don't need to sit. Your body doesn't feel fatigue. I notice you doing this a lot. Things you don't need to do. Nodding or shaking your head, looking at people even though you're talking to us through Jaweed. Living things. Schweitzer thought a moment before answering. Sarah forced me to read a comic book once about a masked freedom fighter who unseated a totalitarian government. They made a movie out of it. Comic books don't seem your style. I loved comic books. I was just more into superheroes. Anyway, Sarah always got what she wanted, so I read it. And? You liked it? Yeah, I did. There was a scene where a prisoner passed a letter to another. It is the very last inch of us, she said of integrity, but within that inch, we are free. There's so little left of me that's human, Eldridge. Sitting is my last inch. There's more humanity in you than many living men, Jim, Eldridge said. Good night. He left, Jaweed at his heel. Schweitzer sat for a long time, thinking about Cam and Eldridge and humanity. His last inch. It would be good to read that comic again, to see if the lines were as he remembered them. He stood, reached out to Jaweed to ask the sorcerer to request the comic, and found the sorcerer was already opening the link to him. That link was a tunnel connecting Ninip Schweitzer and Jaweed, allowing communication to travel both ways. Jaweed was doing his level best to sound casual. Schweitzer had heard it at least a dozen times before in brush passes and back-alley midnight meets with intel contacts. They were inevitably men who had gone rogue for money or some misplaced belief in redemption. Always, they quickly discovered they were in the company of genuine killers with no way out but forward. Always they affected the same casual tone. Always they failed to hide the terror beneath it. When it came to killing, a man could only harden himself so much. There was something deeper that helped you pull the trigger when you had to, and to forget about what the round did after. Some people had it. Most didn't. "We are almost ready for your next run," the sorcerer said. The link connecting them was more powerful than speech, conveyed emotion with a clarity that no expression or tone could match. Jaweed's fear was as thick as summer fog, riding on a current of desperation so keen that Ninip stirred, reaching back up the link toward the sorcerer. Schweitzer felt the djinn extending himself, his presence reaching out for the emotions that filtered down the link from Jaweed. Ninip dipped into Jaweed's fear, coiling around it, using it as Schweitzer had used Sarah's rosewater scent, a path that could be followed back to its source. Schweitzer felt Jaweed recoil from Ninip's exploration, and he reached out to push Ninip back. The djinn resisted briefly, but Schweitzer was much too strong for him now. "What's the op?" Schweitzer asked. "It is back to the Baluch," Jaweed said. "Near to where you were." "I know where it is, Jaweed. I've been there enough. I thought I made myself clear. This is a partnership now. You don't call the op and send me. We call it together. That's how this goes." The sorcerer was silent. "Where's Eldridge?" Schweitzer asked. "Get him back in here." "He is coming soon," Jaweed said. "I wanted to talk with you first." The sorcerer's fear traveled down the link with such strength that Schweitzer felt buffeted by it. There were two ways to deal with a frightened man: go nuclear and cow him, or go easy and make him feel safe. Both were dependent on the subject's personality. Both carried risks, and both were disastrous if you guessed wrong as to what the other person needed. Schweitzer made his choice. "You can tell me, Jaweed. I'm not about to go tattling on you to Eldridge." The sorcerer hesitated. Schweitzer felt the moment balance on a knife's edge. Either Jaweed would shut the link and cut the connection, or he would talk. "I know I can trust you," Jaweed said. "I am less sure about him." "Ninip?" Schweitzer asked. "He's done." He felt a pulse of anger from the djinn at that, but no movement. "I wanted to talk to you," Jaweed went on. "We are both prisoners here." Schweitzer muffled his surprise. He could feel the vibration of the link that connected them, understood that as Jaweed's emotions were flowing to him, his were flowing in reverse. Was the sorcerer as powerful as Ninip when the djinn was in control of their shared body? Ninip had been able to read Schweitzer's thoughts and emotions with ease. He didn't know if Jaweed had the same ability. Schweitzer had only ever known the steady rhythm of their communication, Jaweed faithfully translating until he faded into the background, Schweitzer barely noticing he was there. "I can't imagine that they'd want someone with your abilities having weekends off," Schweitzer said, hoping Jaweed couldn't see into Schweitzer's mind, discover that Schweitzer was attempting to manipulate the sorcerer into opening up. "I am given my rest," Jaweed said, "but I am always watched." Schweitzer felt Jaweed push his consciousness down the link between them, pressing into Schweitzer's thoughts, trying to white out his vision so he could tell another of his picture stories. This time, Schweitzer pushed back, closing himself off and forcing Jaweed to recoil back into himself. He felt the sorcerer's shock. Schweitzer was getting better at this whole being dead thing. "No," Schweitzer said. "You don't walk into my mind anymore. You want to tell me something? Then tell me." "I was going to show you my home, where they keep me." "I'm sure it's very nice." "I have seen your home before the attack from pictures, not from invading your mind, I swear it." "I believe you." Schweitzer realized that he did believe him, that he could feel the honesty vibrating through the link that connected them. There was so much to learn about how this new unlife worked, about what he could do. "I think we are the same this way," Jaweed said. Denied family. You asked me about the girl you saw. In my mind, back in COP Garcia. You said that she was lost to you, that it was pointless to look over your shoulder. Schweitzer could feel Jaweed's embarrassment. Before the Talebs took me, I was promised, betrothed. I would be married now were I still in my homeland. I will never have her now, or the children that would have come of it. We have both lost loved ones. Schweitzer felt his anger spike at the comparison. He felt Jaweed shrink from the rage resonating up the link to him. Schweitzer hauled on the emotion like a line, brought it in. Schweitzer calmed himself with an effort, then spoke. It's not the same thing. I lost people I built a life with. You're mourning a vision that might never have come to pass. Of course, I'm sorry. Schweitzer could feel Jaweed's anger giving the lie to his conciliatory words, mingled with disappointment. The sorcerer wasn't sorry. Jaweed wanted something else out of this conversation. What was her name? Schweitzer asked. The girl you were betrothed to. Jaweed's shock resonated down the link. The sorcerer clearly hadn't been expecting the question. It took him a long time to answer. Anousheh. She was called Anousheh. You ever see her? I think I did once. My father beat me for that. Schweitzer knew enough of Jaweed's culture to understand that seeing unmarried women was forbidden. Children could get away with it, but by the end of adolescence, a woman's skin exposed to sunlight was treated like pure gold and toxic waste in equal measure. Beat you badly, huh? Schweitzer asked. I lived. Jaweed's voice was light, but Schweitzer could feel the pain in the memory. Why are you talking to me about this? Schweitzer asked. Can't you talk to someone alive? They force me to talk to their psychologist, Jaweed said. I meet her each week. She is kind. That help? Her questions, she is not seeking to help me. She is seeking to keep me calm, to know my intentions, to ensure that I keep working, that I do not flee. Schweitzer had been off to see the wizard enough to know that the psych docs, open smiles and soft voices could never conceal their mission, to determine if you were still fit to keep the government's secrets and to do its dirty work. You didn't need magic to see that. My guards do not speak with me, Jaweed went on. The analysts here do not even use their real names. Eldridge? Eldridge is... all that man does is work. I have never seen him sleep. I have never seen him gone from here for more than a few hours. He is a machine. So you've got nobody to talk to. You want a buddy, is that it? Schweitzer asked, but he knew it wasn't. The emotions traveling down the link told him that Jaweed wanted something specific. He was feeling Schweitzer out. I thought... You are a father, Jaweed said. I thought you would understand. I was a father, Schweitzer replied. And that's why I do understand. Family is everything. And as Schweitzer said it, his own words rocked him. All those years, his pride in his profession, his commitment to his art, lying beside Sarah as she drifted off to sleep, fearing that loving her would strip away all in the world that made him great. All of it possible because of her and Patrick, her standing at the top of the stairs to her loft studio, grinning down at him. Patrick, before he could walk, seated in his pack-and-play, cooing and reaching. Each after action, Schweitzer marinating in the realization of what he'd done, what he'd accomplished, what he'd endured, telling himself he was hard, that it didn't matter, that he could shrug it off. It had been Sarah and Patrick, hadn't it? Before Sarah, he had been strong by leaning on his brothers and sisters in the teams, and after he'd leaned on her, even as he told himself he was being strong for her, his family was the foundation on which everything he'd achieved rested. Sarah and Patrick, always. Peter's face flashed before him. Schweitzer remembered being chased by a dog as a little boy, running into his brother's arms. Peter had swung him into the air and into safety. In a way, he'd never let him go. Proud of you, bro? That no person made it on their own was hammered into SEALs from the first day of training. They were a band. They were a team. They won together or they fell together. They left no man behind. Always leaning, always. He'd never truly appreciated until this moment. Now that family was utterly beyond him, he finally understood their significance. Family is everything, Schweitzer said again, and this time he let the emotion kindled by those words, his amazement at how much his family meant to him, reverberate up the link to the sorcerer. He felt the emotion touch Jaweed, envelop him. He felt Jaweed respond to the feeling that he had never known, had always desired, savoring it much as Ninip savored fear and pain. This was a thing Jaweed and Schweitzer shared, uniting them through the silent language that all men knew, the love of home and hearth, and of the ones who came up with us. Jaweed had wanted to know what it was to have a family of his own, and now he felt it through Schweitzer. The sorcerer drowned in the sensation and dropped his guard entirely. The link between Schweitzer and Jaweed opened wide, the fear momentarily dissipating and leaving the link as wide as a corridor, a tunnel between their two souls. Without knowing what he was doing, Schweitzer stepped into the link, pushed his presence up the channel of communication with Jaweed, following the instincts of his new existence, flowing like water through the path of least resistance. Schweitzer found himself in two places at once. Half of him remained in his own corpse, locking Ninip firmly in place as the djinn leapt to follow him. The other half of Schweitzer's consciousness passed up through the link and into Jaweed's consciousness. Jaweed felt Schweitzer's invasion of his inner space. The sorcerer ripped himself from his reverie, his rapture shifting to anger, surprise, and panic. He pushed madly against Schweitzer, trying to force him back down the link that connected them. But Schweitzer would not be moved. Jaweed lay open to him, his thoughts and memories bare, just as Schweitzer had been vulnerable to Ninip when they first woke up together, sharing Schweitzer's corpse. This was what Ninip must have seen. This was what it must mean to be the djinn in another's form. Schweitzer could feel the sense of violation, the gut-wrenching revulsion gripping Jaweed. This violation, the raping of memory and experience, had been the worst of what Schweitzer had suffered since he'd been paired with the djinn. He knew that to delve into Jaweed's mind was cruel, but Jaweed was part of the reason that pairing had happened in the first place. The Gemini cell had been a labyrinth since Schweitzer had awoken under its thrall. He had backed Eldridge into a reluctant partnership, held him there only through the promise of his future utility. And now, Jaweed came to him with another op decided on, Schweitzer's cooperation assumed. What else would he do? What else was there he could do? He was a monster, a dead thing created to make more dead things. The truth wasn't much, but it was something. Maybe that it was different from what he had was enough. Schweitzer reached out, felt the membrane of Jaweed's memories resist him, felt the sorcerer's defenses shift from the futile attempt to push him out of his body to a scrambled defense of his mind. Too little, too late. Schweitzer plunged into the stream of Jaweed's thoughts. The images of Jaweed's memories flashed through Schweitzer's mind now, all but blotting out his vision, faster and more vivid than they had ever been in any communication Jaweed had willingly sent. Schweitzer replayed Jaweed's memories. He saw through Jaweed's eyes as the sorcerer stood in the command center beside Eldridge, watching the silver triangle that represented Schweitzer's movements track across a map sketched out in black and glowing green. Schweitzer flashed to another memory of Jaweed standing beside Eldridge and a young woman in jeans and a t-shirt, talking animatedly over an open file with Schweitzer's picture paperclipped to one corner. His psych reports. The young woman was a human terrain analyst, trying to predict Schweitzer's motivations, to explain to Eldridge why Schweitzer thought the way he did, to decode who he was. As with all of the analysts, she was young, plucked from one of the best schools in the nation. Jaweed's memory told Schweitzer that the sorcerer had been terrified of her, obscenely aroused by her. Schweitzer realized that Jaweed had been thrust from a world in which he never saw women at all into a daily routine where he was surrounded by them, and in dress that in his homeland would have been considered scandalous. And as with all of the analysts, her name was not her own. Jaweed called her Jack. Schweitzer didn't stick around to learn more. He pushed further back through Jaweed's memories, going deeper into the sorcerer's past, not sure what he was looking for, pulled on by the satisfaction of finally learning about the events surrounding his resurrection. Schweitzer left that memory and moved to another one. Jaweed, red-faced and arguing with Eldridge. I did everything you asked me, Jaweed had said. It is not such a great request. Let me go back, just for a night. You can send soldiers with me. Eldridge's sad eyes, looking old and tired. I'm sorry. We can't risk that. You know I'll push for it. I've been pushing for it. We'll get there, Jaweed. You just have to be patient. Schweitzer pushed on, examining an older memory, Jaweed sitting cross-legged on the end of his narrow bunk, feeling the currents of magic flowing around and through him. Jaweed cast himself out into the void, feeling his way through the darkness, drifting along the wave tops of the currents of magic all around him. The sorcerer slowly became aware of other consciences, whirling in the distance, tumbling over one another so that Jaweed only caught a snatch of each presence before it spun away to be replaced by another. Schweitzer knew what Jaweed was seeing, the soul storm, the whipping, screaming chaos that had almost claimed him. But where Schweitzer was dead, his disembodied presence moving through the void, Jaweed was alive, and using his magic to project his will outward. Jaweed hovered along the edges of the void, unable to push farther, feeling the long miles, a distance between planets, still separating him from whatever lay beyond. Then, a pulse. One voice growling deep and low and stronger than all the others, clawing its way to the surface of the storm of souls, reaching out. Powerful, wicked. Schweitzer could feel the fear curdling in Jaweed's gut, sweat tickling his neck, his spine, before soaking into the band of his trousers. Jaweed remembered warnings from his grandfather, superstitious, cautionary stories about the evils of magic, old tales to make children obedient until they'd become real. The memory was as real as if Schweitzer were living the experience himself. He could feel Jaweed swallowing, forcing the fear into a tight ball that sat in his stomach. Schweitzer could feel Jaweed reminding himself that without magic, he was a goat herd. Without magic, he was a victim, shivering under Abdul Razak's sweaty bulk, biting down against the pain. You're so beautiful, the Taleb had crooned over and over again. Like a deer, my little deer. Abdul Razak had conjugated the nouns in the feminine. Jaweed shook, knowing that to relax would make it hurt less, but fearing that if he let this bastard make him into a girl, he would be one forever. So Jaweed had let his muscles fight, and he had suffered. Magic put an end to it. Schweitzer could feel the reminder giving the sorcerer steel. Jaweed reaching out to the stronger voice in the storm, extending the magic, pushing a tiny thread of his presence across the fathomless dark. The magic obeyed. The arcane currents ceased their aimless eddying, moving purposefully now, carrying Jaweed's signal on and out, a hand extended in invitation. Schweitzer saw it all. The hand at the other end, grasping, locking on. Jaweed reeling in. Schweitzer saw through Jaweed's eyes, open now, looking down at a corpse on a cold metal gurney, hand on its chest. Jaweed's magic current flowed out, the jinn, the presence out of the storm, moving past and through Jaweed, reaching out strong arms and digging in, trying to find purchase in Jaweed's body, preferring the pulse of his living heart to the cold emptiness of the dead one on the gurney before him. The memory played on, and Schweitzer could feel Jaweed grinding his teeth together so hard that his jaw hurt, the coppery taste of blood flowing into his mouth, pushing the jinn on until it was past and through, flailing and clawing as Jaweed's magical current bound it into the corpse. Jaweed felt the faint signature of the soul of the original owner of the corpse still clinging to it, haunting its former home, as it would for a few days or a few hours before moving off into the storm. Jaweed performed the final binding, linking the ancient soul from the void to the newly dead one in the corpse. Schweitzer watched through Jaweed's eyes as the memory went on. Jaweed examined the corpse. A Caucasian with epicanthic folds on his eyes, an indicator of steppe heritage. The dead body jerked, fingers flexing, chest rising and falling once. Schweitzer stayed with the memory while Jaweed waited for his latest experiment to wake. Hours passed in the memory. At last, the eyes opening, flames dancing in the depths. Silver at first, but flickering faintly, slowly overcome. Then, at last, gold. An axe rising, falling. Schweitzer abandoned this memory and pushed deeper, delving further back, trying to find something of himself, of his family, of... He saw through Jaweed's eyes as the sorcerer stood beside Eldridge, watching video camera footage of a hospital room. The image was grainy, distorted, but Schweitzer could see a woman sitting on a bed, cradling a child in her arms. She was weeping. A doctor crouched at her side, trying to find comforting words, clearly failing. Schweitzer felt Jaweed fight harder, flailing desperately as Schweitzer replayed the memory fully, focusing on the figures on that hospital bed, reconciling the chronology of the memories, playing them back in order. Back further, to Jaweed observing the wreckage of Schweitzer's home just after Schweitzer's corpse had been carted off. Fast forward to the memory of Schweitzer's psych profile, back again to the wrecked apartment, forward slightly to the hospital room, to the grainy image of the woman and child, hauntingly familiar. The haunting dissolving into sudden certainty. Schweitzer pulled back from the stream of Jaweed's thoughts, snarling. He hovered just outside Jaweed's body at the very edge of the link that connected them. Jaweed pushed against him, but sick rage had made Schweitzer unmovable. "They're alive!" Schweitzer screamed at the sorcerer. "You fucking little motherfucking bastard! They're alive!" Schweitzer poured his anger out through the channel, connecting him to the sorcerer, white and hot and senseless. Ninip leapt at it, riding the emotion up through the link and scrambling gibbering to the very edges of Jaweed's soul. Schweitzer let him, holding the snapping, ravenous presence of the djinn mere inches away from Jaweed's inner space, letting the sorcerer feel his nearness. "They're alive," Schweitzer said. "Where are they? Why did you—" Jaweed's body was moving. Schweitzer could see through the sorcerer's eyes now. The sorcerer jumping up from his desk, eyes scanning the wall, coursing over a field of buttons set in a stainless steel panel, finding the palm-sized red circle, square, plastic shield clapped over it. White letters etched in the surface. Block 6E, burn. Schweitzer lunged, tried to force himself back into Jaweed's body, to stop the sorcerer's thighs from engaging, to stop his arm from reaching out, but the sorcerer was a living thing, and Jaweed's magic was still pushing back against Schweitzer, gaining momentum now that Schweitzer had left the sorcerer's memories. Schweitzer felt the steady drumming of Jaweed's heart, felt the pulsing flow of his blood rousing Ninip to madness. Jaweed's soul fed on that vitality, that pulse of life, enormous, transcendent, filling every last particle of the sorcerer's body. Schweitzer's beachhead in Jaweed's conscience was powerful enough, but the sorcerer's living body was another matter. It thrummed with power, bursting with the energy of electrochemical signals. Muscle fibers expanded and contracted, cells divided. Life. Schweitzer changed angles, scrambling for Jaweed's mind, struggling to find something to freeze the sorcerer in his tracks, to make him sleep, to give him doubts. Nothing. Jaweed's memories came thick and fast, images from his past, flashes of emotion, but observation was not control. Schweitzer could read, but he couldn't write. At last, Schweitzer gave Ninip full rein, allowed the djinn to slip out of his sliver of their shared space and come surging up the link to Jaweed. At Coronado, they taught Schweitzer never to take desperate gambles. "Each decision point should be like a marriage proposal," Master Chief had said. "Before you pop the question, you should already know the answer." Schweitzer didn't know the answer here, wasn't sure he could rein Ninip back, regain control of his body again. He didn't know if it would help at all. But he was determined to try anything, no matter what the cost, because Sarah and Patrick were alive. Ninip surged, ballooning into his sudden freedom, mad with the nearness of Jaweed's vitality. Schweitzer felt the djinn arc through the link to Jaweed, the djinn's presence so great that Schweitzer had to fight to maintain his connection to the sorcerer, to not be pushed out by Ninip and back entirely into his own self. Schweitzer watched through Jaweed's eyes as the sorcerer ran the few paces to the wall, scrambled for the plastic cover, fumbled the catch, buying Schweitzer a precious second. Ninip blazed against the perimeter of Jaweed's self, burning with bloodlust, a blooming red flower. He shrieked, pouring himself into the link, driving himself into Jaweed's body with all he had. The djinn surged, lunged, and rebounded. Ninip's power was tremendous. His pent-up aggression burned so hot that Schweitzer's spirit reverberated with it. but it couldn't change whatever strange laws magic obeyed. The djinn could share a dead body with its owner, but not a live one. Ninip could read enough to know what the word on the red button meant, what it would do if Jaweed pushed it. He redoubled his efforts, hurling himself into Jaweed with greater and greater frenzy. Schweitzer watched in horror as Jaweed flipped the plastic case open. "Not like this," he pleaded. "Not now. Not when I know they're alive." "I'm sorry," Jaweed sent back, hovered his fist over the domed red surface, punched it home. As much as it was possible for a soul to wince, Schweitzer did. Ninip howled, anticipating the wash of the flames that would scour away their link to the land of the living and send them both back to the void and the shrieking storm that awaited them there. Instead of the whooshing roar of fire, Schweitzer heard a whining hiss. He pulled back from Jaweed, Ninip coming with him. Schweitzer fell back into control of his own body again, turning his head. The freeze nozzles were firing, liquid nitrogen smoking into the atmosphere. A patina of frost was already spreading along the wall behind the stainless steel heads, blue-white spikes crackling outward. A few of the nozzles were jamming, the tips silent as whatever mechanism drove them failed under the pressure of the gas. Schweitzer felt Jaweed's shock as the incineration protocol didn't fire, observing from a video feed in his cell most likely. Ninip cooperated as Schweitzer threw their shared body as far from the nozzles as possible, slamming into the narrow door. "We are not. He did not." Schweitzer had grown used to the tinny faintness of the weakened djinn's voice. This new Ninip, stronger and nearer, was a shock. Schweitzer didn't show it. "Eldridge didn't trust Jaweed," he said. "He wasn't going to let us be burned, not when we could be saved." Schweitzer was dimly aware of an alarm sounding, the flashing of a klaxon through the thick panel of transparent palladium alloy that gave him his view of the corridor outside. He felt the cold already taking effect, stiffness in the tips of their shared fingers and toes, the glycerol in the cells struggling to keep them pliant, but failing rapidly as the temperature in the room plummeted. Shouts reached him, boots pounding in the hallway outside. He flattened their body against the door, compressing as much as he could, as if the mere inch he gained could somehow save them. The cold gripped them mercilessly, the outer layers of his body refusing to report to him, their joints going rigid. As Schweitzer watched the frost blooms spread to encompass the entire room, leaving it a sparkling cavern of diamonds, the burn nozzles crackled and popped as their internal pilot lights went out. Ninip tried to seize their shared fist, pounded against the door behind them. Schweitzer could feel the increasing fragility of the cells, going hard, brittle. He swatted the djinn back, pushed him further into a smaller pocket of their shared space. "Stop, you idiot! You'll snap it off!" Perhaps Ninip's resurgence had regained some of their lost sensory ability. Perhaps he imagined it. But Schweitzer heard a tiny cracking sound from beneath their fist. The djinn ignored this warning and pounded again before Schweitzer could push the djinn back again. Crack. Definitely not his imagination. The sound came from higher up over their shoulder, not their body. The wall. Schweitzer poured all his will into their legs, forcing them to taking a lurching step forward. Their frozen limbs obeyed as best they could, but didn't lift as high as he needed. Their toes curled under, and Schweitzer felt the two smallest snap off, the arch of the foot breaking. It didn't matter. He didn't need it. He planted their still solid heels and launched their body high and backward. They collided with the door, and Schweitzer felt the skin all along their spine, their neck to the base of their skull, split open with the light sound of breaking glass. The tracker sizzled and broke away from its anchorage against their spine. The door shuddered. Schweitzer felt their bones shiver, the momentum straining a structure suddenly gone brittle. He channeled his rage and frustration into the hit, railing with an abandon that would have made Ninip proud. Their frozen body would break. The fragments would scatter. His family would be lost to him again, just as he'd learned there was hope. The thought made him insensate with rage, eroded the quiet professionalism that made him who he was. Schweitzer gave in to it. For the moment, the animal ruled, and he lost himself in a cry of rage that shattered the stretched remains of their lips and sent a shivering crack through their face. Then there was a wrenching, a splintering sound, and he felt their bodies sailing through a wall of cold, rolling out into the corridor behind, and a sudden heat that felt like an inferno. The shattered door top pelted down around them as their cells suddenly expanded, took on moisture, fought their way back to their original shapes. Mist became something lumpen, a grotesque imitation of their prior form. A living man would have howled and died in agony. Their shared peripheral vision picked up the shapes of men, guards racing into the corridor around them. They were men and women just doing their jobs, contractors and uniformed service members dedicated to defending their country, just as he had been, as he still was. Schweitzer knew they saw him as a monster, as a threat. They were good people. But they were people who wanted to stop him from getting back to Sarah and Patrick. And for that, they had to die. Schweitzer rifled through his options. Disabling wounds or an effort to render them unconscious would require exposing himself, leaving to chance the possibility that their shared body would be damaged too badly to escape this facility and get back to his wife and child. There was no way he was going to take that risk. They had lied to him. They had imprisoned him. They would keep doing it if he let them. Ninip pulsed, and Schweitzer let the djinn have full reign. "I'm sorry," he started to say to the soldiers around him, then realized he was not. He wasn't sorry. He was angry. He was desperate. He was not going to miss this chance. Schweitzer rolled them to their feet as an axe blade whirled past their head to rebound off the wall beside them. He caught the flicker of a blue pilot light out of the corner of their eye, and once again allowed Ninip to surge to the fore, the djinn's bloodthirsty edge suddenly utile. The djinn flooded their limbs, and their warming arms snapped out so quickly it was a blur even to Schweitzer's augmented eyes. It closed around the barrel of the flamethrower, bending it upward, the metal crumpling in their dead hand, some slick liquid sheeting across their knuckles, catching fire as it was exposed to the air, racing back up the line. Schweitzer pushed off again, leaping them forward as the man detonated. The corridor suddenly engulfed in white-hot flame, dancing with screaming figures, little more than black blurs dissolving in the fire, so that the fire seemed a living thing itself, screaming at him to run. And so they ran, Ninip casually decapitating Mr. Axe as they passed, his burning body slumping to the ground, the jetting blood sizzling and popping in the heat. The djinn let their shared body flee now, knowing there was nothing behind them but flames. Any slaughter to be had lay ahead. Schweitzer could feel their backs smoking, the skin doubtlessly badly burned, but they had only been seconds out from nearly freezing solid, and the drop temperature had spared them the worst of it. The flame had even done double duty in partially cauterizing the split in the skin along their spine, melting the gap closed in sections. What mattered was that the bones had held, that the muscles were connected enough to keep them moving and fighting. Because the echoing screams reminded him of the finality of the move. His captors burned behind him, soldiers, G-men, the good guys. Those deaths would have to be answered for. There was no capturing him, no putting him back in a cage. There was no more partnership. They would destroy him if they could. But they couldn't, because Sarah and Patrick were alive, and hellfire and wild dogs and all the firepower on Earth wouldn't stop him from getting back to them. He gave his body over to Ninip and let the djinn take up his loping knuckle walk, moving faster than Schweitzer could drive them upright. The corridor ended at a pair of steel doors just beginning to swing open. Ninip and Schweitzer barreled through them, knocking them apart and feeling the weight of the people on the other side, shouting, panic. Then Ninip and Schweitzer were among them. Schweitzer turned away and let the djinn do his work. He turned his attention inward, trying to square the layout of the place. He remembered the detention blocks at the forward operating bases he'd deployed from in the past, cheap structures of barbed wire and plywood meant to provide a quick and convenient means to detain and debrief those enemies the SEALs managed to take alive. He felt their body whirling, pushed away Ninip's intoxicating exultation, the hot blood washing over them, the bone spurs lengthening into teeth and claws. The screams were abuzz in his ears, waves crashing on a distant shore. Schweitzer was dimly aware of the callousness of turning away from the carnage, knew he should be trying to restrain the djinn, to protect the lives of innocent people just trying to do their jobs. But they had lied to him, and kept him prisoner while Sarah and Patrick had been alive. when he could have been with them, could have protected them. Instead, they had created the thing that now gibbered and shrieked and drained their blood. Let them enjoy the fruits of their labor. When he finally returned to their shared eyes, there wasn't a moving body in sight. The steel doors had swung shut behind him, shutting out the screams, the flames already beginning to die down. They stood in a wide, plain room. Rows of benches marched out until the far wall stopped them. Another identical door splitting its otherwise blank face. A giant whiteboard was covered with dry erase scribbling in bright color. An American flag stood in one corner. An orange light hung from the ceiling, spinning out its warning beams, reminding the severed heads and limbs that the Schweitzer Ninip operator was coming to kill them. They galloped through the opposite pair of doors, turning sideways to skid through a second set of sliding gates just before they slammed home behind him, before louvering down and turning abruptly solid, seamlessly blending into the wall so that any normal human would have to squint to see that the surface was unbroken. They were standing in the lobby of an office. It looked for all the world like they'd come into the receiving room at a software company. A pleasant-looking secretary in a smart suit was slowly rising from her swivel-back chair, hand going to her mouth. A fake plant spilled the banks of a cobalt-blue ceramic pot. Raised stainless steel lettering behind it arced across the wall. Entertech, Phase 3, Incorporated. Below it, smaller letters read, Serving Those Who Serve. The fear stink hit their nostrils, and Ninip lunged for the woman, but Schweitzer caught him and hauled him back. It was a struggle, but far easier than it had been. The djinn howled and shook, but Schweitzer was able to back their shared body away, heading for the second set of sliding steel doors, a spray of glowing pinpricks showing through the double thickness of glass. Stars. They'd put him on the first floor after all. Schweitzer stepped in front of the doors, waited for the electric eye to recognize his presence and slide them open. Nothing. He turned them back to the woman behind the desk, raised a finger, pointed at her, took a step. She screamed, hand hammering something behind the desk. The doors slid open behind him, and they were out into the coolness of night. Schweitzer left the body to Ninip, allowed the djinn to take them at a blurring pace while he examined their surroundings. The building behind them was low and long, with an arcing roof like an airplane hangar. Orderly rows of box elder had been trimmed to form a green fence around the front entrance, gap-toothed now from the hole that Ninip had punched through rather than simply change their course to make for the deliberate opening. Beyond was a parking lot with only a few cars squatting between the freshly painted white lines. Solar-powered sodium lights rose on 20-foot poles, dark for now. The corporate logo Schweitzer had seen inside was written across the building's front as well. The parking lot stretched off into the distance, where Schweitzer could see the beginnings of what looked like an office park. Carefully manicured lawns surrounding low, glass-fronted buildings so deliberately inconspicuous that it screamed the government's hand to any who saw them. Thick woods lined the parking lot on the remaining three sides. Schweitzer put energy into their legs, guiding Ninip as the djinn vaulted them over a car and made for the office park. "No," Schweitzer said. "That's going to get us taken out." The djinn responded with a feral grunt. He didn't need to speak. That was where life was likely, where the most blood could be spilled. Schweitzer pressed again, and the djinn turned, not wanting to risk being shoved back into the far corner he'd occupied since Schweitzer had gained the upper hand. They sprinted into the trees, disappearing under the thick canopy just as rotors began to beat the air overhead, and Eldridge's voice began to call over a loudspeaker. "Jim, come back! You're making a mistake!" Ninip tried to turn them instinctively at the sound, angling back for the building they just escaped, responding to the sound of prey reflexively. Schweitzer pushed him back on course, and they forged deeper into the woods as the rotors began to beat the air directly over their head. In movies, the fugitive was always hounded by barking dogs, dodging between bright circles of focused light. Schweitzer knew that in real manhunts, the dogs were trained to move as silently as their handlers, that the men in the helos above him were staring through night optical devices, the world below them tinted green and in perfect focus, their night vision preserved for the ugly work ahead. He knew because he'd done it. The green haze of the night ops world had been one of the foremost colors on his palette, right next to the ochre red of blood. The rotors came louder, lower. Two birds keeping pace. They weren't flying a search pattern, and that meant they'd seen them. The softer patter of the rotors told him they were light helos, little birds, most likely, which meant there was probably a sniper broadside lining up his shot. 50 caliber rounds or 20 millimeter airburst ammunition if they wanted to make sure there weren't any pieces of him left big enough to cause any trouble. Schweitzer had trained for months to fire broadside out of a moving helo at an obscured target. It never took him more than a few seconds to get the shot off. The clock was ticking. Schweitzer funneled the images to Ninip, the helos above them, crammed with beating hearts, pulsing blood, lungs expanding and collapsing. He mainlined the coppery smell of gore, the canvas-ripping sound of flesh coming apart. Ninip shivered, shrieked, scrambled in a circle looking for the carnage he so desperately sought. Up, Schweitzer pushed to him. Up! Ninip went up. The djinn leapt them in a straight line, clearing 12 feet before grasping a thick limb above them. The limb drooped and cracked under their weight, but the djinn was already swinging them up and off. The pressure tearing the tree limb free, but sending their shared body sailing another 10 feet in the air to impact with a thicker section of tree trunk before launching off it. Ninip leapt them from tree to tree, sometimes springing, sometimes swinging from branch to branch. They soared faster than if they'd been fired straight in the air. Schweitzer could see the trees shaking around them, knew the pilots would be seeing it too, but by then it would be too late. They exploded from the canopy, launching skyward with a shout. Schweitzer had been right. Two little birds hovered alongside one another. The sniper was seated at the edge of the cabin, boots on the skid. He cradled the carbine in the crook of his elbow, sighting down it toward the canopy that rapidly receded below Schweitzer Ninip's feet. The sniper's finger was indexed along the trigger of the grenade launcher below its shortened barrel. He was already coming off the sights, eyes widening as Schweitzer Ninip arrowed toward him. Ninip extended their arm, claws lancing out from extended fingers. Schweitzer felt the man's eyes pop under the pressure of the bone spikes, punching the skull plate behind to slide into his brain. He flopped like a fish, jerking back into the cabin and into another man, who leapt for the tree canopy rather than face the monster suddenly in his helo. Ninip turned long enough to skewer one of the pilots through his helmet. The second pilot fired a pistol blindly over his shoulder, and Schweitzer felt the helo lurch, spinning. He shouldered Ninip aside, grabbing control of their body and gripping the cabin's edge. He swung them out of the open door and caught the tail boom, their weight dragging the helo earthward. He could feel the wind from the spinning tail rotor, cutting the air inches from their mockery of a face. The helo canted over and began to spin wildly. Schweitzer opened their hands, letting go and falling backward down into the canopy. The leaves covered them, but not before Schweitzer saw the helo whirl sideways, the blades of its main rotor shattering against the cabin of its partner before both blossomed into bright balls of flame. Schweitzer felt the heat of the blast, the patter of smoking debris bouncing off their head and shoulders. He let them turn then, just as the first tree branch snapped beneath their weight, reached out a hand and gripped the trunk, fingertips wedging into the grooves of the bark and locking expertly on, the inhuman strength already slowing their descent as they scraped along it. By the time they reached the ground, all was silent, save for the crackling of flames from the burning canopy above them. The jumper had gambled and lost. He lay on the ground, one leg bending the wrong way, the trouser leg dark with blood. A splinter of tree branch projected from his arm. Schweitzer knelt them over him. Ninip raced to the fore, leaning their head in, long tongue extending. Schweitzer hauled him back. The djinn shrieked and fought, but it was much easier to control him now. "What are you doing? If you do not kill him, he will tell where we are," Ninip said. "They already know where we are," Schweitzer said, unbuttoning the man's shirt and stripping it off him. It was filthy, soaked with blood and sweat, but the ripstop fabric was only moderately torn. It would be clear that something was wrong, but Schweitzer knew it was better than standing nude before an onlooker, their corpse flesh burned to a slurry, digits snapped off, The flesh split from their skull to their buttocks as if someone had been attempting to cut out their spine. And if he was going to find Patrick and Sarah, they would need to walk among people again. He deserves death, worse than death. He kept your family from you. He was trying to destroy you, Ninip shrieked. As if he could hear their conversation, the man groaned and said, "You better fucking kill me, because as soon as I knit up, I'm gonna light your freak ass up, you little bitch." Schweitzer didn't doubt he meant it. He was a hard operator, unused to losing. He believed in his cause. He would attempt to follow through on his threat. He was the kind of man that, in life, might have been Schweitzer's friend. "He lives," Schweitzer said. He knew how it worked now, that to slaughter this man would be to restore Ninip to control. That the Jinn wanted it was the surest sign that it was the wrong move. Instead, Schweitzer stripped the man of his trousers and boots, rushed them into the clothing. They were tight, but they fit. They stood to go, looked down, knelt. Ninip raged while Schweitzer forced them to grasp the man's thigh, just above the knee, and the calf of the broken leg with the other hand. He did the bellows dance again, working the air into a wheezing cough through the air-shattered voice box, hoping he made a convincing enough sound. "Hurt." The man looked at him, nodded. "I know, get it done." The legs snapped back into place with the sound of splintering wood. The man didn't scream, only went unconscious, head lolling back and eyes staring sightlessly. It was all Schweitzer could do. The man's colleagues would be here soon enough. Schweitzer sprinted them off into the foliage. The ground rose sharply, the trees beginning to thin as the stony soil gave under their stolen boots. Their augmented ears began to hear the sounds of car engines, the whine of air conditioners. They crested a ridge, bursting through the foliage and stopping short as the ground fell away. A river moved below, current ripping hard under the nearly full moon, white-topped wavelets dancing under the light. In the distance, a city thrummed with life, twinkling lights blotting out the stars. A highway snaked past it, a double loop of traffic, moving smoothly at this late hour. They heard distant snatches of music. Ninip took it in, awe momentarily replacing his desire to kill. Schweitzer remembered that the Jinn had never seen a modern city before, even one as small as the patchwork of buildings that sprawled below them. Then Ninip stared through their shared eyes at a single spire rising from the low field of lights, more than twice the height of anything around it. Recognition flared. "Where are we?" the Jinn asked, his boyish tone so out of step with the situation that it almost made Schweitzer laugh. Of course he recognized it, Schweitzer thought. Of course. "It's not what you're thinking. That's a replica. It's built to imitate." "The lighthouse," Ninip said. "They named the city after it," Schweitzer said. "Or maybe they built it because of the city's name. It's Alexandria." Ninip tried out the word. "It was called Ra Kedet, and the lighthouse was 10 times the size. They renamed it after after a guy who conquered it. And yeah, it's only a replica." This was no time for history lessons. Schweitzer forced their eyes away from the tower and back down to the river again. He knew it now. It was the Potomac, the current ripping south, winding past Maryland and out to the Atlantic beyond. He was looking north, the Pentagon squatting just out of view, the dome of the nation's capital beyond. He knew where he was. What he didn't know was where to go. But he knew what his best bet was if he wanted to throw off the hunt. Schweitzer grabbed control of their legs, leapt. The cliff face disappeared behind them, the wind rushing in their ears, the sparkling line of the river stretching below, still for a moment, then rushing up to meet them. Schweitzer extended their hands, tucked their head, locked what remained of their abdominal muscles. They arced gracefully down toward the water, and Schweitzer felt something rising inside him, strange and familiar, a distant memory faintly recalled. It felt fantastic. It felt like joy. The silver surface of the water expanded in his view. He felt their hands cut the surface. And then his vision blacked out, their nerves dead, their bodies suddenly refusing to report to him. Even Ninip faded into the background, as all Schweitzer's senses tuned to a single signal. Sarah's voice. Forlorn, lost, but alive. "Jim, I'm here." The sound shivered through him, more felt than heard. It seated in every cell of his dead body and rooted there. "I'm here and I need you." And then it was gone. The water embraced them, and they coiled under, turning and righting before swimming for the surface. Schweitzer shivered as the echoes of Sarah's voice reverberated through him. He had heard her. The scent of her perfume hadn't been his imagination. His sense of her was no phantom limb. There was a trail through the void. Perhaps it was nothing more than the magical equivalent of a homing pigeon's instinct. But Schweitzer knew it was more than that. He felt their love like a physical thing, a rope, infinitely long, infinitely strong, linking them wherever they were, soul to soul. He realized now that he had always felt it, that it had taken losing her to see this thing that had been a part of him since the day he'd first watched her sleeping beside him, head on his shoulder, and realized it would be her and no other. He had always felt this thing that the magic had made into a compass needle, unerringly pointing the way to the love of his life. He knew he was defining something that he didn't understand, trying to bound it in a way he could grasp. The truth was that he didn't know what to call this thing, this certainty, this sense of direction. But whatever it was something he could follow. It was a way back to her. Schweitzer stopped rising before their head broke the water's surface. He was following instinct, doing what a living man would. They had no need to breathe. Slowly, he let the dead, airless weight of their bodies sink to the bottom, until their feet touched down on trash-strewn silt. Precious little light penetrated here. The thickness of the water jealously guarded its secrets, shutting out all senses, sound and smell, and sight, all exiled to the air-breathing world. But there were two things it couldn't obstruct. The first was the smell of Sarah's rosewater perfume, so strong it was nearly cloying, so clear Schweitzer felt he could reach out and touch it. The second was the feeling of Sarah's presence, a light that was her glimmering soul, distant and focused and shining like a polar star. Chapter 26. Reunion. Drew was as good as his word. Sarah guessed the house needed tens of thousands of dollars in repairs. The paint was so patchy and peeled that there was more siding exposed to the elements than not, and the slate roof had gone to mold in such spectacular fashion that it practically glowed green under the moonlight. The foundation sagged so badly that the windows on the upper story were canted, giving the house the look of a stroke victim, one side of the face slack and sagging. A tractor shed leaned drunkenly against the house. Sarah didn't doubt it would have fallen over but for the support of its sagging neighbor. But a candle burned in each window, and the walk up to the entrance was lined with ceramic pots, bright with flowers. The grass was neatly mowed for a solid 20 feet around the house, then immediately gave over into overgrown fields dotted with big, gray shapes that she guessed were round bales. Martha stood in the doorway in a pair of sweatpants and stained t-shirt. She looked a few years younger than Drew, and smelled of old perfume hastily applied, but her smile was genuine, and she hugged Sarah as if she'd known her for years before turning to Patrick with a warmth that could only belong to someone who'd raised children herself. The boy buried his face in his mother's shoulder with a forced shyness that Sarah knew meant he was delighted. Drew made introductions, then led the way into a scene from an Architectural Digest shoot of folksy Americana. The wide-planked wooden floor gleamed under soft light from iron floor lamps. A wooden American eagle stretched over the fireplace above a sword, its gold paint covering it considerably better than the exterior of the house. The fireplace was dark, but the iron grate held a planter stuffed with herbs. An ancient yellow lab thumped his tail against the floor, too lazy to lift his head from his paws. "It's beautiful," Sarah said. "It's like something out of a movie." "Oh, that's very sweet," Martha said. "We've been here since we got married. My grandfather built it back before the Civil War." They stood in silence for a moment before she said, "I'll put some tea on, and let me pour Patrick a glass of milk. Do you let him have sweets?" "Thanks for asking. not normally, but I figure a night stuck out in... She stopped herself before she said, in the middle of nowhere, unfamiliar territory warrants a treat. Cookies it is, Martha said. Are you hungry? Course she's hungry, Drew said, guiding her to a dark wooden kitchen table that looked as old as the house but considerably better maintained. We got any of that brisket left? Martha smiled in affirmative and set herself to bustling in the kitchen while Sarah and Drew made small talk, Patrick staring at the old man in fascination. From what Sarah could glean from the conversation, Drew and Martha had both been federal bureaucrats in D.C. before retiring to open a bed and breakfast that turned out to be more work than either of them were interested in. Instead, they rented the acreage out as a hay mowing, and that income combined with their retirement allowed them a nice place from which to watch the sunset. Patrick ate and drank his body weight in milk, chocolate chip cookies, and tiny bits of the best brisket Sarah had ever tasted. She talked with Drew and watched in amazement as Patrick nestled in Martha's arms while she sang softly to him, staring up at her until he nodded off once again. That's amazing, Sarah said. I've never seen him that comfortable with a stranger. Well, ever. Martha's smile showed genuine pleasure. Well, I've raised 3 of my own, you know. Got some practice. Got 5 grandchildren so far, Drew said. Our cup runneth over, truly. Any of them coming tomorrow? Sarah asked. The middle one, Drew said. The boy. He's in the army. You'll like him. My husband was Navy, Sarah said without thinking. Drew and Martha exchanged a glance before Drew turned to her. He got out? No, Sarah said. He was killed. You're lying, she thought. He's alive and he's coming. You know it in your bones. I'm sorry, Sarah added quickly. I didn't want to make this personal. I know you don't know me. Afghanistan? Martha asked. No, he was here. I'm sorry, this is so personal. We don't mean to pry, Drew said. We were just wondering what really brought you out here in the middle of the night with your boy in the car. You got a hatchback, Sarah. I didn't see a suitcase in there. I keep a change of clothes at my friend's. Sarah could feel the lie in her words, could see that Drew and Martha felt it too. They exchanged another glance, and Drew looked at his lap. As I said, I don't want to push you here, he said. And I promise we won't turn you out or call the law, but we're bedding down under the same roof, and I think Martha and I have a right to know what kind of trouble it is you're in. I'm not in any trouble. Sweetheart, Martha said, her voice taking on the firm tone of a schoolteacher. Drew told you we take in strays. This isn't our first rodeo. We know trouble when we see it, and there's trouble here. Sarah stood, reached out to gather Patrick. I'm sorry I have disturbed you. Thanks very much for the hospitality. I'm feeling awake now, and I'm sure I can make it the rest of the way. Drew stood, patted the air with his palms. Hold on now. There's no need to... But Sarah wasn't listening. Her eyes were locked on Martha, who had turned her torso, holding Patrick away from Sarah as she bent at the waist to pick him up. The kindly old woman vanished. All Sarah saw now was a blurred enemy curled around her child. She vaguely wondered if this was how James saw the world when he ran ops. Her hands twitched. Her heartbeat seemed to slow. Give me my son. All right, Martha said, fear blossoming behind her eyes. Wasn't going to keep him from you, just caught me by surprise is all. Sarah collected Patrick, held him in one arm, kept the other hand free and hovering over the pocket knife hidden in her pants. I should go, she said again. Please don't, Drew said. I'm sorry, we were prying. If you want to go, that's fine, but we'd really prefer it if you stayed. You're tired and in the middle of nowhere. We'll lay off the questions. Think of your son. I am thinking of my son, Sarah said. I am always thinking of my son. That's why I am out of here. That's why I'm driving in the middle of the night for my son. Because no matter how many cookies you give me, and no matter what nice things you say, I'm still the one who has to take care of him. The words tumbled out, petulant and nonsensical. Her stomach fluttered. Her veins felt like fire flowed in them, a jittery rush rising in her. as if she'd been funneling espresso instead of sipping hot tea. Something was coming. Her body was amping up in preparation. Her gut sank with the same dead certainty she'd felt so often over the last few days. The sense of pending arrival was mixed, dreadful and joyous, equal parts exultation and foreboding. Martha and Drew were already fading into the background, Sarah's senses alert to the windows and the door, the darkness pressing against them like a physical thing made of purple-black mist. "Sarah," Drew was saying, "before you go, will you do one thing for me? Call it payback for the food." "Sure," Sarah said, distracted. The front door seemed far away, her vision of it fish-eyed, a bulbous, distorted tunnel. The door's edges seemed to vibrate almost imperceptibly. "Will you pray with me?" Drew asked. "That's all, just a few minutes with your head bowed. You don't even have to believe it, just indulge an old man who's worried about you." "Pray?" Sarah moved to the window. There was a low growl sounding in the distance, so faint that it might have been mistaken for wind. But Sarah's hearing had changed, had tapped into the currents in the air around her, the tiny hairs in her ears vibrating madly, pushing the air down, bouncing it off the onion skin of her eardrums below. A low, throaty growl. At first she thought it a roaring lion. Her mind accepted this without a moment's cognitive dissonance. The bullet that had felled Jim had taken reality with him, leaving Sarah to float in this weird miasma of tangible dreams, precognition, and the shimmering tinctures of her past. In this world, roaring lions could charge up a deserted country road in the middle of the night. "Sarah?" Drew asked, standing. He stiffened. Martha's eyes narrowed, and Sarah knew they heard it too. The roaring lion resolved into a rumbling bass, an engine, a loud big twin. "Someone's coming for you, aren't they?" Martha asked. She turned to Drew, her eyes pleading. He shook his head. "If whoever is coming is dangerous, now would be a good time to tell us." Sarah could feel him inching backward, elbow brushing a sagging bookcase and fumbling for the closet door beside it. But it didn't matter, because whatever it was had arrived. Sarah's vision contracted to a pinhole, the rest of the world vanishing, time slowing to a crawl inside the tiny circle before her. Through it, she saw a thin, insectile chopper rolling slowly to the foot of the driveway, easing to a stop, narrow front tire crunching on the shattered gravel. The gas tank was badly dented, the chrome refracting the starlight where it should have glittered. Signs that the motorcycle had fallen at speed, skidded on its side for a few feet before coming to a stop. The metal funnel of the exhaust had turned a deep indigo from the heat of the sliding friction. The rider lent credence to the idea. He was a big man, the large bike looking comically small between his thick legs. He swung one over, didn't bother with the kickstand, let the motorcycle topple over and flop on its side with a crunch. His clothing was tattered, the evidence of a long scrape on the pavement written across him in melted leather and frayed denim. His head was hidden behind a red motorcycle helmet, a long white stripe showing where it had scraped along the pavement until the curved surface had been sanded flat. The man took a shuffling step toward her, a zombie shamble, and two things happened. First, a low buzzing click outside the pinhole focus of her senses told her that Drew had thrown open the closet door, pulled something out. Second, the dread vanished. The joy consumed her, making her giddy, rising behind her breastbone until she felt her shoulders pin back and her breasts lift, as if she would float off the ground. She took a step forward, banged her knees against the wall below the window, turned to the door. Drew and Martha were both talking at once, a low rumble in the far distance. She heard a mechanical click-clack, a gun's action working. But it didn't matter. She was to the door, opening it, stepping out into the thick night air. The man did his zombie shuffle up to the base of the front steps. The porch light fell on him, and she saw why. The boots were at least a size too small, unzipped only a few inches before the protrusion of his ankle bone punched out over the metal teeth. The leather jacket was likewise a size too small, the cured surface bulging and stretching to accommodate his muscular arms. It hung open, revealing skin so pale it reflected the light, the blue-gray of fish scales. His belly and chest were crisscrossed with rough white scars, the evidence of ham-fisted surgical stitching. His head had been forced into the helmet, the thick pillar of his neck bulging comically out below the lower edge. She set Patrick gently down, felt the boy scramble away. The sensations came as if from a long distance, actions taken by another person who looked like her. Her attention was locked in the pinhole, watching the man at the foot of the steps. Sarah could smell him as he shambled closer, the pungent odor of chemical preservative, engine oil, dirty leather. But the smells were like the rising panic in Drew and Martha's voices, background noise, outside the tunnel of exultation that linked her to this strange man. The tunnel's edges widened to accommodate him as he came up the steps, taking on a pinkish cast, until Sarah imagined that they stood together on a path of rose petals, echoes of her dream made real. He was a slab of tortured muscle, stretching beneath skin the color of a fish's underbelly. He shambled like a zombie. But it was Jim. The thing that bound them was undeniable. She could feel it coursing through her, eddying across the space between them, not bound at the hip, but at the soul. It was the same way she'd known he was coming. He could have been walking on all fours and had a tail. She would still have known it was him. At last, she let go of the idea that she was crazy and gave what linked them a new name. Magic. Their love, their history, their bond was magic. Somehow it linked them over any distance. It didn't make sense, but it didn't have to. He was here. She gathered him into her arms, letting the tears come now, nestling her head against the cold, waxy surface of his chest, wrapping one arm around him, feeling the jacket sink unnaturally over his spine, as if he was split there. "Oh, Jim. Oh, baby, I knew you were alive. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it." He stiffened, froze. For an instant, she felt doubt gnaw at her, fear beginning to bloom in its shadow. But no, the certainty was there, her stomach still doing cartwheels of joy. It was Jim. She'd known he was alive, and here he was, and she was holding him. And so what if it didn't make sense and was crazy? So what? He was here. That was enough for now. She heard the leather creak, felt his arm rise behind her, felt his thick gray hand find the back of her neck, gently grasp it, pushing her into him. Like Jim had done, and only Jim. He'd said it was the one thing he liked about her preference for shorter hair. It gave him a better grip. The tears came fresh, with such force that she shook, steadying herself against the solidity of him, a pillar, as he'd always been. Her forehead knocked against the lower lip of his helmet, and she leaned back, reaching up to lift the visor. His hand moved again, quickly now, grabbing her wrist, painfully at first, but letting up immediately. "Babe," she began, "I don't care what you look like under there. It doesn't matter. I want to see you." But his hand was a vise supported by an iron bar. The helmet inclined, and she could tell he was looking at her. Thought she saw just the faintest shimmer of dancing lights behind the visor, as if candle flames flickered there. More strangeness that wasn't strange. Not in the rose-tinted tunnel they shared. His neck began to flex, air whistling up and drawing her attention to a badly patched wound in his throat. Air whistled out of it as a breathy word sounded from inside the helmet, echoing out to her. A rasping grunt that gave no hint of the voice she'd known. It didn't sound like Jim at all, but the word was unmistakable. "No." She opened her mouth to reply, and suddenly she was being pulled away from him, a hand on her shoulder hauling her backward. Something long and dark was sliding past her vision, invading the sacred space she shared with Jim. She shook the hand off, and the tunnel went with it, her vision suddenly expanding into the harsh corners of the world, flooding her with the sickly light of the porch lamp, clouded with insects questing for its false moon. Martha was pulling her back into the house, yelling at Jim to get back. Drew was moving forward, his body inexpertly hunched behind a fowling piece, the wide barrels chipped and rusting, pointing out at Jim. "No!" she shouted. "Drew, don't!" The old man ignored her. His face was purple, his terror congealing into a shaking anger that made wide veins stand out on his forehead and nose. He was shouting incomprehensibly at Jim, thrusting the old gun at him as if it were a spear. Jim's hand slapped down, faster than she'd ever seen anyone move, grasped the double barrel. Claws had sprung from his fingertips, long, sharp, the yellow white of old bone. The tip of a long gray slug slithered from below the helmet's lower lip, dusty and dark. After a moment, she realized it was his tongue. She lunged for Drew, shaking off Martha easily enough, the old woman's grip falling away. Her arms snaked out, her rabbit punch connecting poorly, bouncing ineffectually off the old man's shoulder, careening up into his neck. He cursed, shuddered. Boom. The old gun exploded. She felt the heat flash and smelled the rotten egg stink of cordite, flailed backward, tumbled, fell. She blinked, saw only darkness. She felt something soft beneath her, was dimly aware of Martha sobbing. She eased herself up, straining her triceps to take her weight, keep the pressure off the old woman beneath her. She blinked again. The darkness resolved to white, then burst into splinters of shattered glass, dissolved into stars, and finally she could see again. Martha weeping, curled in a ball, streaks of black powder running up her cheek, blood on her shoulder, her hands, her hip. Drew stood over her, hands crushed to his abdomen, horror and pain mingling in his strained expression. His eyes were fixed over Sarah's shoulder, bulging, comically wide. Sarah crouched, followed the direction of his gaze. Jim alone stood stock still, looking down at his hand, still clutching fragments of the broken gun. Slivers of metal had shredded his jacket arm, the flesh beneath. Sarah could see them embedded there, smoking, smell the cooked meat stench of his burning flesh. The jacket had been shredded to the shoulder. As she watched, he shrugged loose of it, leaving it to pool behind him. It landed beside the motorcycle helmet, knocked off by the blast. The visor cracked and burned where some hot metal shard had unseamed it hinge to hinge. The crown of Jim's head was split, nubs of bone horn piercing the scalp, rising through rubbery skin the color of a beached fish. Slowly, Jim raised his head, looked at her. It was him. That much was clear. His beautiful face was still intact enough to recognize, but only just. When zombie movies had become popular, she toyed with an online game that allowed you to zombify yourself. You fed the program a picture, and it turned you into a zombie. Jim was zombified. His face was a flat expanse, his features stretched and warped. His nose was gone. What remained skewed at a hard angle over a jaw that now jutted out in an underbite that would have been comical if not for the wicked, tusk-like teeth rising from it. The gray snake's tongue lolling out the side. His face looked part dead, part mechanical, a cyborg built from stainless steel and corpse flesh. And his eyes. Oh God, Jim's beautiful eyes. Gone. They were gone. They were empty holes, lit by flickering silver flames. She could feel them boring into her nonetheless, and fear suddenly gripped her. This was a monster facing her. It felt like Jim, bore traces of the face she loved, but she shuddered as the totality of it hit her. She reached out again, felt with the same clairvoyant certainty that it was him, felt the same spike of love. She could feel the rose trail, the magic that linked them, shimmering in the back of her mind, flowing out to him. No matter what Jim looked like, that connection hadn't changed, couldn't change. She remembered the old C.S. Lewis quote, "You don't have a soul, you are a soul. You have a body." Her soul loved James Schweitzer's soul with everything she had. His body was a wrapper, a suit of ill-fitting clothing draped across the things she loved. He was Jim. Nothing could ever change that. His new form was terrifying, but the connection between them vibrated with the love he felt for her. A monster, maybe, but a monster who would never do her any harm. She swallowed her revulsion, stood to go to him, but the body around her soul demanded its due, and she couldn't keep the reaction off her face. He reached a hand toward her, his expression creasing in sympathy as her horror registered on him. The shift was repulsive. His brows tried to furrow, the stretched skin only spreading and gathering around the black pits of the sockets, the corners of that vicious wood-chipper mouth dipping in what should have been an arc of concern, and instead became a hungry predator grin. "Srah," he croaked. "Sarah, he's trying to say my name." She looked at the smoking shards of metal. embedded deep in his arm, his neck, his chest. She saw the ragged wound in his throat, the gray slashes across arterial pathways. Maybe her husband wasn't alive after all. Patrick was screaming. The little boy huddled against the closet where Drew had retrieved the gun, hands over his head. If he recognized his father, he gave no sign at all. Jim's eyes finally moved from her to his son. He froze, trembling. Drew shouldered her aside, standing fully over his wife. Jim showed no reaction, his burning eyes fixed on Sarah, tracking her as she staggered, shifted, regained her balance. Sarah felt a tugging tension in him. He was at war with something, but for now at least, he had the upper hand. Her body screamed at her to run, to put miles between her and this shambling corpse that had once been her husband, but Martha's moaning wouldn't permit it. She swallowed and knelt, tried to find the source of the blood. Drew was shouting. Martha rolled, pleading eyes in her direction. Sarah's hands traced the rips in her clothing, trying to locate the wounds. "The hell away from here! You hear? Get!" Drew's voice had taken on an hysterical edge. "Stop!" Sarah yelled up at him. "Your wife is hurt." Drew looked down at Sarah, pausing in his ranting long enough to kick her aside, turn his wrath on her. "Get off her!" Jim turned, snarled. The expression suited him, far more natural to his new face than the attempted sympathy was. He cocked one hand, the blades of his fingertips lengthening as he reached out with the other, grabbing Drew's neck, turning the old man's shouts into a sudden choked gurgle, and released him. Jim stepped back, his head sawing, trying to look in all directions at once. He crouched deep, clawed hands out at his sides, eyes scanning the room for a defensible position. She heard a faint slapping in the distance, pairs of bare feet smacking on tarmac, crunching over leaves, getting louder as they drew near. Something was coming. Somethings. They didn't have much time. Chapter 27. Even Odds. The signals reached out of the darkness, pulsing in Schweitzer's mind. It felt much as it had when he had seen Jaweed reaching out into the maelstrom of churning souls, pulsing signals, the magic firing like lasers through the ether, long, glowing lines converging on a single point. Him. Ninip went mad at the signal's touch, straining and pushing against his bonds, his strength seeming to grow at the nearness of them. He was drunk on the anticipation of battle, on the nearness of worthy opponents. Schweitzer had been with the Jinn the last time he was so roused, when they stood outside the cell containing the animated remains of the former PJ known as Cameron. Schweitzer looked up at his son. Patrick had gone white-faced with terror, his fear passing the red line from screaming adrenaline and into catatonic paralysis. Trauma heaped on trauma. He shuddered to think of what this would do to Patrick as he advanced through the years into manhood. But that manhood would only come if the boy lived. Schweitzer would worry about the trauma later. For now, he was going to keep his wife and son alive, stick with them, and protect them as he couldn't when he had lived himself. Sarah was coming back to her feet, ignoring the old man, screaming out his lungs in a vain effort to summon courage. Bravery didn't work that way. The signals began to tighten, to converge. Schweitzer turned his attention inward, shoving Ninip back into his corner. The Jinn seemed to be drawing strength from the coming tide. It was getting harder to contain him. Ninip was ranting, but Schweitzer didn't take the time to listen. The old man turned his vitriol on Sarah, standing protectively over his own injured wife. There was no time to deal with his histrionics now. The threat was too imminent, too great. Schweitzer grabbed a handful of the man's shirt and threw him across the room. He landed on his ass and skidded across the floor to slam into the cabinets under the kitchen sink with a grunt. He wasn't hurt badly, and more importantly, he was out of the way. Schweitzer turned to Sarah and pointed at their boy, who'd slid down the wall to a sitting position, his tears dry now, skin chalk white. He squeezed his lungs, pushed the whistling air up, and through his ravaged throat, managed to make a gurgling whisper. "Paik." He prayed she would understand, pushed his will down the corridor that linked them. Hide him. You can't face what's coming. Sarah nodded, ran, scooping Patrick up under one arm and flinging the closet open with the other. She cast a worried eye over at Martha. It was clear that she was torn over leaving the old woman still injured, but Sarah moved with purpose, getting a better grip on their son, rummaging frantically for a weapon. She's a seal born and bred, Schweitzer thought. Mission over man, triaging in a crisis, making the hard call to protect her own. Schweitzer turned to face the door, scanning the room for a defensible position as Sarah found the closet empty, fled to the kitchen, stepped gingerly over a groaning Drew before giving a short bark of victory and brandishing a good-sized meat cleaver in her free hand. They are coming. They are coming, Ninip exulted. They are coming, and now you will see what we are. Something landed on the roof with a thud loud enough to shake plaster dust out of the eaves. Schweitzer looked up, tried to keep Sarah in his peripheral vision, pushed back on Ninip. There was nowhere to go. Maybe the door beside the kitchen led to a cellar? Maybe he could hide them. The wall exploded. Something heavy collided with Schweitzer's stomach, and he spun across the floor, digging his claws into the hardwood to stop himself. Straining to see through the cloud of dust where the bay window and front door had once been. He shifted through the vision ranges, some of the power returning to him as Ninip reasserted himself. A shape skidded through the dust, resolving as it slid into the light of the kitchen, clawed toes shredding the linoleum, bringing it to a shuddering stop. It wasn't Cam, but it might as well have been. Schweitzer had time to make out the naked form, well-muscled, scarred, twisted out of humanity by the djinn's supremacy. This one was female. Her skull had blossomed into a ring of horns, circling her entire head like the petals of a hideous sunflower. Her breasts had been cut off, rough purple X's marking where the surgeon had stitched the incision sites shut. Her eyes burned gold. Was she G3, G5? Schweitzer wondered who she had been in life. She sniffed in his direction, burning eyes lighting on him. He could feel her magical current reach out to him, washing over him before she pulled it away. The current scanned further, settled on Martha. She hissed and vaulted over him, making for the old woman, a single bone spike protruding from the back of her balled fist. Ninip raged, but Schweitzer wasn't surprised. Of course she had gone for the old woman. Schweitzer couldn't slake her lust. He had no blood to give, no screams to utter. He flung himself up onto the balls of his feet, took note of Sarah, beside the old man with Patrick tucked under her arm, her head sawing frantically as she searched for an exit. Then he launched them after the gold operator, flinging one hand forward to catch her trailing ankle. He knew instantly that he wouldn't reach her. He was weak from holding Ninip in place, the djinn's reduced presence draining his power as much as his struggle to keep him locked down. The gold operator sailed through the air, bone spikes growing along her spine and finally sprouting into a nub of flexible tail just above her buttocks. She shrank as the distance between them grew, her shadow falling over the old woman, who screamed, throwing her arms over her head. Schweitzer seized Ninip, gave over control, hauled the djinn into the fore. The djinn came forward with a shout. Schweitzer made way for him, feeling Ninip fill the shared space, the hunger flooding him, dulling his senses, tinging their shared vision with red. The air seemed to reverberate, and Schweitzer could feel their left foot touch down, dig claws in, push off. They flew forward, missing the ankle, and instead crashing into the gold operator's back. They tumbled through the air and crashed into the broken remnants of the wall. "Go!" Schweitzer shouted to Martha, heard his own voice sound as nothing more than a grunt. The gold operator hissed beneath them as they locked their legs around hers, grabbed a hold of the ring of bone spikes around her face. Ninip howled with joy, setting their shoulders wrenching, flashing visions of twisting her head off her shoulders. Schweitzer strained and pulled, Ninip's strength doubling his own. Her neck didn't budge. They might as well have tried to rip a building off its foundation. She hissed again, her tongue lashing out like a whip, wrapping around Schweitzer Ninip's head as she kicked her legs out, breaking their grip as if they were a weakling child. The tongue heaved, and Schweitzer felt them lifted into the air, flying end over end until they crashed into the sink, ripping the faucet from its moorings and sending water arcing into the air. He spun them over, leapt to their feet just in time to see the gold operator throw herself across the old woman, sinking her head down low, the bone spikes cutting deep, her whipped tongue changing direction. The old woman shrieked, gurgled, was silent. Schweitzer could see Sarah throwing open the back door, slowly edging around the corner as he had taught her, refusing to rush blindly into danger no matter how frightened she was. He swallowed the spike of pride and love. The gold operator would be done with that old woman soon, looking for fresh prey. He marshaled Ninip, flashed an image of springing forward, claws first. But the djinn had other ideas. Before he could stop him, the djinn had turned their body, crouched to spring at Sarah's back, Patrick cradled in one arm. Schweitzer pushed madly against the djinn, battering him with everything he had. At first, Ninip resisted, their wills locking until Schweitzer felt as if their ghostly foreheads touched, sweating and wrestling in the darkness. The djinn gained ground, and Schweitzer screamed as their body began to turn again, moving in the direction of his wife. No, not now. He couldn't bear to see his wife and child slaughtered at his own hand. He would far rather spend eternity in the soul storm than that. He gave a shout and threw himself at the djinn once more, the thought of killing his own family charging him to heights approaching madness. Ninip wailed and gave way. Schweitzer battered him back and back, until the djinn clung to only the tiniest sliver of their shared body, a thread span from being pushed out entirely. You will end us both. Better that than you touch her. He heard the gold operator turn to face him, utter a screaming hiss. Then the ceiling collapsed and something fell on him. He heard Sarah shout, saw her turn, and then he was borne to the ground. Spikes pierced his shoulder and chest, punching through his flesh and bone and piercing deep into the floor beneath him. The fist that drove the spikes sinking deep into the cavity occupied by his dead lungs. His enemy was enveloped in a cloud of dust from the broken ceiling swirling around him. Schweitzer could make out two golden pinpoints through the swirling grit, a gray grimace slowly beginning to come clear. He heard another hiss, a whooshing of air. Sarah! But the scream that sounded from beside him was the old man's, punctuated by a wet ripping sound that drew his shouts into a crescendoing howl. Schweitzer attempted to grab the gold operator's hips, using a combative's maneuver to throw it off, but Ninip bowled forward again, seizing more of the shared space, interfering. The djinn's animal instincts added to his strength, his speed, but as always, they interfered with his ability to bring his training to bear. Instead, Schweitzer opted for a simple maneuver, punching their arm up, driving their claws into the flesh of the gold operator atop them, the weakness engendered by Ninip's diminishment robbing the blow of its power. The motion cleared the rest of the dust, revealing an umbrella armature of needle teeth, cutting the lips to ribbons. Cam. Cam's eyes focused, lost interest. Schweitzer was a dead thing, of interest only insofar as he presented an obstacle. Cam's head lifted, sniffing the air, freezing as he found a target. No! Schweitzer flailed against his grip, feeling the claws rip deeper into him. Cam withdrew them, rising to kill Schweitzer's wife and child. Thuck! Cam's head rocked to the side, the meat cleaver embedding so deeply that Sarah almost cut his head in two. He rolled off Schweitzer Ninip and came to his feet, the cleaver still quivering where it had stuck, the flames of his eyes covered by its width like a metal hat brim. He made no sound, only tensed. Beside him, the female gold operator was rising, soaked in gore. She was slower, torpid with 2 kills to her tail, but Schweitzer knew it wouldn't save Sarah and Patrick. He heard the thump of shoes on wood and knew that his wife had pelted out the back door, was running. Good, baby. Go. Go. Ninip was shouting, the soft buzz of his voice a gnat buzzing around Schweitzer's ears. Schweitzer ignored him, sending them diving for Cam's legs as the operators sprang after Sarah. The gold operator's knees buckled, and he collapsed backward across Schweitzer Ninip's back, growling. Schweitzer could hear the female gold operator leaping over them, scrambling out the back door, racing after Sarah. Cam arched his back, shoulders pinning them to the floor. The gold operator reached out to grab their ankles. Schweitzer pushed up for all he was worth, their dead muscles stronger than any living man's, but still pathetically weak with Ninip's help impaired. Cam didn't budge until he was ready. Then he whipped his arms forward, hurling Schweitzer Ninip through the air for the third time that night. Schweitzer felt the wall give as they burst through it, the coolness of the night air, the wet touch of the grass as they skidded into the dirt, all directions becoming a mad jumble. The tractor shed beside the house spun like a washing machine's load and finally settled as they rolled to a stop on their back. Ninip was shouting something, but Schweitzer ignored him, his eyes locked on that female gold operator, loping like a hunting dog toward the tractor shed just as the door slammed and the wooden bar was dropped into place. Sarah was inside. The wooden slats of the walls looked thick and sturdy, but Schweitzer knew they wouldn't hold for very long. Schweitzer rolled them to their feet, weakness and weariness suffusing him, their pace maddeningly slow as he forced them to pursue the female operator. Something was grinding in their thigh where a bone had snapped. She had reached the shed's edge, was clawing at the boards, a high, whining cry of hungry anticipation issuing from her dead mouth. The whipped tongue draped over her shoulder, twitching in excitement. There was a roar from inside the shed, an engine coming to life. Maybe the old man had a car in there. The flare of hope was brief. At the height of Ninip's power, Schweitzer knew they could outrun a car. He didn't doubt that the gold operator could too. With a shout of triumph, the gold operator ripped the first board away, railroad tie thick and gray from creosote. She threw it over her shoulder, tumbling through the air. Schweitzer Ninip caught it on the fly, stumbled, skidded to their knees as another board came away, and another. Then all the boards burst apart as a gigantic tractor shouldered its way through the weakened shed wall. Schweitzer could see Sarah in the driver's seat, her face a mask of determination, Patrick shaking in her lap. What the hell was she thinking? Was she going to run it over? That wouldn't help. Then he saw the spinning blades of the wide hay mower attached to its front forks, and realized that it would. But the gold operator wasn't going to stand still and be cut to ribbons. She spit contempt at his wife and crouched, her tail quivering as she prepared to vault over the blades to join Patrick in Sarah's lap. Schweitzer shouted, poured all his will into their twisting torso, and threw. Please, oh dear God, please, he thought, as the chunk of wood spun through the air, level with the ground, its shadow blotting out the reflection of the starlight on the damp grass as it went, making the ground shimmer beneath it. It caught her feet squarely as she leapt, turning the jump into a stumble and then a fall, the bone-framed head pitching forward into the grass just as the hay mower passed over it. The body jerked and spun, sucked into the whirling blades with amazing speed. The gold operator's shrill scream suddenly cut off as her throat, her lungs, her torso were ground to chuck and vomited back out. Schweitzer got them on their feet as tiny chunks of meat and bone spattered them, a rain of flesh that had once been a thing of magic and death. Sarah was screaming, though whether from victory or terror he couldn't tell. Something hard collided with them, and they went face down in the grass. Cam on their back, claws piercing their head this time, holding them in place, eyes canted, giving them a full view of the house's intact side, the edge of the driveway beyond. A third gold operator galloping up it, gaze fixed on Sarah, chanting a litany in a strange language Schweitzer couldn't understand. Ninip's voice finally reached him. Let me help you. You cannot face them alone. You are too weak. Let me... Schweitzer felt his own exhaustion. His spirit was leaden, his phantom limbs too heavy to lift. He knew he couldn't resist the djinn should he let him fully out again, knew that Ninip would turn him against his family. He had always thought of the djinn as predators, but he had forgotten the primary rule of how predators operated. The wolf never took on the strongest buck in the herd. It chased down the young, the sick, the isolated. It didn't like fair fights. Given the choice between the hot blood of Sarah and Patrick or the cold force of the gold operators, Schweitzer knew which Ninip would choose. He couldn't bear the thought of Sarah and Patrick dying, not when he had just found them. It was the worst thing he could possibly imagine. Save his being the instrument of that death. Schweitzer pushed with everything he had. Cam's claws held them firmly in place. He couldn't move their shared body an inch. He felt Cam's knees lift off their back, replaced by the new gold operator's feet, as he prepared to leap for Sarah and Patrick. 2 ribs snapped under the weight. And at long last, the artist, the professional, the victor of scores of life-or-death contests, gave in. Ninip's voice receded back into a whining insect buzz. "Oh, Sarah, you fucking hero. You brave warrior, you give them hell." Schweitzer forced the thought out to her, sending it down the link that connected them. He hunted for the smell of her perfume one last time. "I'm sorry I failed you. If there's a way to find you in that mess, I will. I swear I will." Ninip had gone silent. Schweitzer felt horror dawning through the djinn, as he realized what Schweitzer intended to do. "No," Ninip wailed. "Do not." Schweitzer thought of his son, his youth a question mark, a life about to unfold. He mourned that potentiality, the man that he would someday become. "Close your eyes, little man." Then he fixed his wife's face in his mind, tracing the hard line of her jaw, her narrowed eyes blazing defiance at her enemy. Sarah, the warrior queen, his love, his light, braver and stronger than he ever could hope to be. "Goodbye, baby. I love you." With the last shreds of will left to him, he turned on Ninip, pushed with all he had left, and forced the djinn all the way out, sending him tumbling free into the void, drawn inexorably to the storm beyond. Schweitzer shut his eyes, pulled his senses inward, readied himself for his own tumble, the edges of the nothingness rushing in hungrily to take him. He steadied himself against the cold, tried to find the calm that had come to him before. Failed. He pushed his will out to his ears, dialing his hearing down through the spectrum so that he could hear the minute scramblings of the ants beneath him. He listened to the deafening click of their mandibles and the pounding of their marching legs, grateful for the noise. Anything that would keep him from hearing Sarah and Patrick's screams. He realized 2 things. The first, his power over his hearing was as acute as it had ever been with Ninip. His control is fine. The second, he was still in his body and in complete control. The fatigue and despair had left him. His left hand sprawled over a stone. He flexed his fingers experimentally. The rock split and fell away in halves, the fine powder of its remnants gusting off his palm. Schweitzer felt Cam leap off his back and exploded onto his own heels, propelling himself after Cam. The strength in Schweitzer's legs was incredible, as strong as it had been when Ninip had been in control. He felt the same strength flowing through him, his presence, larger, more vital than before, almost alive. He came down on Cam, bearing the former Air Force PJ to the ground just short of Sarah, his head crunching against the steering console, the embedded cleaver snapping free. Schweitzer could hear the other gold operator lumbering toward them, painfully slow, it seemed now. But now Schweitzer's training came surging to the fore. Without the djinn's jabbering battle lust, he was free to concentrate. There was no rage now, only the cold artistry of the professional warrior he had once been. Schweitzer placed his knee against Cam's neck and grabbed his arm, pivoting and locking it back as his combatives instructor had taught him, as he had practiced hundreds of times. There was no need for strength. The torque of his position overpowered Cam's flailings, a perfect pivot point between his pinning knee and his pulling arm. Schweitzer took his time, leisurely bending the limb back, twisting, tearing. He moved slowly, because now he understood. It had been lies. Lies from Ninip, from Jaweed, from Eldridge, from everyone. It was a lie that Ninip made him stronger. The Jinn kept Schweitzer in check, and then, when Schweitzer had asserted himself, sapped his power. With the Jinn gone, Schweitzer's self was ascendant. He had never needed Ninip. The millennia the Jinn had spent soaking in the void made no difference. The only thing all those years had grown was Ninip's evil nature, his addiction to death and blood, his desire for violence. To die was to touch the source of the magic, to become imbued with it, to bring it with you when you were returned to a body, whether you were dead 2 hours or 2,000 years. Schweitzer was Jinn every bit as much as Ninip was. He had the same power as any Jinn, as all of them. From the moment Jaweed's magic had returned his soul to his corpse, he always had. Jinn was the word Jaweed used to describe the souls he summoned back. In the absence of anything better, it was the word that all in the Gemini cell used. But the truth was that they didn't know what Ninip was, what the things that drove the gold operators were. Schweitzer didn't know either, but he knew one thing. Schweitzer was different from the rest of them. He had one critical advantage. He'd learned it from Sarah. And that tipped the sum, so that there was no difference between Ninip and Schweitzer. Dead was dead. Souls were souls. He gave a final heave, and Cam's arm came away, trailing fronds of broken sinew, the joint dangling wetly. He brought it down just as the other gold operator reached the tractor, climbed up. The limb hit him hard enough to knock the gold operator backward. Schweitzer followed with a perineal kick, what he commonly used when he wanted an opponent down. It connected with a crack, and the gold operator tumbled, his shoulders skidding through the turf, sending clods of soil arcing. Schweitzer reveled, not with the base rage of Ninip, but in the joys of his years of training once again responding to his command, now paired with the power of the void's magic. The two divided made him a blunt instrument. The two joined made him a scalpel again, precise, focused, deadly. Schweitzer made his way down to his remaining opponent slowly, leisurely. Now I'm going to rip off your own arm and beat you senseless with it. But as the gold operator rose, he had another idea. The gold operators fought like wild animals, as he'd been forced to fight when he'd shared his body with Ninip. Now, he fought like a finely tuned machine. He caught his enemy's clumsy punch at the wrist, leaning aside and jerking the arm taut. Then, he brought his right elbow down on his enemy's forearm, using his full weight. He'd broken many an arm on ops with this technique. The gold operator's bones were magically enhanced, but so was Schweitzer's strength. The radius and ulna snapped like twigs, his opponent's fists dangling loosely. Schweitzer's claws, horns, and spines were gone. His jaw was clamped tightly to his skull, tongue firmly in his mouth. Those extravagances were Ninip's calling cards, the flailings of a soul driven mad by too many years in the storm. He didn't need them. Schweitzer was a footman. Years with the teams had taught him discipline, the quiet valor of a professional. But it was Sarah who had truly taught him right from wrong, in the soul-deep way that allowed ethical action in an instant, when the pressure was on. Ninip would have said it was womanish, weak. But Schweitzer felt the strength of it flowing through him, powerful enough to make the might of the gold operators not insignificant, but finite, a thing with limits, a thing that could be beaten. The monster in his hands drove its head forward, fangs clamping over him, piercing through his shoulder and chest, lodging there. Ninip would have raged at the insult, pride wounded by an enemy's gaining purchase on his body. But Schweitzer, the professional, recognized the tactical advantage. The move held the enemy fast. Schweitzer punched his own hand forward, not bothering with claws, allowing the rigidity of his pointed fingers to puncture his enemy's abdomen, walking his fingers past the wall of muscle, over the dead organs, until he found the spine at the lumbar vertebrae and gripped it tightly. They'd lied to him. They'd told him Sarah and Patrick were dead. They told him that without Ninip, he would go back into the void. They told him that his short time in the void made him weaker than Ninip with his thousands of years of death. All lies. He'd believed every one. The betrayal, the silver-tongued talk of service to the nation, the wasted time. Rage grew in him, and Schweitzer pushed it down. Focus, mission first, emotion never helps. He tightened his grip, felt the bones grinding in his palm. The gold operator divined his intent, worked its jaw harder, trying to bite through him. Schweitzer didn't give it the chance. He yanked with all his might. At first the bones held, and he struggled with the momentary panic that he might have overplayed his hand, left himself vulnerable to his enemy's counterstrike. He felt the sharp teeth grinding against his scapula, his ribs. But then he felt the spine bend, snap, and finally come dragging out through the thing's stomach, leaving it to fold in half like an old coat suddenly off the hanger. He turned as Cam rose, reaching for Sarah with his remaining arm, and stabbed the handful of bone and gristle into his buttock, lodging it there, a handle he used to drag the monster back down to the ground, where he planted one foot on its back, shoved it roughly toward the blades. Sarah sat in the driver's seat staring. Finally calm, Schweitzer could concentrate on his own augmented senses. He could smell the slight tang of sweat in his wife's perspiration, the sweet scent of her breathing, tiny traces that would have normally been overpowered by the oil and vinyl stink of the tractor under her. He dialed down, digging through the odors until he found what he was looking for. The perfume was so faint it could barely be called a trace. A tiny patch of skin behind her ear where she hadn't scrubbed enough during the last shower. But to Schweitzer, it was overpowering. It was all. He felt the slight ache, the hollow left by Ninip's absence, bulge and fill out, a fender dent pushed back into form, buoyed from within by the expansion of his own fullness. Now, in death, Schweitzer felt more alive than ever before. And now, without Ninip's competition, he truly knew his power. The strength suffused him, the lightness in his limbs made him feel as if he could float. Every fiber of his body answered him, reported its condition. Every atom in the world around him pulsed with information, pulsing at his touch. He tasted the air. He vibrated with the tiny tremors of the ground beneath him. Jim Schweitzer, the seal, was an artist. Jim Schweitzer, the djinn, was a god. He itched to test his control, to find the limits of his power. But Sarah still sat in the tractor seat. Patrick was still bundled under one arm, awake and staring. Cam still struggled feebly under his boot. Schweitzer leaned back, gave Sarah a mock bow, gestured at the blades. He channeled the air, his lungs obeying him easily now, the muscles around his ribcage answering with precision, stretching to drop the pressure, then squeezing tight with precise control to send the air spiraling up his ragged trachea, the muscles of his throat crushing down around the wound to shape the words he needed. No more power, just greater control, but it made all the difference in the world. "Well," Jim Schweitzer said in a gravelly approximation of his old voice, "you going to do the honors? I can't hold him forever." Sarah gaped for another moment, then stepped on the gas. Schweitzer stepped aside as Cam jerked and thrashed into the whirling knives, one leg shooting off into the darkness as the rest of him dissolved and the tractor jumped with the effort of rendering him down. Sarah killed the engine, sat staring. "It's okay, baby," Schweitzer said. "I'm okay." She stared. Patrick mewed, kicking backward. The cries became words, the first Schweitzer had heard the boy utter since he died. "No, no, 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 Mommy, no." Schweitzer knelt, tried to use his fine control to coax something of a smile from his ruined face. There were limits to his power. With so little muscle to work with, he gave up trying almost immediately and reached out a hand instead. The world lighted as his arm came into view. The gray surface of his skin had deepened into even sable, smooth, frictionless, liquid. The light tracery of his veins were barely visible beneath, tiny runnels of glowing silver. a network of glycerol pathways that mapped the course of his old life. He wasted little time marveling at it. He was growing tired of marvels. "Come on, man," he said to his son. "You know me." But as much as he willed it, it didn't make it so. Whatever connection linked him to Sarah hadn't formed in Patrick. Schweitzer's son shrieked all the more, crawling so deep into Sarah's armpit that she had to fumble to keep from dropping him. "Oh, Patrick, all of this has hurt you." Grief for his son's lost childhood swamped him. He dialed his senses up the spectrum until he found what he dreaded, the high stink of the hormone dump that was prepping Sarah's system to fight or run for her life, the rapid pulsing of her heartbeat. Whatever magic had brought them together had done its work. The Rose Trail had ended, and they would have to find their own way from now on. Her pupils were dilated, her veins constricting beneath the skin, the air around her sweetening as the sugar content of her blood spiked. But Schweitzer still felt the link, the magic connecting them. Specter of a trail that had haunted him from the moment he'd awoken to his new unlife. It had led him to her, and now, so close, he felt it attaching them. He knew Sarah felt it too, could see it in the mixture of fear and longing on her face, could sense it in the chemical cocktail that poured off her. She knew who he was. "They told me you were dead," he said. "I would have come sooner, but they lied to me." She nodded, her eyes wet now. But the fear stink didn't subside. Schweitzer could see the battle etched out on her face, her love of him warring with her physical instinct to run. She was terrified, but she didn't move. Her muscles tensed to spring, and didn't. She was trying, and that was something. All his newfound power did little to help him muster the effort to stop himself from reaching toward his family, to stand, to step away. "Okay," he said. "It's okay, I won't hurt you." "I know," she said. She stood, gathered Patrick, stepped to the ground, stared up at him. "What is this, Jim?" "I don't know, baby," he said. "But I'll tell you what I figured out so far, and we'll hammer the rest out together, like we always have." She was quiet, looked away. Schweitzer could see the tears sliding out of the corners of her eyes. His new powers had their drawbacks, too, it seemed. He knew the lie in his own words. He was a walking corpse, a dead thing made animate by magic he didn't understand. He had found them, his wife and child, but how could he be a husband and father to them now? I thought you were alive," Sarah said. "I was so sure. Are you?" Sarah had changed, but not so much that he could lie to her. "No," he said. "This isn't life." "Then how can we figure it out like we always have?" He thought of the Gemini cell, receiving satellite reports of the defeat of the gold operators, spinning up the secondary team, sending in drones, activating whatever plan B they surely had in place. There wasn't much time. "Because we have no choice. Whatever I am now, I can protect you." "I can protect myself, Jim." "Not against what's coming, Sarah. This is different." She shook her head, looked up at him. "I know." "You don't. And I don't have time to explain it to you now, so know this. There are more of those monsters, many more, and they're coming. They won't stop until they have you and Patrick." "Why? Why do they care about some widowed artist and her son?" "Because you know what I am, Sarah. And now you know there are others like me. You honestly think they're going to let you live?" "We'll go to the authorities," she said, her tone indicating she knew the foolishness of the statement. "They are the authorities, Sarah. There is no help coming. You saw what they can do. You need a monster to defeat a monster. I'm the only one who can keep you safe now." "A monster?" She was weeping openly now. The sight tore at him. He would have joined her if he could. "A monster who can keep Patrick safe. Sarah, if you won't let me protect you, at least let me protect him. You can't do it alone, not now." She sobbed, nodding. I love you, Jim. I love you so much, but this makes things different. No, baby, Schweitzer husked. Please don't say that. I love you. Dying kills the branches, Sarah, but the roots hang on. You promised to keep Patrick safe. Promise. With everything I have, Sarah, I will not let them hurt either of you. There's something between us. There's a link, Jim. I always knew you were still here. I always knew you weren't gone. How is that possible? I don't know, baby. It's magic. I don't think it's supposed to make sense, but I know that I love you and that love ties us together. She paused, mastered herself. She put her hand on her chest, indicating the invisible connection there, the one she knew they both felt. If I die, will I become like you? And he did extend his hand now, his dead heart swelling with longing, with grief for what was lost, with gratitude for what had been saved, with hope for what was coming. Sarah swallowed, took his hand. Hell rose behind them. The stars circled overhead, and the woods swallowed them. The tree trunks closed in as they ran, sealing off the outside world, an oddly fitting door slamming on all they had finally lost. All touchstones vanished. All notions of the familiar were erased by the thick darkness and the raging chorus of chirping insects and peeping frogs. This new world was as alien as the void had once seemed to him. Pete's face rose again in his mind, his deep-set eyes smiling. Proud of you, bro. Schweitzer spoke to that ghost, words he'd never said aloud to anyone. Pete, I don't know what to do. I'm scared. And he was. But he had himself now, wholly, truly. And he had his family. It was enough.
The End. You've been listening to Gemini's Cell by Mike Cole, narrated by Corey Jackson. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends This Is Not a Game by Walter John Williams, narrated by Jefferson Mays. Once upon a time, there were 4 of them, and though each was good at a number of things, all of them were very good at games. Dagmar is a game designer trapped in Jakarta in the middle of a revolution. The city is tearing itself apart around her, and she needs to get out. Her boss, Charlie, has his own problems, 4.3 billion of them to be precise, hidden in an offshore account. Austin is the businessman, the VC. He's the one with the plan and the one to keep the geeks in line. BJ was there from the start, but while Charlie's star rose, BJ sank into the depths of customer service. He pads his hours at the call center, slaying online orcs, stealing your loot and selling it on the internet. But when one of them is gunned down in a parking lot, the survivors become players in a very different kind of game. Caught between the dangerous worlds of the Russian mafia and international finance, Dagmar must draw on all her resources, not least millions of online gamers, to track down the killer. In this near-future thriller, Walter John Williams weaves a pulse-pounding tale of intrigue, murder, and games where you don't get an extra life. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more, so look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Whatever powers Ninip granted Schweitzer, keeping track of time wasn't one. They stood naked in the center of the refrigerated cell. The armorer had come and collected his cast-off armor earlier, left shaking his head at the damage to something he apparently prized. Schweitzer realized with an internal smirk that he should have asked for a watch. He didn't need to sleep, didn't need to eat. There was nothing to do. So, he asked Ninip, what did you like to do on weekends? The djinn didn't see the humor, but Schweitzer felt his shifting emotions, sullen anger, sadness, predatory hypervigilance. Asking about Ninip's son had apparently hit the djinn where it hurt. Schweitzer hadn't meant to. He had his own dead to remember. Sarah, Patrick, Peter. He realized with the start that he hadn't thought of his brother since he died. He'd forgotten him. Schweitzer felt his spiritual stomach clench in amazement. He'd carried Peter's memory with him on every op he'd run since he'd first gotten the word. He'd pictured Peter alongside him, a ghosted outline of how he'd looked in the last photo the networks had shown of him, tall and broad-shouldered, chin dimpled like a cartoon superhero.